Together, we can all outgrow the status quo. It might be difficult, but it's not impossible. That's the American way. And this is episode 86, Common Sense for the 21st Century. Thank you for your support, and thank you for tuning in and not dropping out.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is one of the early introductory courses of the Free Enterprise Institute. By early, I refer to the fact that this was the second course we ever had in our curriculum. This is meant to be both an introduction to our main course, V50, and at the same time it's also a historical supplement to that same course. The Free Enterprise Institute, for those of you that are new to the subject, is an organization whose purpose is to achieve freedom in this world, in this time. The subject of the American Revolution is, without doubt, of interest to this particular pursuit for the reason that what occurred in the period of time that is usually referred to as the American Revolution is, in the teachings of the Free Enterprise Institute, the only historical antecedent to the subject of freedom. There has never been anything in the past history of the human race other than the American Revolution that could claim to be a movement of bona fide liberty. It is not the contention of this course, myself, or the Free Enterprise Institute to say that the American Revolution achieved freedom by any means, because if that were the case, we'd have a tough time explaining what's going on today. But as a matter of fact, I do have much light to shed on that, even though this is a short course. The subject of the American Revolution does cover the meaning of this movement with respect to a genuine, total mechanism to achieve freedom. It may be of interest to ask, well, why should we concern ourselves with history, the American Revolution or otherwise, if our object... Now, the booklet Common Sense, which, as I say, only goes through roughly 50 pages, actually, in the short confines of such a relatively small dissertation, covers the main points of the true revolution, the true turning around of the human race. Thomas Paine was not in love with the British king, as you are undoubtedly aware from even the knowledge that the American Revolution ended up with having a separate nation which had broken off from Great Britain, and it is quite easy to recognize that the British king was not grateful to Thomas Paine. It's easy to recognize that Thomas Paine could not have been devoted to the British king. I don't think I mentioned heretofore, and I think it's a good time to mention it, Thomas Paine was personally an Englishman. He was not an American by birth, and he did not even come to the North American continent until November 30th, 1774, which is just half a year before the battles of Lexington and Concord. And he came here as a penniless, itinerant immigrant. He came here from England at the age of 37, which in those days was no longer much of a young man. I mean, 37 in those days was older than the same age today because, first of all, people in general did not have as much of a life expectancy as they do today. Secondly, he had already had a pretty full life in Great Britain and an unsuccessful one. He had done quite a few things. I'll mention some of these things in the next session. And he had been what you might call, in ordinary circles, a complete failure. At this time, most people would describe an individual under these circumstances as a total failure. He had done a lot of things, received acclaim in very few circles, was recognized by only a very few people as a man of great potency. As a matter of fact, I dare say, his own wife didn't think much of him. I'll have reasons to mention why this has some significance a little later. He left his wife to come to the American colonies. He never saw her again, although they both lived quite a long time afterwards. At a later time in life, when he was back in England 20 years later, his wife didn't even know that Thomas Paine, who was then in England and making a big commotion in England at that time, and the British king was practically, but he was almost run out of the country because of Paine. There was quite a big commotion in Great Britain in the 1790s because of Paine, because of a later work that he wrote, and practically everyone in England had heard of Thomas Paine by that time, and his own wife, Elizabeth Paine, didn't know that this Thomas Paine was her husband. at the same time that Paine was in England, she was filling out some kind of a legal document for some reason or other, and she was asked her marital status, and she said she's separated from her husband, and she doesn't know whether her husband is living or dead. So she hasn't heard from him in 20 years or something like that. And she didn't have the slightest idea that her husband was the same Thomas Paine. He was stirring the British people on the subject of monarchy quite a bit. I'll have more to say on that later, but as I say, that's how little impression he must have made with his own wife when he left. The only person who apparently had any inkling, and even there was probably just an inkling, as to what Thomas Paine was, as to the fact that he had potential, was Benjamin Franklin. As a matter of fact, Benjamin Franklin is directly responsible for Paine coming to the colonies. Benjamin Franklin was in London. At some affair, Paine met Franklin. And he could sense in this man a potential that he could never satisfy in England. And he suggested to him what has now become a very famous cliche, go west, young man. Go to America, and you'll find more opportunity there. You'll never make it here in England. And he was right. And he wrote him a not particularly impressive letter of introduction to his son-in-law, but anyhow, it got Paine motivated to leave. And it's in America that he found his home, and he paid back his debt in that he produced the United States as his product, for reasons that I'm about to prove to you, that he is really the cause of the Declaration of Independence. I will not yet prove that he wrote it until the second session, but even if he hadn't, even if he had not written it personally, even if Jefferson had really written it, it was inspired by Paine for such obvious reasons that it will be pretty hard for you to find any evidence to throttle this. First of all, I'd like to point out that Common Sense itself is a book which influenced not only the masses, but also, and more importantly, the intellectuals. Because had they not been influenced earlier, the masses would have been wasted on, for reasons I cannot prove in this course, but is proven in V50. No mass movement can ever occur until the intellectuals have first been stirred. There has never been a revolt of the masses anywhere, any place, at any time, and it's conceptually impossible. That's one of the statements without proof in this course, but is proven in V50. I'd like to, at this point, read you some quotations from various sources to prove to you that the sentiment in the American colonies was not favorable to separation from Great Britain prior to Thomas Paine writing Common Sense. This is the first leg of the proof that Paine is the founder of this country and the source of the Declaration of Independence. That were it not for his having written this amazing bestseller, Common Sense, all that the American colonists wanted out of this rebellion, which they started, and Paine did not start, was reconciliation with Great Britain under terms more favorable to the colonists, and they were squawking about taxation without representation. The implication of that is they wanted representation in British Parliament. They were unhappy because they were politically not represented in the British Parliament, and they wanted such representation. I will not bother you at this moment with a detailed analysis that this entire program is unfounded as to intelligent merit. That to wish taxation with representation is wrong, because if taxation without representation is wrong, I wish to add that taxation with representation is actually wronger. More wrong. Because if you don't believe this, just ask yourself, are you better off than the American colonists who had taxation without representation? You have representation, and your taxes are far higher, far more arbitrary, far more oppressive, and far more unrepealable. So I'm not even going into the demerits of the taxation without representation slogan. I'll let it suffice here to say that this was the goal. Wrong though it was the goal of the colonists. They wanted reconciliation with Great Britain under terms more satisfactory and favorable. They were not seeking independence from Great Britain as a political nation, and they were even less seeking independence as individuals from the sovereignty of a king. Even if they had ultimately settled for independence from Great Britain, they would have also settled for an American king. They had not the slightest concept that kingship is wrong. They merely wanted satisfactory relations with the mother country, and they wished for a rectification of grievances. Period. That's all they wanted. Now let me give you some proofs. I will read to you from a source which I will identify in the second session, the name of this book, because I'll have more to say on that. These are all from one book which I will, as I say, identify in the second session. In January 1768, the Massachusetts legislature said officially, quote, "We cannot justly be suspected of the most distant thought of an independency of Great Britain. Some we know have imagined this, but it is far from the truth that we apprehend the colonies would refuse it if offered them, and would even deem it the greatest misfortune to be obliged to accept it." End of quote. This is the Massachusetts legislature's official proclamation 8 years before the Declaration of Independence. You think that's far back, all right? Take something which is closer to the time of the Declaration of Independence. Less than a week before the new year of 1776, Portsmouth, New Hampshire, instructed her representatives to the Provincial Congress against any semblance of manifesting thoughts of independence. The resolution read, quote, "We are of the opinion that the present times are too unsettled to admit of perfecting a firm, stable, and permanent government for New Hampshire, and that to attempt it now would injure us, by furnishing our enemies in Great Britain with arguments to persuade the good people there that we are aiming at independency, which we totally disavow. We particularly recommend that you strictly guard against every measure that may have a tendency to cause disunion." End of quote. New York State was vociferous in denouncing talk of separation, New York Colony rather. A resolution declared, quote, "The author of such a report is guilty of a malicious attempt to represent the Continental Congress as intending to cast off the connection and dependence of the colonies on Great Britain, and thereby to widen the unhappy breach already subsisting between them." End of quote. The Assembly of Delaware instructed her delegates, quote, "In every act to be done in Congress you studiously avoid, as you have heretofore done, everything disrespectful or offensive to our most gracious sovereign, or in any way invasive of his rights and prerogative." End of quote. This, besides being against independence, is nauseating. It refers to the King of England as our most gracious sovereign, and you can see whoever wrote this bowing down and scraping the floor. It's nauseating. It's totally opposite to what a free man would have to say with respect to a monarch. And they're worried about the rights and prerogatives of the king, not the rights and prerogatives of individual human beings. The Assembly of Pennsylvania instructed her delegates as late as November 9, 1775. This is a quote. "We strictly enjoin you that you, in behalf of this colony," that's Pennsylvania, "dissent from and utterly reject any propositions should such be made that may cause or lead to a separation from our mother country." End of quote. Even after Congress had passed and published a declaration of the causes and necessity of taking up arms and had appointed George Washington Commander-in-Chief, the resolution contained this statement, quote, "We have not raised armies with ambitious designs of separating from Great Britain." This is from the resolution that made him Commander-in-Chief. I'll read that again. Quote, "We have not raised armies with ambitious designs of separating from Great Britain. We shall lay them down when hostilities shall cease on the part of the aggressors. With an humble confidence in the mercies of the supreme and impartial Judge and Ruler of the universe, we implore His divine goodness to protect us through this great conflict, to dispose our adversaries to reconciliation on reasonable terms, and therefore to relieve the empire of the calamities of civil war." End of quote. They looked upon this as a civil war, not as a war for independence. And it was to relieve the empires of calamities implicit in this war. The next few I will read you are quotations from individual people of substance. The first one is from a letter from Benjamin Franklin, written on March 22nd, 1775. This is less than 1 month before Lexington and Concord, or the beginning of hostilities. He wrote this letter to his son, speaking of a visit that he, Franklin, had paid to Lord Chatham in London. Franklin writes, quote, "I assured him, having more than once traveled almost from one end of the continent to the other, and kept a great variety of company, eating and drinking and conversing with them freely, I never had heard in any conversation from any person, drunk or sober, the least expression of a wish for separation, or a hint that such a thing would be advantageous to America. He expressed much satisfaction in the assurances I had given him that America did not aim at independence, end of quote, Benjamin Franklin 1 month before Lexington and Concord. George Washington, in May 1775, in a talk with his friend Jonathan Boucher, discussing the possibility of the conflict, which would eventually lead to a separation with England, Washington said, in May 1775, this is 1 month after Lexington and Concord, this is 1 month after the rebellion began, of which he was the commander-in-chief. He said, quote, if you ever hear of my joining any such measures, that means separation, you may have my leave to set me down for everything wicked, end of quote. This is the father of his country in the fictionalized history books. Now, he may have been the general that won the war, which he was, but he did not think the idea of independence up. That is obvious, because he did not even want independence. He thought it was wicked 1 month after the beginning of hostilities. Jefferson, who is supposed to be the author of the Declaration of Independence, he wrote in a letter dated May 17th, 1776. That's less than 2 months before the Declaration of Independence was officially established as a document of independence. He was only a few days removed from being appointed the member of the committee which was to draft this declaration. This was a few days earlier. He wrote, and this is quite significant, listen to the phraseology very carefully, quote, should our convention propose to establish now a form of government, perhaps it might be agreeable to recall for a short time their delegates. It is a work of the most interesting nature, and such as every individual would wish to have voice in. In truth, it is the whole object of the present controversy. For should a bad government be instituted for us in future, it had been well to have accepted at first the bad one offered to us from beyond the water, without the risk and expense of contest. But this I mention to you in confidence, as in our situation a hint to any other is too delicate, however anxiously interesting the subject is to our feelings. I suppose they will tell us what to say on the subject of independence. Last end of quote. I will read the last sentence once more. I suppose they will tell us what to say on the subject of independence. In other words, he was awaiting instructions. Can you imagine this forceful document being written by a man who was awaiting instructions and was not thinking this from the bottom of his heart and the depth of his mind? This was not written by instruction. I'd like to assign you to write a document of this depth, understanding, and potency and articulative ability on an assignment. No one could do this on an assignment. This is done by a man who wants to whom this is a mode of life. That's a very, very revealing point in Jefferson's writing. He was awaiting instructions, and that's what he got. He got instructions to draft it, and then he sought an author for it, and he found one. I'll discuss that later. The point is that there was not any desire for independence or separation prior to common sense. Oh, this is from another book. I might as well bring out one more set of quotations. This is from a biography of George Mason, Reluctant Statesman, by Robert A. Rutland. George Mason, I might add, is one of the deepest thinkers of the period. He is the author of the Virginia Bill of Rights, which is, together with the Pennsylvania preamble to its Constitution, the antecedents for the American Federal Bill of Rights. George Mason is one of the people who were strongest on individual liberty and is, as I say, one of the true friends of freedom of the time. Yet even he did not stand for freedom, or more accurate, for independence, until common sense. In 1766, in a letter to British businessmen addressed to the London Public Ledger and signed a Virginia planter, he showed deep concern for strained British-American relations. But later, Mason warned the British that compulsion could not sustain a favorable British-American trade balance. A growing America nurtured on free principles would not accept oppression after once having tasted the sweets of liberty. Another Stamp Act or anything approaching it would produce a general revolt in America, he warned the British. These harsh words, he added, came not from a hot-headed radical, but from a semi-retired farmer who has seldom meddled in public affairs, who enjoys a moderate but independent fortune, but who adores, get that, who adores the wisdom and happiness of the British Constitution. And the same George Mason, in December of 1770, declared that Americans regarded independence as, quote, the wildest chimera that ever disturbed a madman's brain, end of quote. I think I made my point. Independence was not a popular idea at the time prior to common sense. I would like to add, however, in defense of a few individuals other than Paine, a few individuals did want independence besides Paine. They had no success, however, in convincing their fellow countrymen. Among them, and notably, was Samuel Adams, not John Adams, his cousin. Samuel Adams was a hot-headed radical and proud of it. And he did want independence, independently of Paine, and probably even before Paine. But he was not successful in convincing his countrymen, who looked upon him as sort of a scone, some kind of a nut, S-K-O-A-N. The point is, it became a respectable idea after common sense. Now, let me, by contrast, read you from the same book that I have been reading from. All these quotations are from the same book, except the ones from about Mason. And I'll be identifying this book next session. Oh, there was quite a bit of curiosity in the spring of 1776. Well, just who wrote this, Common Sense? You see, it was originally published as Common Sense by an Englishman, without name. He was an Englishman. He did come from England at the end of the year, 1774. As a matter of fact, it really doesn't count that he was in America in 1774, since he nearly died on the ship from a fever he picked up, and he was sick in America for several weeks before he recovered well enough to even look for a job. As I told you, he came in practically penniless, and it was only in January of 1775 that Paine was well enough to even be up and around, and then he went to look for a job, and he got one, editing a nearly defunct and nearly decrepit magazine called the Pennsylvania Magazine, which I believe had 600 subscribers or something like that. And he started editing this thing, and which meant that he wrote all the articles under pseudonyms because they didn't have enough money to pay authors, and so he wrote all the articles, but they couldn't very well put it out in such a way that if one man writes everything, it has to have the image of a magazine, and so he wrote under a number of pseudonyms, but the whole thing was written by him, and he put it on its feet. And that was the beginning of Paine's literary career, and less than 1 year after that, he came out with Common Sense. The point I'm making is that here is this Common Sense published without even a name on it. I don't think it's formally noted in history as to why he published it anonymously, but using my own knowledge of Thomas Paine and history of the period, I would just generally gather that the reason is somewhat as follows. It is not modesty. That thing is certain. Because Thomas Paine suffered no modesty whatsoever. That was a characteristic unknown to Thomas Paine. So I think the reason it was published anonymously, I said that complimentarily, by the way, since I look upon modesty as a vice and not as a virtue. The point is that Thomas Paine probably, and I'm just guessing, this is my own conjecture, he probably put out Common Sense anonymously because he didn't think that his present position in America would enhance the literary and ideological acceptability of it, because after all, if he put his name down, they would say, who is this Thomas Paine? They'd find out, well, he's some fellow who doesn't have so much as $1,000 to his name. And he just came here a year ago, and what's he telling us all this for? And it might have detracted from the image of it. And so I think, I'm guessing, but I think this is a pretty good close guess, that's probably the reason he published it anonymously, because if he says by an Englishman, he could as well have been a British lord, and that would command some respect. So he just published it anonymously as by an Englishman. So then the question started to float around, well, who is the fellow who wrote it? And of course the fact that it said Englishman, people don't necessarily believe that, so they thought maybe it was an American calling himself an Englishman. So the rumors started circulating, maybe Franklin wrote it, maybe that John Adams wrote it. Now, John Adams, it is quite interesting, disclaimed authorship in the following words. It has been very generally propagated throughout the continent that I wrote the pamphlet Common Sense. I could not have written in so manly and striking a style. End of quote from John Adams. Actually, John Adams, who later came to dislike Thomas Paine fiercely and vice versa, did think that Common Sense was right in the sense that it was for independence. It did convert John Adams to independence, but it did not convert him to the radical philosophy that Paine is noted for. Paine was a major radical of the time. Today he would be called a conservative by the conservatives because he stood for the things that they now believe in. But you see, now they're trying to conserve what he was radical about. And that's a very important point. I don't want that to just slip through without notice. What is now called conservatism in America is the attempt to conserve the principles of the American Revolution, which at that time were not conservative. They were damned revolutionary, radical, and, as a matter of fact, from the British standpoint, treasonable. Especially Thomas Paine. Now, he was an Englishman. He was an outright British traitor when you come down to look at it that way, because he didn't have much love for the British crown, and from the standpoint of the British king, he was a traitor. But you see, we don't measure rightness from the standpoint of the crown. That's the point. And therefore, from a higher's point of view, he was not a traitor, but a patriot. Now, although Adams came to dislike Paine, he obviously admired the strength of the document, and it did convert Adams to independence personally, although it did not convert him to the more radical forms of social structure that Paine advocated. And what were these more radical forms of social structure? Practically what we ultimately got. An executive and a legislature which was voted in by the people on a representative election basis. Adams, you see, would have preferred Washington as king, of which Paine accused him of later. What did George Washington have to say about common sense? He said, "The sound doctrines and unanswerable reasoning contained in the pamphlet Common Sense will not leave numbers at a loss to decide upon the propriety of separation." End of quote. That is literally what George Washington said about common sense. And this is the same man who thought it was wicked before to separate from Great Britain. And obviously he now thinks that the sound doctrines and unanswerable reasoning contained in the pamphlet Common Sense will not leave numbers at a loss to decide upon the propriety of separation. That's why he's not the founder of the country, because he was convinced it should be a country by Paine. Another major military figure of the period was General Charles Lee. He wrote a letter to George Washington dated January 24th, 1776. This was only 2 weeks after the publication of Common Sense. It didn't take him long to come to this conclusion. He wrote to Washington, "Have you seen the pamphlet Common Sense? I never saw such a masterful, irresistible performance. It will, if I mistake not, in concurrence with the transcendent folly and wickedness of the ministry, give the coup de grace to Great Britain. In short, I own myself convinced by the arguments of the necessity of separation." The ministry he's referring to, of course, is the British ministry. Thomas Paine, I told you, was not very popular with John Adams, or vice versa. Yet, John Adams did, on June 22nd, presumably of the year 1776, although this book does not specifically say, but they're talking about 1776 here, he wrote in a letter to Jefferson, although he was venomously expressing his personal jealousy of Paine by belittling him and his book, nevertheless he added, quote, "Yet history is to ascribe the American Revolution to Thomas Paine," end of quote. Now, I want to point out that this was not pleasing to Adams to say this. He was not saying this joyously. He was lamenting it. He didn't like the idea. He hated Paine. He didn't like this type of what he thought was rabble-rouser, which Paine was not, incidentally. He was not a rabble-rouser, but that's what John Adams thought of him. And he did not like the idea. He lamented this. But even John Adams, who was one of his bitterest enemies, said, "Yet history is to ascribe the American Revolution to Thomas Paine." And yet, as you know from your history studies, such as they were in the present school system, you know that history did not ascribe the American Revolution to Paine, and apparently Adams was mistaken. Well, this course is to demonstrate that Adams was not mistaken, and that the short-term evaluation by those historians who made axe-grinding personal diatribes and had personal reasons not to admit that Paine was the true author of this revolution, And I might hint later in this course as to what I think some of the reasons are why he got written out of history temporarily, which is being rectified. This course is one of the instruments of rectification, and also the book I'm reading you from is another instrument of rectification. Now, I'd like to read you a quotation from James Cheatham. Now, if you think that John Adams didn't like Thomas Paine, James Cheatham, who is well named, he is some foul little scum who waited for Thomas Paine to die so that he could write a scurrilous, libelous biography of Thomas Paine, and waited only for him to die and published it a few months after his death. Didn't dare publish it while he was alive for fear of being branded as a liar and a cheater, but after his death he published a scurrilous and totally false biography of Thomas Paine, which is part of the reason why it was written out of history, because this was an early biography of Paine and it misrepresented Paine. Yet even this foul-mouthed, scurrilous author had this much to say for Paine. I'm quoting from probably his bitterest enemy in life. He wrote about Paine, quote, "Speaking a language which the colonists felt but not thought, its popularity, it being common sense, its popularity, terrible in its consequences to the parent country, was unexampled in the history of the press." End of quote. Now that is written by the most dangerous and foul-mouthed enemy that Thomas Paine ever incurred in his life. In 1791, James Madison sent President Jefferson, except that he wasn't president at that time. There's an anachronism in the book. I'm reading directly from the book. He sent him a copy of the Rights of Man with the request that the book be returned, as it was Madison's only copy, and he intended to have it printed. In returning the book, Jefferson wrote about Rights of Man, which is a later book of Thomas Paine. That's the one he wrote in England, which caused the commotion I referred to before. And this is Jefferson. Quote, "I am extremely pleased to find it will be reprinted here," meaning America, "and that something is at length to be publicly said against the political heresies which have sprung up among us. I have no doubt our citizens will rally a second time around the standard of common sense," unquote. Common sense was Paine's nickname by then. By that time, everyone knew he wrote it. And he had that for a nickname the rest of his life, which he incidentally enjoyed very much, and he helped spread the image. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what is in this remarkable pamphlet, Common Sense? Well, I'll tell you. I'll just read you a few extracts just to give you a flavor of it. For example, it says in the introduction, "The cause of America is in a great measure the cause of all mankind." Now, that is something which can grasp the vitals of any human being, whether he's smart or not, whether he's a man on the street or whether he's George Washington or Thomas Jefferson. These people were thinking of their little cause as, well, we don't like the British king, let's get him to stop quartering troops in our houses, let's get him to stop levying taxes, let's stop him from taxing our tea or our interfering with our navigation and our trade with South America and Europe. One of the gripes that the colonists had, of course, as you probably know, was that if an American merchant wanted to trade with someone in France, he had to go through England to do it and thereby have a three-quarter trade, and the British would get their little profits from the trade, whereas they had nothing to do with trading between America and France. And if Americans wanted to trade with the West Indies, they had to do this with the British state interfering and so forth. So the Americans looked upon this as their own petty grievance. And Paine was not a petty man. He did not think in terms of provincial issues and trivialities as how this little grievance affects this little individual. The cause of America is in a great measure the cause of all mankind. That's the flavor of the entire pamphlet. And then he says, "Perhaps the sentiments contained in the following pages are not yet sufficiently fashionable to procure them general favor. A long habit of not thinking a thing wrong gives it a superficial appearance of being right, and raises at first a formidable outcry in defense of custom. But the tumult soon subsides. Time makes more converts than reason." There is one of the key things in achieving freedom, that last statement. Time makes more converts than reason. You're not going to reasonably convert the masses to freedom, because any more than you can reasonably convert the masses to the theory of relativity, and for the same reason, they won't understand either. But time, with the effect of the intellectuals of the period were the Jeffersons and the Washingtons and the Franklins and the Madisons. With their aid, time will make more converts than reason. Paine had, for example, the following to say in Common Sense. This, I think, is rather one of the most astute observations ever made. Some writers have so confounded society with government as to leave little or no distinction between them, whereas they are not only different, but have different origins. Society is produced by our wants and government by our wickedness. The former promotes our happiness positively by uniting our affections, the latter negatively by restraining our vices. The one encourages intercourse, the other creates distinctions. The first is a patron, the last a punisher. I might add, for those of you who've taken the advanced courses of the Free Enterprise Institute, that Paine and I are not using the word government in the same way here. What he calls government, I call state, and what he calls society, I call government. But with that understanding, and I only made that point for those who have taken our more advanced courses, he has made the proper distinction between government and state, except he calls them respectively society and government. The more advanced version of government and state is originally provided by Albert J. Nock, who criticized Thomas Paine for this, by the way. Society in every state, and I'm going on and I'm using Paine's usage of society and government. Society in every state is a blessing. But government, even in its best state, is but a necessary evil, which I don't agree with, by the way. There are no necessary evils, and that's an error of Paine. If it's necessary, it isn't evil, and if it's evil, it isn't necessary, and that's proven in our longer courses. But I'm just reading you what Paine says. In its worst state, an intolerable one. For when we suffer, or are exposed to the same miseries by a government which we might expect in a country without government, our calamity is heightened by reflecting that we furnish the means by which we suffer. Government, like dress, is the badge of lost innocence. The palaces of kings are built on the ruins of the bowers of paradise. For were the impulses of conscience clear, uniform, and irresistibly obeyed, man would need no other lawgiver, but that not being the case, he finds it necessary to surrender up a part of his property to furnish means for the protection of the rest. And this he is induced to do by the same prudence which in every other case advises him out of two evils to choose the least. Wherefore, security being the true design and end of government, it unanswerably follows that whatever form thereof appears most likely to ensure it to us with the least expense and greatest benefit is preferable to all others. There's an awful lot of prophecy here about what a proper social structure looks like, except with certain remarks, as I made before. Certain words are not used precisely the same way as I do today, but basically a little more rectification of semantics, and I think even he wouldn't have said it that way. Now, let me read you a few other rather apropos quotations from Thomas Paine's Common Sense. I'm skipping an awful lot. I'm just reading you a few samples so you get a flavor of the gist of this remarkable and very historic pamphlet. I might say that I don't think that there's ever been a larger historical effect from his few words as this 50-page pamphlet has had. Now, here's the real substance of it. Here's the real revolution. Thomas Paine didn't like King George, as I have remarked. And if you read the Declaration of Independence's part that I didn't read you before, and I don't read it in this course, it's too long, you should read it. A big diatribe, a tirade against the British king and his roughnecks behavior with respect to the American colonists. There's no room for doubt that Thomas Paine did not enjoy Mr. George of Hanover's behavior. That's George III. But, lest you believe this was a personal vendetta against a man he did not like, common sense leaves no room for doubt. It was not George III he was against. It was kings, period. Kings with a small k. Any king. What right does a man have to rule another? That's the point he had to say. And let me read this part to you. This is beautiful. If we inquire into the business of a king, we shall find that in some countries they have none. And after sauntering away their lives without pleasure to themselves or advantage to the nation, withdraw from the scene and leave their successors to tread the same idle ground. In absolute monarchies, the whole weight of business, civil and military, lies on the king. The children of Israel, in their request for a king, urge this plea, quote, that he may judge us and go out before us and fight our battles, unquote. But in countries where he is neither a judge nor a general, as in England, a man will be puzzled to know what is his business. See, the original concept of a tribal chief was he is the biggest powerful warrior. Well, that's at least some justification. Not a good one, but at least he has something to do. He's a general. He leads his people in the war. But where he's not even a general, as in England, What the hell is he doing? Is Paine's asking. There's another paragraph in between which I'll leave out, and I'll read you the next paragraph. He writes, in England, a king hath little... Please note the word hath. Significance of that will come out later. In England, a king hath little more to do than to make war and give away places. Which... You apply that to more modern times, I presume. In England, a king hath little more to do than to make war and give away places, which in plain terms is to impoverish the nation and set it together by the ears. A pretty business indeed for a man to be allowed 800,000 sterling a year for and worshipped into the bargain. Of more worth is one honest man to society and in the sight of God than all the crowned ruffians who ever lived. Now please note, his attitude was that any man who wears a crown is ipso facto a ruffian, because he has no other business than to command people which he has no business doing in the first place. And you see that his attitude was a universal one. What do we need kings for? That's an idea that never occurred to the colonists. But it occurred to Paine. It occurred to a few other people in history, but Paine brought it to reality in America. It occurred to a number of people before Paine. I don't maintain here that Paine is the first man to think this way, but Paine is the first one to bring it to fruition in a real-world manner. Then he writes, and please note the beauty of his language, the eloquence. This is what reaches the masses, even though it also reaches the intellectuals. The sun never shined on a cause of greater worth. 'Tis not the affair of a city, a county, a province, or a kingdom, but of a continent, of at least 1/8 part of the habitable globe. 'Tis not the concern of a day, a year, or an age. Posterity are virtually involved in this contest, and will be more or less affected even to the end of time by the proceedings now. Now is the seed time of continental union, faith, and honor. The least fracture now will be like a name engraved, with the point of a pin on the tender rind of a young oak. The wound will enlarge with the tree, and posterity read it in full-grown characters. Paine saw the historical implication of what was happening. This was not a minor skirmish between one thug and another, between one general and another, between one army and another. This was something which had a principle behind it. Who rules? And he said, there should be no king. Man should rule himself. Now, he made a mistake at this point, which I shall not pursue in this short course, and he thought the solution is, if man rules himself, the way to do it is to elect his own representatives, and then if he picks the men to rule him that he wants, then he will be free. Now, that's an error, but I'm not going into this at this moment, but at least he recognized that the idea that one man should rule another is out. That is a revolutionary concept. Not the kicking out of King George and replacing him with King Charles or George Washington or somebody else. Not the rectification of grievances, the taxes with representation, but the fact that kings don't belong in a world. Then for those people who argue that America is too little, too weak, too poor to make it alone, and this was a big argument in those days. When a man like Samuel Adams preached independence before Paine, it fell on deaf ears. Why? Because the argument was easily believed, which almost everyone said, well, America is in no position to declare independence. We're too poor. It was an underdeveloped country. I want you to understand that point, ladies and gentlemen. You think of underdeveloped countries in the Congo these days. At that time, the American colonies were one of the most underdeveloped areas in the world. There was nothing here. Just a few minor cities on the eastern seaboard, a little town called New York, and a little town called Philadelphia, and a little town called Boston, and these were little towns by European city standards. They were little towns with rather defective architecture, and beyond these little towns, on the eastern seaboard, there was a continent of wilderness with practically nobody there. A complete wilderness. Nothing was developed. It took days to go between, let's say, Philadelphia and Boston. Not hours, not minutes, days. You have to be a pretty hardy horseback rider, I might add. Otherwise it might have been weeks. If you were a dainty lady in the carriage, it might take you weeks. This was an underdeveloped country. And the Americans believed they were too weak economically to afford the risk of severing relations with the mighty Great Britain, sovereign of the ocean. Great Britain was the master of the world's oceans then. And it was a great power. They were afraid to break loose from Great Britain. It was too highly advantageous to be associated with the world power that Great Britain was. Well, here's what Paine had to say on that subject. And this is what convinced the American colonists that the arguments against independence have no merit whatsoever. Much has been said of the united strength of Britain and the colonies, that in conjunction they might bid defiance to the world. But this is mere presumption. The fate of war is uncertain. Neither do the expressions mean anything. For this continent would never suffer itself to be drained of inhabitants to support the British arms in either Asia, Africa, or Europe. Besides, what do we do with setting the world at defiance? Our plan is commerce, and that, well attended to, will secure us the peace and friendship of all Europe, because it is the interest of all Europe to have America a free part. That's more advanced than most American politicians have today, the concept of free trade. No interferences with trade. Her trade, that's America's trade, her trade will always be a protection, and her barrenness of gold and silver secure her from invaders. I challenge the warmest advocate for reconciliation to show a single advantage that this continent can reap by being connected with Great Britain. I repeat the challenge. Not a single advantage is derived. Our corn will fetch its price in any market in Europe, and our imported goods must be paid for by them where we will. But the injuries and disadvantages we sustain by that connection are without number, and our duty to mankind at large, as well as to ourselves, instruct us to renounce the alliance, because any submission to or dependence on Great Britain tends directly to involve this continent in European wars and quarrels, and sets us at variance with nations who would otherwise seek our friendship, and against whom we have neither anger nor complaint. As Europe is our market for trade, we ought to form no partial connection with any part of it. It is the true interest of America to steer clear of European contentions, which she can never do, while by her dependence on Britain she is made the make weight in the scale of British politics. Europe is too thickly planted with kingdoms to be long at peace. How do you like that, Fred? Europe is too thickly planted with kingdoms to be long at peace. And whenever a war breaks out between England and any foreign power, the trade of America goes to ruin because of her connection with Britain. In short, he was not an advocate of connection with Britain. If you didn't get anything else out of that quotation, I suppose you get that out of it. There are other places where Thomas Paine refers to the King of England by endearing terms, which made this thing sell like wildfire. One of the terms he used to refer to the King of England was the Royal Brute of Britain. And he never referred to him as our most gracious sovereign as the Delaware Assembly did. And sometimes, when he was in a more charitable manner, he sometimes referred to him as the sullen-tempered Pharaoh of Britain. That terminology, by the way, fits more than one person today, the sullen-tempered Pharaoh. Paine made it very clear that kingship means rulership. And he made it clear with such little innuendos like as this. You don't have to use expressions like sullen-tempered Pharaoh or royal brute to convince Benjamin Franklin. All you need is logic. But to convince the masses, you might try this once in a while. Paine was pretty successful with this, and here's the end product. Declaration of Independence, which I have not yet proven he wrote, but this certainly inspired it, because this changed the entire flavor of the colonies from reconciliation to independence. And this Declaration of Independence followed in less than 6 months. But that didn't win. There were many times after that things were going badly. For example, even after the Declaration of Independence, it seemed very likely that Britain would still win the war. You know, they had pretty heavy armaments and pretty big navy, and fortunately for the American colonists, the British were also tied up in India at the time, and fortunately for the American colonists, the British made a poor value judgment on the subject, or what in the Free Enterprise Institute is usually called PVJ, poor value judgment, and he decided that India is more important than the American colonies, and he expended more effort in fighting in India than in the colonies. So actually the colonies did not have an easy time of it. And although General Washington was a pretty fine fellow, as I have more than once indicated this evening, he wasn't the great general we think of him as. He almost was fired at one time by the Continental Congress. How many of you have heard about that in your school books. He was almost discharged for incompetence at one time by the Continental Congress. I wonder if you know who helped save his job. Thomas Paine wrote an essay addressed to the Continental Congress, giving the reasons why it would be more advantageous not to fire Washington in favor of some other general like Nathaniel Greene or somebody like that. I just mentioned that in passing, that the war was not mainly won because of Washington's military brilliance, but rather because circumstances ultimately favored the colonists, and one of the reasons was that they held out long enough against very bad odds. Under most circumstances, they would have deserted. You know, they weren't well paid. The American army was not well paid. They were most of the time hungry. They were most of the time cold. There were no taxes to support the army. Did you know that? I think it's rather significant. The only really important war this country ever fought, the one which produced our independence and initial thrust towards freedom, was fought without a state and without a conscription army and without taxation to support it. There were no federal taxes because there was no federal state. There were only local states, and they didn't have the power to tax the whole nation. And there was no conscription. It was a volunteer army, and pretty soon these volunteers weren't as enthusiastic after they were hungry for 6 months as they were the day they enlisted. And so they started deserting. And on more than one occasion, it was something else that prevented them from deserting and made them stay. One of the things was occasional essays by Thomas Paine, the first of which was December 23rd, 1776, when things were going real badly for Washington. This is the first crisis paper. They were numbered, and there were about 13 of them, same as the number of colonies. And together they're called the crisis. Well, they came out one by one at various times of crisis. And these words are very famous, but usually without any meaning attributed to them. These are the times that try men's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will in this crisis shrink from the service of his country, but he that stands it now deserves the love and thanks of man and woman. Tyranny like hell is not easily conquered, yet we have this consolation with us, that the harder the conflict, the more glorious the triumph. What we obtain too cheap, we esteem too lightly. 'Tis dearness only that gives everything its value. Heaven knows how to put a proper price upon its goods, and it would be strange indeed if so celestial an article as freedom should not be highly rated. There's many more pages to this, but that's all I plan to read at the moment. I'd like to point out that contained in that short passage, besides its stirring words, which kept the morale of very disgruntled troops up at a time when they needed it the most, I might also add that he wrote this on a drum with a musket across his knees. As a matter of fact, he wrote this in Morristown, New Jersey, where there is a statue to him at this time in that pose. 3 days later, or 2 days later, was the famous crossing of the Delaware by George Washington after he read this to his troops, and they had this food behind them, this intellectual food in their system. And then he crossed the Delaware and took Trenton. All of you, I'm sure, read about the crossing of the Delaware and the taking of Trenton on Christmas Eve in 1776, which was one of the early and not too frequent victories of the Americans. I'd like to point out to you that this is what made it possible. And these things don't make history books as much as military accomplishments. Those troops were pretty disgruntled at the time, but this cheered them up. There are many other cases where Paine's writing came to the aid of the colonies. I can quite certainly claim that without having written the crisis papers, probably the war would have been lost. There are other things which I won't bring up at the moment. If I have some time, I might mention how he financially saved the revolution, or more accurately, the war for independence, from a defeat in 1780, when money ran out and the troops were not paid, and when even the states couldn't pay them. It was a private bank that saved the financial aspects of the war for independence. And that private bank came into existence through the efforts of Thomas Paine. If I have time, I'll give it to you in more detail. If not, we'll let it go at this. The point, it was the Bank of Pennsylvania, which was later called the Bank of North America, which was the first incorporated bank in America. It was this private bank that financially saved from destruction the war for independence. Not a federal state, not taxation. And I think you should think about that as more than of passing importance. The fact that you can, in times of crisis, meet that crisis without compulsion and coercion. Now, I'd like to emphasize that all through this American war for independence, Paine did what he did because this was, from his perspective, the right thing to do. He never did this for political reasons. He never sought political office in his entire life. He held two in his life, neither of which he solicited. They were both thrust on him, and his only mistake was that he accepted it. He never sought political office in his life, and I want to point out he did more than all the people who did. I want to emphasize that the development of what is now called the American Revolution has led to a higher standard of living in this country than any nation has ever experienced. This is not because we made a better form of state or government. It is because we had less of it. There's a big distinction there. We did not ever have a better government or state in this country than any nation else before us or since that time. We had less of it. And we had less of it because of the philosophy of the Declaration of Independence, which even the politicians couldn't completely water down to zero. Now it's coming to the end. It's been 200 years nearly. But if we make it 10 more years, it'll be 200 years. And we lasted this long, coasting downstream, or downhill rather, from a remarkable achievement which was not coercive. It was not because of a war, but in spite of a war. It happened after the war began. The war did not create the separation. It did not create the independence. It did not create the freedom. What freedom we have ever had in this country is because there has been less coercive instrumentality available to interfere with individual incentive. I'd like to emphasize that Thomas Paine's whole philosophy was that of an individualist. He was completely, from beginning to end, a source of individual strength, as a tower of personal strength himself. There was no question in his mind ever of attempting to solve world problems by collective effort. There is no place in any of his writings that you will find any reference to solving problems by group effort or by community will or by community decision, unless you include the voting process, which he did advocate. But that was an error, not a belief. In other words, he believed that man would thereby be able to control his own destiny by voting for his own representatives. But it was an individual vote he was thinking in terms of. As a matter of fact, since the expression public welfare, general welfare, is so much public good, is so much in the news and general mentality of the present time, let me give you Thomas Paine's definition of public good, which is completely right. I don't have it verbatim here, but it's something like this. The public good is the individual good multiplied by the number of inhabitants. That concept of public good is not the same as we have today. In other words, the public good concept today is the individual be hanged, literally. Forget the individual. The individual must be subordinated to the interests of the group, the society, the will of the masses. And no man is bigger than his society, and therefore he must be made to bend to the will of the masses. That is the concept of public good or general welfare we employ today. It is in striking contrast with Paine's concept of public good, which I fully endorse. It is the individual good multiplied by the number of inhabitants. Now, Thomas Paine is the founder of an ideological movement which in turn led to a new social structure which has become a political republic, to be sure, but which was in its motivational principles different from the ordinary political framework of reference, namely man taking orders from those in authority. We did go astray, and in the third session I'll explain exactly where we got off the track and how we went in the wrong direction. But the basic principle of the American Revolution was that of an individualistic one, wherein man is sovereign over his own life and that which follows from his life. And I might also add that everywhere Paine was a defender of the concept of personal private property. That is in very interesting contrast with the way he has been abused by some historians and some fiction writers, notably a creep of our times called Howard Fast. Now, if you have heard of Thomas Paine, it is more than likely you have heard of him through Howard Fast, who wrote a monstrous book called Citizen Tom Paine. Well, that, of course, is a reason why many people have a false impression of both Thomas Paine and the significance of that time. Howard Fast was a card-carrying communist. That's not name-calling. He was a self-professing, self-called communist. And he wrote a book in which it was actually a work of fiction, in which he made it appear as though Thomas Paine was a communist, 200 years ahead of his time, or 150 years ahead of his time, ahead of Marx and things like this. This is false. Thomas Paine never advocated any version of group control. He was the most supreme individualist that ever walked this earth. And nothing in his writings and nothing in his action could ever be in any way designated as a collective mentality. However, it is easy for those who are communists to use such men as tools. After all, like James Cheatham found after Paine was dead, a few months later, he could write or publish a scurrilous biography, and Paine wasn't around to refute it. Well, a century and a half later, Howard Fast writes an even worse thing, and no one is around to refute it. Well, I'm refuting it. I'm pointing out that nothing in that matches reality. But it's easy, and I want to point this out. It is easy for communists, and this is not just restricted to Paine. It is generally true of communists throughout the world, not merely in America, to take national heroes, wherever they may be, from the past, and try to rewrite their biographies to make it look as though they were antecedents of communism. This happened in every country. This happened in England, in France, in Hungary, in Germany. National heroes have been fictitiously rewritten in their false biographies to make it look as though they were advocating what they were not. And Paine was an especially easy victim of this, because he came from a poor family of common parentage, not an English lord or a rich industrialist. He was of common parentage, unlike Jefferson, who was an aristocrat, and Washington, who was an aristocrat, and the various Massachusetts American colonists who became famous as Paul Revere and Samuel Adams and John Hancock. All of these men were businessmen of rather great success and wealth. Paine was not penniless, but very poor individual from a common parentage. He had no formal education beyond grade school, and for this reason, it was easy to latch on to him and make it look as though he were a proletarian, which is false. Proletarianism is not a class distinction. It's a voluntary matter. A man can be born the son of a millionaire and still choose proletarianism as a way of life. That is subordinating your mind to your emotion. And Paine was not a proletarian. The fact of the matter is, the socialists and communists take such men and easily distort them. Why they have even done a good job on such men as Jefferson and on Lincoln. If you know, the communists in 1936, the American communists sent a brigade to fight in Spain, and it was called the Abraham Lincoln Brigade. They didn't bother to ask permission from anyone to call it that, but they figured the name Abraham Lincoln is in the public domain, and they called a bunch of communist hoodlums the Abraham Lincoln Brigade. Other authors have done similar things to Jefferson. Why, they have even come around to start working in on that aristocrat of aristocrats, George Washington. If you look at the most recent 5-cent stamp that the U.S. state, or more commonly referred to as U.S. government, has put out, the most recent 5-cent stamp makes George Washington look as a common laborer, whereas his earlier stamps show him as the aristocrat that he was. But this is a tendency that they're trying to make everyone appear to be as low grade and low down as possible. I want to emphasize this in case you ever ran across such writings, such interpretations, and such misrepresentations of Paine. If you read Paine and not that of his scurrilous and totally false biographers, but read rather his own writings as the best source, there is absolutely nothing that is anti-property in any one of them. He is pro-private property from beginning to end, and that is the beginning of a capitalist philosophy. The second and third sessions I'll continue.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The second session of this course on Thomas Paine's authorship of the Declaration of Independence and the significance to the 20th century individuals who are interested in the quest for freedom and survival is mainly going to be on Paine himself. I want to go into a biographical sketch of Paine in the first part of the session, followed by in the second part, a discussion of the significance of this man's work with respect to the achievement of the American movement for independence and freedom. The two, as I have already remarked in the first session, are not the same thing. Independence and freedom are not the same thing. And they are, however, both worthwhile, but Paine's achievement accomplished both on a short-term basis for America. And I want to explain, based upon what I said in the first session, and also upon the biographical outline that I'm going to present now, what the significance of this unique individual's achievement is in the history of the world. The third session next time will involve something even deeper, what the significance of both the American Revolution as a philosophical and practical concept, together with Paine's achievement in creating the American Revolution, how these things combine to afford a clue as to 20th century strategy for those who plan to survive the present mess. And first of all, some people are not even aware there is a mess, so a person who doesn't know there is a problem obviously cannot solve a non-existent problem. However, unlike the situation that some people fail to recognize, if they do not recognize the problem, that doesn't mean there is no problem. It just means that they are not able to solve it. The problem of survival, of course, confronts even those who don't recognize it. Now, as I remarked last time, Paine was an Englishman by birth and later became an American, not so much by adoption as by creating the country for which he could call himself a citizen. He's an unusual immigrant in the sense that his creativity involved the creation of the country, which later made it possible for him to be a citizen thereof. Moreover, that same country turned out to be exceedingly ungrateful to its founder. Now, when Paine left England in 1774, I have already remarked, he personally was a totally unknown individual with seemingly little promise. What promise he had was recognized probably by only two individuals at the time. Paine himself, who had a fire in him that could not be quenched and could not be squelched. And, as I say, the one individual in England whom he met was Benjamin Franklin, who probably recognized his value, at least partially, I guess not fully, until later. Franklin had plenty to be proud of in his later life for having introduced Paine to America and America to Paine, and he recognized this. The same Franklin later wrote, "Others can fight for us, but only Thomas Paine can write the English language for us." And apparently Franklin recognized his major achievement with Paine later. In his earliest years of youth, there's very little known about Paine other than the fact that he was born the son of a Quaker. The occupation of his father was that of a staymaker, which is a corset maker. And in the European tradition, in the so-called lower classes, those who are born into a given family are not very likely to achieve great heights above the status where they have initiated their existence. And it is customary, if not mandatory, that the course of least resistance is that the son follows in the footsteps of his father. If his father is a serf, he'll be a serf. If his father is a farmer, he'll be a farmer. If his father is a tradesman, he'll be a tradesman. And, of course, this was no exception in Paine's case. His father expected him to be a staymaker. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if there is one occupation in this world that does not suit the character of Thomas Paine, that is making corsets for women. Or for anybody else. This is not the dish of tea that Thomas Paine enjoyed, and at an early age he ran away from home. He ran away to sea. His father caught him as he was aboard a ship prior to its sailing. And it is fortunate for history that his father caught him, because that ship got into a battle wherein most of the crew was killed, and it is likely that he might have been amongst them. He later again ran away to sea some years later, and very little is known about it, other than the fact that he did go finally and made one cruise. He didn't have much schooling, and of course this in the formal state sense, and this imposed no handicap upon his career, as everyone can plainly see. His so-called schooling was that of grade school. He obviously didn't learn to write the way he did in an English grammar school. He finally did become a staymaker apprentice for a short time. He didn't last. This was predictable. He knocked around and did various other things. He tutored. Not having gone to school, he wasn't handicapped too much, so he was able to find occasional tutoring jobs for wealthier persons' children. And since the state in those days was not as obviously coercive as today, they did not require teaching credentials, and so he was able to do this. By the way, Paine didn't see it that way, that the state wasn't coercive. He, being a more sensitive individual than today's thick-skinned individuals who will put up with practically anything, he thought he was living under the height of tyranny. He never lived in the 20th century, so he had very little to compare it with other than other nations, but he wasn't very well lettered, and he didn't know too much about history, and he didn't know how much worse it was, for example, in other parts of Europe than England, and how much still worse it was, for example, in Asia. Later he learned this, but presumably not at an early age. He also held a rather peculiar position for a very short while, which was that of exciseman, which means tax collector. The circumstances of his dismissal are somewhat in doubt, but it is apparent that he was dismissed for some kind of a act of negligence, wherein he probably let some poor taxpayer go by without paying as much in taxes as the state thought he should be paying, and he had some kind of they had some kind of practice amongst excisemen whereby they would just stamp approval upon something or other without too much inspection. If they were caught, they were in for it, and that's apparently something, according to, somewhere in this direction, this is what Thomas Paine did, apparently. Anyhow, he was dismissed. The thing that is quite peculiar about the situation of his exciseman role is that, for some reason or other, which I have never been able to understand, he wanted the job back. And he made a petition to the British state expressing humble apologies for his conduct while he was an exciseman and begging for their favor to take him back. And this is incidentally one of the most nauseating letters I've ever read in my entire life. And as a matter of fact, it's in this book, and you can read this. This is in it's called Tom Paine, America's Godfather. This by no means is the only biography of Thomas Paine. There are well over a dozen. But I consider this to be the most readable and probably the most accurate, except for Moncure D. Conway's very old book on Thomas Paine, which dates back to the 19th century, and Conway's biography is the most accurate biography ever written because this man made a very exhaustive research on Paine's life, and Conway's biography is the basis for Woodward's biography in terms of the facts, but Woodward's is more up-to-date and more readable, but the facts are based upon the more authoritative and scholarly and older work of Conway. In any event, to return to this letter, which is in this book, I shan't take time to read it, but it's really almost breathtakingly nauseating, if that's a good combination of terms. It just makes you wonder how this letter could have been written by the same man who, in about 10 years later, was to write the Declaration of Independence. And as a matter of fact, if you do analyze the inconsistency and the rather marked and sharp contrast between the two, the only explanation that could arise is that Paine was a very suppressed and coercively squelched individual in England, and this probably bothered him how poorly he behaved while in England. And when he came to America, probably his psychological release from bondage, intellectual bondage, was so strong that he went to such great pains to make it clear that he was atoning for that, perhaps. I might even go so far as to suggest the possibility that the Declaration of Independence is his atonement for his subservient and humble letter penned to the British state to take him back as exciseman 10 years earlier. The long and the short of that pitch was that after a long delay where they kept him on the hook and and he had to stand in waiting for it, he finally did get his job as exciseman back. Meanwhile, he had other things to do. I mean, while he had to wait, he got married. I should have mentioned he had been earlier married and lost his wife in childbirth, and that was in his youth. And then he was a widower. And then later he married again the daughter of a tobacconist. And this was the period of time when he was waiting to be reinstated as an exciseman. And the tobacconist died, and he married his daughter, who was somewhat older than Thomas Paine. That is, the wife was older than Paine, and it probably was a marriage of convenience or a marriage of just plain, how shall I say, pity for this girl who was an old maid, and he was, you might say, a boarder in someone's house, and maybe they were just lonely. No one really knows, because his personal life is one of the big mysteries. One doesn't know whatever happened to them, because, as I mentioned last time, he ultimately left her when he came to America, and he never saw her again, although he kept sending her money from time to time anonymously, and she wasn't bright enough to know where it came from, because she didn't know whether he was alive or dead, as I have pointed out 20 years later when he was the center of attraction in England. However, be that as it may, this probably was not a very good marriage, but it did happen, and he became a tobacconist during part of these years. And as happened with his other occupations, he wasn't successful at it. The shop failed. It went under, which means he wasn't a particularly good entrepreneur. That isn't perhaps a fair statement, actually. We don't know what Thomas Paine would have done launching rocket ships, but selling tobacco, I guess, does not command the attention of a mind like this any more than making corsets. And so, anyhow, that was not enough to fill his life, and he neglected the shop, and ultimately it went under too, and meanwhile he got his job back as an exciseman. The only time he apparently shined at all in his earlier years while in England was occasionally he would be involved in various debates with certain other men who frequented taverns together, and he, I think, belonged to an organization called the Headstrong Club or something like that, and he got the award for being the most headstrong character there because he was always probably rated as the man most argumentative and most likely to alienate others, and not say the things that are just proper in polite circles and polite society. Well, anyhow, this individual, in his various knockings about in England, the various activities that he performed, all of them totally meaningless, all of them totally unlucrative financially, unrewarding intellectually to him, which occupied, as I say, his first 37 years. There is one thing that did occupy his time, which was of great value to him, and which subsequently bore great fruit. He had a passion for knowledge in science. He was dying of curiosity. He had an insatiable appetite for knowledge about the physical universe. He, being brought up as a Quaker, did not study Latin and Greek and the so-called classics the way other educated men of his period. Please remember, Thomas Paine was a very educated man, but not in the schooling sense. I said he left school, and I made a few facetious remarks about his lack of schooling, but that should not be construed to mean he was not educated. He was very highly educated, self-educated, as all great men are in the ultimate analysis, except that his education did not extend to knowledge of the classics, that means ancient, knowledge of antiquity. That was the real knowledge of the time, what the Greeks and the Romans had done, because that was the height of civilization prior to the 18th century. He did not know Latin, he did not know Greek, because this is something the Quakers do not believe in teaching their children, and having a Quaker father, he just was in the position of having had that denied to him in his formal education, and he never cultivated any interest in it on his own. He also was rather deficient in his knowledge of history, his readings of history. He was quite deficient on the so-called classics. But what did fascinate him was the great revolution of the 17th century, which is the greatest revolution of all time, the only real revolution that ever occurred in the history of the human race. That is the Newtonian revolution of the mind, the one that recognized that man as a rational being is capable of comprehending the laws of the universe. There were individuals in the wake of the great Isaac Newton who were able to recognize that men are not only able to recognize the laws of nature as they pertain to inanimate objects, but that they are also ultimately capable of grasping the nature of man's own personal, volitional being, nature. And that the application of the same rational concepts of seeking the relationships between cause and effect can, if pursued with enough energy and with enough creative imagination, ultimately lead to principles governing human behavior. The first major offshoot of Newtonian physics in this direction was by the well-known John Locke. Also, independently and across the channel, on the other side of the English Channel, the great philosopher Baruch Spinoza was developing many concepts of modern freedom and liberalism. And these two men, Spinoza and Locke, were the forerunners of the modern world of freedom. It is questionable in my mind that Paine ever read either Spinoza or Locke directly, because, as I say, this is not the area his learning spread to, but he was, of course, indirectly influenced by the fact that he, living a century later, was obviously under the influence of a large number of events which had by that time substantially changed the intellectual climate of all people, and so he, living in an intellectual climate, was indirectly influenced by both Spinoza and Locke, whether he personally knew it or not. As a matter of fact, there was an awful lot of equivalence between his work and that of Spinoza and Locke. In any event, Thomas Paine, what he did do with his spare time and with what little spare cash he could save up from his various forms of menial activities for earning a living, he used to spend what little money and time he had in attending lectures in astronomy and physics and mathematics, except physics wasn't called physics in those days, it was called natural philosophy. And he used to attend all the lectures he could take in on such subjects. And he bought books on those subjects. And he bought orreries and other astronomical aids and models for the study of the universe. He, of course, was very knowledgeable about Copernican astronomy at a time when most people were not even aware that this concept existed or its significance. He was actually a very well-versed individual on physical science. This is of no accidental or passing importance. This is of great significance for the purpose of the philosophy taught in this course. And it is significant that this is the area of Thomas Paine's greatest knowledge and greatest interest. It is also important to point out, as I shall again, that all of the people who added to the philosophy of freedom and what ultimately became called the American Revolution, all of the major contributors of ideas and factual effort that went into the American Revolution were Newtonian scholars of one form or another, not all as deeply as Paine. But Jefferson was, Franklin even more deeply, Voltaire, who was a French philosopher of the early 18th century, early and middle 18th century, he was Newton's translator and popularizer into French. I think Voltaire even knew Newton. I believe that they had met. And obviously Locke, I already mentioned that. He was the one that started this chain of events moving. Locke was actually a friend of Newton, if you can imagine that either of those two cold men could have friends. But they were very personally or philosophically close, Locke and Newton. All the individuals who added to what is now called the 18th century movement of enlightenment and freedom were Newtonian scholars. This is highly significant for reasons that I shall be pressing later in this short course. Paine was no exception. If anything, he was in the foreground. He probably knew more about physics and mathematics than any man in America other than Benjamin Franklin. This was his greatest asset, and this was his tower of strength. He was a man of great logic. Although he could write with emotional vigor to sway the masses, he never surrendered logical argumentation in his quest for popularization and reaching the majority of the people with writings that sweep the imagination and excite the public fancy. He never surrendered or compromised logic. And this, of course, comes easily to men who understand physical science and mathematics. Bearing in mind that that was his greatest asset, let's pass on to his experiences when he came to America and thereafter. Thomas Paine, after his second position as an exciseman, that is, after his reinstatement, he finally got fired a second time. This time for something even worse than the first time. First time he was probably just plain negligent in attending to his duties because they were so exciting, of course, that he probably cared not too much about them. But the second time he got into real trouble. This time, after he had promised to be on good behavior in that nauseating letter that I referred to, after he had promised this, he somehow didn't manage to remember it too long, because after a while the excisemen of England, other than he himself, were collectively as a body quite unhappy because they considered themselves to be underpaid. You know, the same kind of jazz that you hear these days from the rabble. They were underpaid, and they were grumbling that they ought to be paid higher wages and blah, blah, blah. And they wanted a spokesman to represent them before British Parliament. Well, you know who got the nod on this, and I guess he didn't have to be pushed too hard because this was his first writing experience. He wrote a strong essay directed to the British Parliament, which was the case of the excisemen in pressing for better wages and so forth. I might add, is my own personal editorial on the subject, that whatever they were paid is more than they were worth, including Thomas Paine in this position, because that's a job he shouldn't have been in. But anything you pay a tax collector is more than it's worth by the amount that he's paid. In other words, his services are worth nothing, in case the subtlety escaped anyone. Be more explicit. Paine being one at the time, couldn't see it that way, and he wrote a rather strong essay on it, which was never published, but it was sent to the Parliament, and the only immediate effect it had is he got fired again, which let me publicly thank the British state for doing this noble act of firing Thomas Paine. Had they not fired him, it's conceivable he might have died in England as a tax collector. But fortunately for the world, he got fired, and therefore he had no visible means of livelihood thereafter, because by this time there was no tobacco store either, and his marriage was on the rocks for reasons that nobody knows and nobody's ever been able to determine, regardless of the more than a dozen biographies that exist. Nothing but the vaguest of guesses are known, and he never discussed his private life with anyone. And so this was the time when he met Benjamin Franklin. And it was not hard for Benjamin Franklin to urge him to go west, because he had no real income in England. He had had a frustrated life. He knew he had talents to use and had no opportunity to use them, and Franklin pointed out to him that he's wasting his life in England and that he really ought to go to a place where he might have some more opportunity. So he left and embarked for America alone, without his wife. As I pointed out, he never saw her again, although he did from time to time send her financial aid anonymously. When he arrived in America after his initial illness, which I mentioned last time, he got on his feet in January of 1775. This was a mere matter of a few months prior to the rebellion that burst upon the American scene on April 19th, 1775. I pointed out in all of the last session that rebellion was not a revolution. It was not even a war for independence. It was just what I called it, a rebellion. A meaningless, purposeless rebellion performed by individual men who were unhappy, dissatisfied under what they called a tyranny. Not having lived under real tyranny later, they wouldn't have any standard of comparison, and they considered their, what I call rather minor irritations, they call that the height of tyranny, and they rebelled. But they didn't know what they were doing. They had no purpose, no goal, other than an ultimate reconciliation with the British state under more favorable terms. We went through that in the first session, so I shan't repeat this. That is when Paine burst upon the historical picture of the world. His first job in America was to become the editor of a rather small and unimportant magazine called the Pennsylvania Magazine, which was financially on the rocks and not doing well as far as circulation or readership is concerned. He started editing this magazine, which means he did everything. It was a one-man show. He was not the owner of it. The owner of it didn't know what to do with it, and was quite under bad circumstances with this magazine financially, and he didn't know exactly. He hired Paine to bail the magazine out, in simple English. Paine did. He became the author of all of its articles, but since it doesn't look well to have a magazine written with only one author writing everything, so I already pointed out that he wrote under a variegated number of pseudonyms, each pseudonym being used for various articles several times, but it made it look as though there were quite a few contributors, but subsequent historical and biographical research reveals that all of the articles, without exception, were written by Thomas Paine, and they were on a variety of subjects, all shaking up the vitals of America. For example, in this first year, you might call this his apprenticeship into ideological strategy, this first year, when he was editing this magazine. He wrote on such subjects, for example, as the emancipation of women. This is rather interesting in view of the fact that his own personal life with women was not too successful. His first wife died in childbirth. His second wife he did not have a good marriage with. It did not, however, embitter him towards women. As a matter of fact, he always had a very high opinion of women, and he got along with them fairly well. But he wrote an article advocating complete equality under the so-called law for the sexes. This was at a time when there was no such thing anywhere on this planet. This was a century and a half before America recognized that in its legal structure, even nominally. I might point out to this day that such advanced and enlightened nations as Switzerland have entirely old-fashioned ideas on this. And, for example, women in Switzerland do not vote. Now, I don't want to go into that at the moment because I'm not advocating that women in Switzerland should vote because, A, I'm not Swiss and it's none of my business to tell them what to do with their country. I'm just making a comment. But even if I were Swiss and I had some proprietary interest in Switzerland, I would still not be advocating that Switzerland should change its laws that they ought to have women vote. I'd rather have them change their laws that nobody voted. And never mind. I might get into a problem on this because one of the conclusions I'll be obviously aiming towards is that what we now call political voting just isn't a solution to the problem of world freedom. But in the more primitive area where you think that this is a solution, at least it is better to assume that if there is such a thing as political voting, then it should not be on a discriminatory basis with respect to, let's say, sexes or other considerations. Well, so this was one of Paine's essays. Another one was a violent denunciation of the British soldier and adventurer Robert Clive, who at this time was undertaking to conquer India on behalf of Great Britain, successfully. And Robert Clive, more than any other individual, is responsible for British India, for India becoming British. And whereas all the Englishmen were just jubilant with admiration for this great Clive who was making Britain the master of India, not this Englishman, not Thomas Paine. There was no admiration for Clive. He denounced him as a butcher and as a criminal for his activities in enslaving several 100 million people long before the Indians had any concept of what independence should mean. They still don't, of course, but we'll let that one pass also. The most important essay he wrote during this period was called African Slavery in America. What he had to say about African slavery establishes his position in this country as the first abolitionist. He stood for no toleration of any form of this evil called slavery. He called a spade by a spade and in no uncertain terms denounced the entire practice as immoral and criminal. This was at a time when it was very fashionable to tolerate this, and of course the entire 13 colonies was geared to the concept and trade, or rather practice of slavery. The southern colonies practiced it actively, and the northern ones inactively. There was slavery in the north too at that time, except it had not been abolished anywhere, in any of the colonies, except that it wasn't as financially or economically feasible to employ slaves in the more industrialized and more or mercantile north compared with the rural and plantation life of the south. But the point is, even in the north where slavery was relatively small as a practice, it was not for moral reasons it was not widespread, nor for legal or political reasons that it was not widespread. It just didn't economically pay off. But it is important to recognize there was no moral denunciation on any widespread basis. There were a few others who didn't like it. As you might guess, Samuel Adams didn't enjoy the concept of slavery. He was the same firebrand who wanted independence for America independently of Thomas Paine, but he didn't get anywhere with either subject. But Paine was the first one to go into print on this subject, and as clearly establishes his position as the first abolitionist. And unlike some other people who stood for a gradual emancipation, to him the thing was so corrupt and so immoral that it was an absolute imperative to get rid of it instantaneously. That is very important as to who wrote the Declaration of Independence, ladies and gentlemen, for very obvious reasons. Jefferson was a slaveholder. But Paine was not only not a slaveholder, but he was completely and irrevocably opposed to this criminal institution. And he was absolutely not the slightest bit under any form of inhibition to express his opposition to it, and he didn't care whether it was politically expedient to speak out against it or not. He was not running for office. He was not seeking popularity contest approval. He was not seeking the approbation of the masses or of any group. He just stood for what he thought was right, and because he had no axe to grind with respect to political expediency, he stood for something which at that time was highly unpopular. Remember, it would totally upset the economic and social structure of the colonies if the abolition concept, the abolition of slavery concept went through. Paine wrote many, many other articles on a diversity of subjects, and it showed him clearly to be a man of very wide range of thinking and with very wide range of thoughts and talents. As I say, this first year in America gave him his first real experience at being an author. The only other thing he had ever written was this case of the excisemen with respect to the petition to the British state, and it is probably well written from the standpoint of writing style, but of course it had a limited value as far as ideology. But that was his first writing experience, and the editorship of the Pennsylvania Magazine was you might say, the place where he really had his baptism of fire to be an author on important subjects. I might at this point quote you one of Thomas Paine's most famous utterances, which fits in nicely with what he later became, a man who stood for various principles with bulldog tenacity, and when he started something, he never let go. He wrote once, "I undertake nothing but what I believe to be right. I abandon nothing that I undertake." And he didn't. When he stood for something, he stood for it forever. Now, he didn't happen to like kings, as you may have heard. Well, the rest of his life was a personal crusade to eliminate monarchy from the face of the earth. It was not just King George he had it in for, and he had every reason to not like the fellow, you know. He didn't like the concept that one man should owe allegiance to another human being. It is degrading to a human being to bow down to another and say, "Your Majesty," or "Our most gracious sovereign," to quote the state of Delaware's report from last session. This is a degrading concept. Human beings to him are independent and equal beings. And the equality, as I emphasized in the Declaration of Independence, is not an equality of ability or character, but an equality before the laws of nature. This is clearly stated in the Declaration of Independence, but widely misquoted and misinterpreted as to stand for economic equality. It stands for equality before the laws of nature. And where a man carries his own talents and abilities, that's his own property. Well, Paine felt and acted consistently in this direction, that no man owes allegiance to another. It was his idea that America should not be a monarchy. It was not Jefferson's idea or anyone else's. I've already pointed this out and given you some documentation from the first session that there was no widespread movement in America prior to Thomas Paine for either independence from Great Britain or for the abolition of monarchy and the substitution, therefore, of a form of social organization wherein independent individuals are sovereign over their government. That was those two things were Paine's addition to the American Rebellion. The original rebellion was merely to rectify grievances against the British state and to make the English king shape up and be a better king. Essentially, that's what the other Americans were fighting for. They were trying to make a better king out of George III. They were trying to tell him, "We don't like the way you are, so we'd like to rectify your conduct and make you act more properly towards us and recognize our rights as individuals and our rights as Englishmen living in America." And they wanted representation in British Parliament. And they did not want independence, and they did not want to surrender their loyalty to the British Crown. These two concepts were mainly Paine's. I don't say that he was the only one who thought this way. I've already stated that there were a few others, notably Samuel Adams, but they had no effect on the American colonists. They were not making any headway, and they were looked upon just merely as firebrands and you might call them today, by today's terminology, extremists who are listened to very carefully. Paine had a stupendous effect through his writings. In his writings for the Pennsylvania Magazine, towards the end of the year 1775, he started composing his masterpiece, Common Sense. The rebellion was already in full swing, as you know, but there was no movement for independence, and there was no movement for elimination of monarchy. He started penning his Common Sense towards late 1775, and he got it published separately from the Pennsylvania Magazine in a separate pamphlet which was sold on a low-cost basis so as to make it available to as many people as possible. And it was called Common Sense. It was an essay written anonymously at first, just by an Englishman. I already mentioned why I think it was published anonymously, because it would probably, from the standpoint of the image effect, would not have looked too good to have a penniless immigrant, not yet much more than a year's tenure in America, having been the author. If it got around that this was a man who had just recently come here, and he was a nobody from nowhere, from Great Britain, and as a matter of fact, he probably would have not had much of an effect, because most people themselves are image worshippers, and they tend to judge something on the basis of who wrote it, rather not on the basis of what it says. So it's probably pretty good that it was published that way at first, although there's no question as to of its authorship today. And as a matter of fact, there was no question of the authorship of Common Sense even a few months after it was published. Before the Declaration of Independence, it was widespread knowledge that it was Thomas Paine who was the author. That made him. As I already pointed out, it was probably the greatest bestseller in the history of written literature, because the rapidity with which that thing caught on has never been excelled in history. It changed the entire flavor of the war. It changed the thinking of Jefferson, it changed the thinking of Franklin, it changed the thinking of Washington, it changed the thinking of the masses. The documentation for this has already been supplied. I might add that the philosophy in Common Sense is the philosophy of the Declaration of Independence, and if Paine were not the actual author, which means the composer of the words of the Declaration of Independence, even if he had not actually written it, it is no question that he inspired it. And not a single thoughtful historian has ever denied the connection between Common Sense and the Declaration of Independence, and although practically all so-called historians have credited Jefferson with the authorship of this document, there has been no question in anybody's mind that Jefferson was inspired by and influenced by the publication of Common Sense. The only new and additional point to be added is that Jefferson didn't even write the Declaration of Independence. He merely got credit for it, misplaced credit, and this will I'll be proving a little later today, and that if the real author of the actual Declaration is Paine himself, he's not merely the inspiration for it, but the actual author of the words. However, even at this moment, allowing for the popular belief that Jefferson is the author, there is no question that the inspiration and intellectual origin of the independence movement, two kinds of independence, the independence of the 13 colonies to become 13 independent states, and the more important independence of the individual with respect to the state and the establishment of the government under the individual and not the other way around. Both of these concepts are in the Declaration of Independence. The second is more important than the first. The independence of the individual is freedom. The independence of a nation is not freedom. As a matter of fact, I've made the point that independence and freedom are two different things, and I've made the illustration, for example, that the various colonial countries of the 20th century which have become independent of their colonial masters are not free, and have not even a semblance of freedom, not even a vestige of freedom, not even an approximation towards freedom. This, however, would not be true if the individual human beings in those countries were independent of their state. Now, if the individual is independent, not the state, but the individual is independent of all sovereign authority, that is a free society, where the individual and not the nation is independent of political overlordship, where there is no political overlord even internally, much less externally. Well, Paine is the author of the independence of the individual as written into the American way of life. He is not the author of this concept in an abstract form. This goes back to John Locke and, in more primitive versions, to earlier writers yet. But it is his achievement to reduce this to practice operationally for the first time in history in any nation in the world, where it became not merely an abstract philosophy, but an actual operating fact in a nation. The Declaration of Independence is a supreme achievement. In my personal opinion, it is the greatest document ever publicly proclaimed. It is also the only one I know of that is not a committee work. And there is a connection between those two sentences. It is inconceivable that the Declaration of Independence could be looked upon as a committee document. However, before I praise it too highly, I'd better start making a few criticisms of the Declaration of Independence also. There are many flaws in it. I shan't go into some of them at this time because they're not relevant or germane to this course. There's a logical flaw in the famous sentence, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." This famous and all-important sentence contains a very major logical error, which is not germane to this course. I'll just mention what it is. That life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness are not of the same generic type. Life and liberty are, but pursuit of happiness is something else. And it's like saying apples, pears, and crocodiles. They just don't come in the same sequence. Apples and pears are both fruit, but crocodile, that's something else. And the pursuit of happiness is not a right. That's treated in our more basic and more lengthy course, V50, in much greater detail and with much more emphasis as to what the significance of this error is. However, it's not a serious error. For the 18th century, it's a very supreme achievement. This is not the problem of the Declaration of Independence that I'm alluding to. This is actually, it sounds very nice and poetic, or life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It would sound even better if it said life, liberty, and property, but that couldn't be added, I might add. Do you realize why? Slavery. Slaves were called property. And they were called, the human beings who were unfortunate enough to be slaves were called property by their masters. And this was part of the American way of life at that time. And so consequently, it was not possible to get that into the Declaration of Independence. This is one of the proofs that Paine wrote it, because this is not the original Declaration of Independence. This is the final version. Now, this is where I'm coming to the real criticism. The Declaration of Independence in its final form, which we all admire, is not as good as it was in its original form. In its rough draft form. It was far, far superior, and as an illustration of that, for example, let me read you how it originally was written. For example, that sentence that I just read you was originally written this way. "We hold these truths to be sacred and undeniable, that all men are created equal and independent." And independent was scratched out. "That from that equal creation they derive in rights inherent and inalienable, among which are the preservation of life and liberty and the pursuit of happiness." There are other changes of great importance. One of the major changes, ladies and gentlemen, is that the Declaration of Independence in its original form deals with slavery. The final form does not. In the original form, the Declaration of Independence deals with slavery. It has this to say on it. You know, a large part of the Declaration of Independence consists of a diatribe against the King of Great Britain. And the author of the Declaration lists the crimes that the King of Great Britain has perpetrated against the American people. One of the crimes that he has been accused of reads as follows. "He has waged cruel war against human nature itself, violating its most sacred rights of life and liberty in the persons of a distant people who never offended him, captivating and carrying them into slavery and in another hemisphere, or to incur miserable death in their transportation thither. This piratical warfare, the opprobrium of infidel powers, is the warfare of the Christian King of Great Britain. He has prostituted his negative for suppressing every legislative attempt to prohibit or to restrain an execrable commerce, determined to keep open a market where men should be bought and sold, and that this assemblage of horrors might want no fact. He goes on. There's another sentence. It reads like this. He is the King of Great Britain. He is now exciting those very people to rise in arms among us and to purchase that liberty of which he has deprived them by murdering the people upon whom he also obtruded them, thus paying off former crimes committed against the liberties of one people with crimes which he urges them to commit against the lives of another. Not only does he denounce slavery, he denounces the king for encouraging the slaves to rise up against the whites and make civil war, which incidentally the current state is also doing. You can see that this in the Declaration of Independence makes it a stronger document. This was deleted. This is not in the final version. This is the mangled or mutilated Declaration of Independence in the final version. It's compromised, not by the author, but by the committee that had to ratify it. There are 56 names on there, not one of which is Thomas Paine. He only wrote it. He didn't sign it. The committee that signed it is called the Continental Congress. They were mainly politically oriented men of stature for the most part, to be sure. By comparison with today's politicians, the comparison just won't stand up at all. But despite the fact that they were men of higher caliber, they still were motivated principally by political expediency. The Southern delegates wouldn't stand for something like this. That got chopped out. On that basis, the Declaration of Independence, as I say, is a mutilated document. It was even better in its original form. There are other changes, too, but these two will suffice. After the Declaration of Independence was written, the war, of course, took on a different flavor and became a movement for independence. And Thomas Paine, at this time, employed his talents in numerous different directions. He continued to write, but he also had to earn a living. His writing didn't make him rich, even though he was the author of the greatest bestseller of history. You might ask why. Because Thomas Paine lived at a time when a proper comparison between the value of intellectual property, which he was capable of generating, and the value of secondary or tangible property in terms of money and tangibles was not properly correlated. And Thomas Paine believed with his heart and soul that it was degrading for him to accept money for his writings, for the reason that he said he's doing this for the cause. He wants the concepts that he's promoting to stand on their own merits, and if he becomes rich through this, then it would make others believe that he did this for money, whereas he did this for principle. This is not a correct point of view, and I am totally opposed to it, although I must admit, in my youth, I also held these views, and I have come to realize they are erroneous. But he had these views to the end of his days. He refused to become the recipient of royalties on his own writings. He always donated his royalties to various causes. On the one in common sense, this really was a fiasco. This thing could have made him one of the wealthiest men in America. That thing sold 500,000 copies. And he could have become one of the wealthiest men in the entire colonial structure. And instead, what was the end result of his publication? He owed the printer something for the publication. He donated his royalties away, and he let the printer keep most of it, and ultimately the printer sent him a bill which was larger than he expected, and he had to shell out of his own pocket the difference. He subsidized that pamphlet, which, as I say, could have made him rich had he had a different attitude on it. In his later writings, when he wrote another immense bestseller, he wrote another immense bestseller in the 18th century called Rights of Man. This is the one he wrote in England, which is where he made a big commotion a little later. On that one, he also donated his royalties away, and this one, he donated it to some some non-profit organization for the purpose of achieving a constitutional republic in Great Britain. In other words, the purpose of the society was to depose the British king and make England into a republic. Well, this was, of course, Thomas Paine's desire, and that was the purpose of his book. As a matter of fact, this society was founded in the wake of his book. The society didn't exist before his book. The society was founded by his readers, some of his own readers, who liked his philosophy, and they formed a society to establish a republic in Great Britain, and so he donated all of his royalties to this society and ended up not a penny richer. And that was the second greatest bestseller of the 18th century. He wrote the two greatest bestsellers of that century, and probably in the case of Common Sense of all time. I'd like to point out that he wrote many other things during the war for independence, to return to that. The most famous things he wrote during the war were the about 13 papers which together under a single title are called The Crisis, or The American Crisis. The first crisis paper is the one that reads with the stirring words which everyone knows but doesn't know the source of or the meaning. These are the times that try men's souls, that I read you last time. And every time the war was going badly, when it looked as though the morale needed some lifting and the backbone needed some stiffening, or in more modern lingo you might say that the people in the period needed some calcium injections for their backbone, and he provided it in a literary form to stiffen their backbone when they were ready to desert or to give up or to quit. He would write something to show that the crisis can be surmounted and you can win. And as I say, probably without the additional crisis papers, the morale factor would have been sufficiently low that the war would not have been waged to a successful conclusion. Another activity he did while the war was going on, I told you, he was the clerk of the Pennsylvania Assembly. Now, clerk doesn't sound like a very high title, and in fact it isn't. It's just a routine job in most cases, but Paine converted a routine job into a history-making one. As clerk of the Pennsylvania Assembly, he wrote most of the things that got enacted into significant legislation in Pennsylvania, including and especially something that warmed his heart. Pennsylvania became the first state in the 13 states to abolish slavery, and he was the author of that. So his pamphlet, African Slavery in America, or not pamphlet, his article, which was published earlier in the Pennsylvania magazine, bore fruit. He was the author of the bill which the politicians voted on, which made Pennsylvania the first state in the Union to eliminate slavery as an institution. And of course, that made Paine very happy. And he did many other things. He also drafted and wrote the preamble to the Pennsylvania Constitution in the same year as the Declaration of Independence, 1776. Later in the year, he wrote the preamble to the Pennsylvania Constitution. And if you read this, you will find that the preamble to the Pennsylvania Constitution is an exact forerunner, but more precisely worded, more strongly worded, and more competently and articulately worded of the later Federal Bill of Rights. Everything that is in the Bill of Rights and the Federal Constitution is in the Pennsylvania preamble, but it is superiorly worded, it is more competently articulated, and it is more complete. Not to avoid giving credit to some other people who deserve it, George Mason wrote a comparable thing for Virginia even earlier. In the spring of 1776, actually before the Declaration of Independence, George Mason wrote the Virginia Bill of Rights, which is equally articulate and equally competent. And these two, the Pennsylvania Constitution's preamble and the Virginia Bill of Rights, are the models for the later Federal Bill of Rights. You can say, therefore, that George Mason and Thomas Paine share the credit for the only really significant thing in the American Constitution of lasting significance, the reduction of state authority through the Bill of Rights, which is the best part of the Constitution. Now, Paine himself had absolutely nothing to do with the writing of the Constitution itself, and I might add why. And I'll read it directly out of the biography I mentioned by W.E. Woodward. The Constitution, unlike the Declaration of Independence, is not the work of one man. The Constitution is a committee document through and through. That was done a little bit here and a little bit there, and they chattered about it, and they compromised this and they compromised that, they watered this down, they changed that. And whenever a committee does anything, it's as good as its weakest member, or less. Woodward has the following to say why Thomas Paine had nothing to do with the writing of the Constitution. Well, first of all, he was in Europe. That's one point. But that is no obstacle, because Thomas Paine crossing 3,000 miles of ocean is nothing for him if he thought he had something to do. This fellow wouldn't let a mere 3,000 miles in one ocean stop him if he thought that he could do something. He happened to be in France and England at the time this was done. But he had no real incentive to do anything. Moreover, he wasn't invited. The Constitutional Convention was a committee for which he had no invitation and he had no desire to participate. And here's what Woodward writes on the subject about the explanation of why he had no participation in it. In the first place, the organizers of the convention, that the Constitutional Convention, knew that Paine was too uncompromising to be at home in a deliberative assembly that would be saturated with the spirit of compromise. Under its surface, many smoldering quarrels would lie concealed. Also many latent and undeveloped antagonisms. It was no place, they thought, for a delegate who thought only in terms of true or false and detested milky phrases. That was one reason why Paine was not a member of the convention, but it was not the only one. Since the close of the Revolution, American opinion had undergone a change. The Americans were no longer a swarm of ragged colonials fighting desperately for their liberty and begging the aid of foreign powers. The colonies had become a nation with a strong element of conservatism in its outlook. Now they had something to conserve. They had the Declaration of Independence to conserve. Before that, they only had a king. Now they had something worth conserving. And they weren't anxious to go pioneering even farther, as Paine. Paine never stopped thinking farther along. Goes here further. Paine was certainly not a conservative. I'll underscore that one for Mr. Woodward here. Nor was he a radical, in the sense implied today by the term. Today, radical is associated with communism and things like that. It's incorrect, but people associate radicalism with communism. There was nothing resembling communism in his store of ideas. He believed that every man ought to stand on his own feet and win or lose by his own exertions. He was a pronounced individualist. Government ought to be reduced to a minimum, he said, in words to that effect, but no man, be he prince or magistrate, should inherit power. Another thing that Paine had, this is quoted from Woodward, but it's actually a further reference back to Moncure D. Conway's Life of Thomas Paine. That's the one that Woodward got most of this from. This is a direct quotation from Conway's book. Paine was altogether too inventive for the kind of work contemplated by colonial politicians. He had shown in all his writings, especially in his dissertations on government, that he would build a constitution as he built his bridge. I haven't mentioned this yet, but he was a bridge builder. And that has something to do with what I'm going to say later. He built the first iron bridge in history. The first big one, that is. That he would build a constitution as he built his bridge. It must be mathematical, founded and shaped in impregnable principles, means adopted and adapted strictly for an ideal national purpose. His iron span did not consider whether there might be large interests invested in peers or superstitions in favor of oak. As little did his anti-slavery essays consider the investment in slavery or as public good the jealous sovereignty of states. In simple English, Paine didn't give a damn whether the elimination of slavery, for example, was in the interests of the southern plantation owners or not. It was wrong. Therefore, it must be terminated. And actually, no man has a proper investment in another human being's life anyhow. You have an investment in your own affairs and your own achievements, but not in someone else's. In any event, when I already mentioned, and I won't go into it, we don't have the time for it, but Paine also financially saved the war for independence, and I touched on this very briefly in not much detail last time, that he was the one who inspired the founding of the Bank of North America, which financed the terminal stages of the War for Independence and the financing of the American colonial army, or Revolutionary Army if you prefer, financing this at a time when the financing was not available. There was no state authority, fortunately. I pointed out that taxation was not the source of financing of the war, and when things were going so badly that the troops were deserting Washington and the other generals, it was Thomas Paine who got the idea of getting a voluntary subscription fund together for the purpose of creating a financial pool with which to finance the war. And he did not merely say so, he put his money where his mouth is. He put in half of his whole assets, his whole liquid assets at the time, which consisted of $1,000. He put in $500 of it to start the fund. This was his initial investment, or he called it a contribution, I call it investment, into this fund. He said he'll put the other $500 in if necessary. It wasn't necessary because with his inspiration, the wealthier Philadelphians put together a larger investment pool, and it became an investment rather than a contribution, and they, being wiser a bit than Paine in business affairs, converted it from a contributory fund into a subscription investment in a bank. It was the first incorporated bank on the North American continent, the Bank of Pennsylvania, later called the Bank of North America. And this is the bank that financed the war to its successful conclusion, and its inspiration was Thomas Paine. I also wish to point out that when when the war ended, his services were rather less desirable to the other colonials. Well, what can this fellow do? I mean, after all he can do is write, and the services are over. And there were a few feeble attempts to reward him. The state of New York, for example, seized the property of a British or an American Tory who was sympathetic to the British Crown and gave him his property, and Thomas Paine thereby became the owner of a farm in New Rochelle. And also he got another farm in house in New Jersey, and a few states granted him some financial compensation by way of recognizing his services. I think the Congress considered it too. I'm not sure if they paid it. In any event, the point is that he became roughly a minor hero of the time. I say minor in the sense that he wasn't a general or a politician, and the big praises and the big reputation went to the generals like Washington and the politicians like Jefferson. But Paine got a minor amount of recognition. But he was the actual author of the philosophy, the actual composer of the Declaration, which I will prove a little later, and even went so far as to preserve the morale from disintegrating both financially and with his writings of the crisis. When the war came to an end, he sort of left without much to do. He was what today you'd call unemployed. And so he decided that now is the time for him to do what he's really always wanted to do anyhow. He didn't come to America with the express intention of shaking up the whole world, because that's just the way it happened. So now he decided that he's going to spend the rest of his life doing something he really enjoys, which he really wanted to do anyhow. He's going to develop his inventions. As I have pointed out, his main interest in life was science and technology and mathematics. And he had invented an iron bridge. Now you may say, well, so what, iron bridge? Well, you've seen thousands of iron bridges, or metal bridges. Not in the 18th century. You are all living in the 20th century. In the 19th century, there weren't any. In the 18th century, bridges were built of stone or wood. The spans were relatively small. If you wanted to span a big river, you'd have to build piers in the river, many of them, build little islands and piers on top of them, and have little spans with wood or stone arches. And these would be swept away in a flood. Paine said that the way to build a bridge with a single span across a giant river would be to have only two piers, one at either end, and span it with a metal structure, a cantilever structure. And he invented an iron bridge for this purpose. In those days, iron was a little used material. It did not have the major employment of utility that it has today. The world was not anchored on iron production and steel production as it is today. In those days, steel production was very small. It was mainly the material that blacksmiths worked with to shoe horses with and do a few other odds and ends. They didn't build skyscrapers with steel. They didn't build bridges out of steel. There were no steel boats. All the steel ships came in the 19th century. There were no steel railroad tracks because there were no railroads. There was no machinery to speak of on a large scale. So steel and iron had a very limited use. It was Paine who had the imagination to make bridges out of metal which could create large spans. He is the inventor of the large span bridge. That alone would be enough to make him a major figure in world history if he never did another thing. Well, he wanted to build his bridge. Well, what happens? Well, that costs money to build a big bridge. I mean, he's only a little fellow money-wise. Not mind-wise, but money-wise. He's dirt poor. He had a chance to be rich and he threw it away. That was with common sense and with the crisis papers. Well, he didn't have much money. He had just a few bucks, which he had mainly gotten from the various state legislatures as a reward for his achievements in the war. So he decided he would see if he could get some backers. So he built a model at his own expense of a few feet. I think it was 11 or 13 feet long or something like that. And it worked, of course. It was a small bridge, but to illustrate the principles of his construction. And then, of course, you want to build a big one. Well, nobody was interested. Then he finally found that they were considering building a bridge across the Schuylkill River in Philadelphia. And this would require a span of 400 feet, or more accurately, they were considering a bridge with smaller spans, and he submitted a design where he could do it with a single span of 400 feet. Well, committee listened to him and accepted his bid or his proposal. And what do you suppose? I mean, just guess. Just guess. What do you suppose happened? This is a very interesting idea, Mr. Paine. It's quite unique. As a matter of fact, it's novel. I've never seen anything like it. But it's too risky. But nobody's ever tried one like this. How do we know it works? So he was disgusted. Naturally. What else can you expect from a committee? So various people recommended to him, why don't you go to Paris? Now, they got an Academy of Science there. Now, that's a pretty well-established body. And in Paris, if you show your bridge to the Academy of Science and you get those great minds, those great intellects, those great scientists of repute to endorse your bridge, well, then you can sell it to the French or the British or the Americans or anybody, and then it'll catch on, But so I think it was Franklin, but I'm not sure. I think it was Franklin who recommended he go. That would be ironic, incidentally. Franklin recommended him to go back. I think it was Franklin, as a matter of fact, who recommended he go visit the Academy of Science and show them the bridge also, and get their endorsement. Well, he did this. So he packed up I think it was 1787, he packed up his little model of a bridge about 11 or 13 feet long or something like that, packed it up, booked passage for France, and arrived in Le Havre. What do you suppose happened? First thing that happened, the customs seized this bridge. What do you expect from this state? They didn't know what it was. Anything unfamiliar. What are you bringing in here anyhow? So he finally arrived in Paris without his bridge. And after a great delay, they let him have his bridge back. After they found it wasn't something dangerous or something like that. So after a great delay, he got his bridge back. He showed it to the Academy of Science. What do you suppose now happened? Same damn thing as in Philadelphia. And the committee looked at it. Oh, it's a very novel idea. Oh, it's wonderful. I think it's wonderful. It'll work. We've never seen anything like it before. Which is true. Endorsement? Oh, well, you have to go slow. I mean, we've never really seen one of these things work. What if it doesn't work when it's big? I mean, this is just a little one. What if we make a big one and it falls apart? Well, he got a big runaround in simple English. So he was disgusted. So he decided, while he was across the ocean, we had taken the big step back to Europe, well, he might as well go to England and visit his mother who was still alive. Ironically, he never did visit his wife. She never saw him again. She didn't even know he was alive. So he visited his mother, and maybe he could get it sold in England. And he went back to England, where he originally came from. Now, please note the situation here. It took, I think, rather amount of crust to go back to England after what he did. And it also represents another interesting illustration. The fact that the British state allowed him to come in there without stretching his neck is illustrative of a very interesting fact, that in those days that little infant, almost embryonic nation called the United States commanded enough respect that Thomas Paine was safe in Great Britain after his writing tore the colonies loose from Great Britain. after he called the King of England the royal brute of Britain and the solemn-tempered Pharaoh, and he wrote that diatribe against him in the Declaration of Independence, after England lost its 13 colonies, all through the efforts of this man, that he was safe in Great Britain is a tribute to the fact that in those days, that embryonic little nation, the United States, commanded enough respect in England, in Europe, in the world, that if a man is a citizen of this country, he's safe when he travels abroad. Now, of course, Paine was an American citizen, because he created the country, and America, of course, adopted him as a citizen. Being an American citizen, he had the full protection of the American nation. And this counted for something only a few years after the peace treaty. And he, of course, it still must be mentioned, he must have had some crust to go back to England after this. He visited his mother, all right, and then he got friendly with a man called Edmund Burke. He got very friendly with a man called Edmund Burke, who greeted him with open arms. Now, I don't know if you know who Edmund Burke was, but Edmund Burke was a courageous man in his own right, and during the American War for Independence, this man, in British Parliament, of which he was a member and a British politician of great note, he was pro-America in the British Parliament. And he was outspoken in his pro-American attitude, that it is in England's interest to treat the colonies fairly. He probably wasn't thinking of independence for the colonies, but he was thinking more in terms of the attitude that the colonials themselves had before Thomas Paine, that the British should treat the American colonies fairly and squarely and make them equal members of the British Commonwealth, and that England would prosper from the trade that would ensue therefrom. Anyhow, Burke, who had the courage to do this in British Parliament, well, when he found that this great champion of American independence came to England, they became fast friends. And Paine visited Burke, and he got to know a large number of the British nobility and aristocracy, who surprisingly, many of them, were actually quite able to be moved and swayed by Thomas Paine's philosophy. It is not true that all the noblemen of Great Britain were tied to the king. As a matter of fact, later on in France in 1793, one of the British noblemen, by the name of Lord Edward Fitzgerald, who was the son of the Duke of Leinster, or whatever they British pronounce that place, he was a constant companion and enthusiastic admirer of Thomas Paine. I am reading this now from Woodward's biography. Here's what Fitzgerald had to say about Thomas Paine. He wrote to his mother, Fitzgerald, the British lord, wrote to his mother in 1792, "I lodge with my friend Paine. We breakfast, dine, and sup together. The more I see of his interior, the more I like and respect him. I cannot express how kind he is to me. There is a simplicity of manner, a goodness of heart, and a strength of mind in him that I never knew before a man to possess." This was the general attitude towards Paine amongst the more enlightened individuals in Great Britain, the men of substance. And while he was in England, he succeeded in getting some money together to build a bridge 110 feet long, which spanned no river, but it was a bridge which he put in Paddington Green and charged a shilling to cross. That helped defray the expenses of the building. He got together with some ironworks to manufacture his bridge. And this thing was the first large bridge over 100 feet in span. And people used to walk on it, jump on it, make sure it wouldn't fall apart, and it was stood up nicely. And he was really hot on building his bridge and getting it sold. But then something happened. In France, where he had just come from, the mob moved, and what is now called the French Revolution began. The initial inspiration of the French Revolution was not the mob, but a few enlightened individual Frenchmen, mostly, believe it or not, noblemen, such as the Marquis de Lafayette, who was a 20-year-old youth in America and had learned about the ideals of the American Revolution while fighting on the American side in America. And a number of intellectual Frenchmen and politically oriented but highly impressed and influenced by the American Revolution, Frenchmen of the persuasion of Condorcet, for example, who became a good friend of Paine's. These people initiated the initial attempt to change France into a nation resembling that, the same type of thing that happened in America. In other words, the initial philosophy of the French Revolution was done by a few intellectuals, including the Marquis de Lafayette, who tried to produce in France the same movement that occurred successfully in America. And at this time, Thomas Paine, when he heard that this was going on in France, he got on the first boat, left his bridge, and jumped over back into France. This is reminiscent of the anecdote that is said about Paine and Franklin, which may or may not be true, but it is certainly in character for both men. Franklin is reported once to have said, "Where freedom is, there is my home." And Thomas Paine, when he heard of this, is reputed to have said, "Where freedom is not, there is mine." In other words, they were both libertarians, but Franklin was more of a passive, stolid type, and he liked to be where freedom is. Whereas Paine was a restless, dynamic, virile man, and where there was no freedom, that's where he wanted to be so he could create it. When he heard that the thing was ripe in France, he just even dropped his bridge, which was so dear to him, and he rushed over to France to see if he could be of use. And he was immediately welcomed with open arms by the French leaders of the Revolution, especially Condorcet and Lafayette and so forth. These people just welcomed. He was greeted with great enthusiasm because they knew his value to the American Revolution. They knew who he was, and he was respected and received with the respect that he merited. He immediately started writing for the French Revolution, except there was one trouble. He didn't speak a word of French. Moreover, it turned out in subsequent history that he didn't have a damn bit of linguistic talent either, and he couldn't learn French. And in 15 years that he spent in France, he never spoke French, and he could just mutter a few words in French, but he did know English. And that's characteristic of Englishmen, incidentally. Englishmen don't like to learn foreign languages. As a matter of fact, there's a story of the Englishman traveling in Europe, and he's in France or Germany or someplace, and somebody addresses him in the local language, and the Englishman says, "You will either speak to me in English, my good man, or you will not speak at all." The average American or Englishman thinks there is only one language to speak, and they think of every other language as inferior. Well, maybe this contributed to it. Be it as it may, Paine never did learn French, but he did write English beautifully. And there were some bilingual Frenchmen who did speak English, notably Condorcet, and Condorcet translated practically all of the writings of all the things that Paine wrote on behalf of the French Revolution. Condorcet translated into French, including the very famous and important Declaration of Human Rights, which was the preamble to the French Constitution of 1791, which Paine was the author of. This is not a Declaration of Human Rights to be confused with the current one for the United Nations. The philosophy of one is entirely different from the other. The Declaration of Human Rights of the French Revolution 1791 Constitution is a rather strong piece of libertarian writing. There are some problems with it, but they are not problems that anyone in the 18th century was capable of recognizing. But it was strictly the American Revolution's philosophy in French. And while he was in France, he occasionally went back to England, and he shuttled back and forth across the Channel. He still had his eye on his bridge, but he couldn't spend much time with it. And ultimately, he found a great shock. A tremendous shock occurred to Thomas Paine. His friend Burke wrote a book called Reflections on the Revolution in France. Well, unfortunately, Reflections on the Revolution in France was a most unfavorable attitude on the part of Burke with respect to the French Revolution, and he denounced it as a terrible and dangerous demagogic movement. He said that a nation needs a king to preserve stability, and he spoke on behalf of aristocracy and monarchy as a way of life. Paine was just about fit to be tied. This was a red flag to a bull. His friend stabbed him in the back, or stabbed principle in the back as he saw it. He wrote this outrageous book on the French Revolution. Paine was dying of enthusiasm on the French Revolution, and Burke had written a book praising monarchy and saying that the revolution in France is a dangerous thing. And then Thomas Paine penned an answer to Burke's book, Rights of Man, is Paine's answer to the book that Burke wrote. However, it goes far deeper and far broader. The Rights of Man is the strongest condemnation of monarchy ever penned. What Thomas Paine wrote about monarchy in common sense was just, you might say, the preamble to Rights of Man. It was like a teaser. In Rights of Man, he chopped up the institution of monarchy as the most vicious, degrading, and disgusting concept that the mind of man had ever created, and he exposed it as the greatest fraud of history. And he wrote this in Great Britain. This did it from the standpoint of the British. They could take him back despite the American Revolution, despite the fact that he had costed the American colonies, but when he wrote this, in England this time, right in the country itself, had it published in England in English, right under the nose of the British king, telling the British people that monarchy is the most degrading and revolting concept in the history of the world, and it has to be abolished for the good of the human race. This did it. Thomas Paine, after this, was not welcome in Great Britain. As a matter of fact, there are two parts to this book. The second part went on. He wrote it in two installments. He was advised one day in England that he was suggested by a friend of his that he heard that they're looking for him. He'd better go. And Paine was not too anxious to go. He was quite satisfied with the condition in England. I mean, he was busy writing. He wanted to write more. But he was advised he'd better get out, and that they heard by the grapevine they're looking for him. All right. Meanwhile, the French had offered him a seat in the French Assembly. As a matter of fact, 4 separate departments in France. Department is the local equivalent to a little statelet. 4 departments of France elected Thomas Paine without his solicitation of the office, a member of the National Assembly, which was their legislative body corresponding to Congress or Parliament. In any event, he was still in England at this time, and some French delegate had come to beg him to come to France and represent them. And he wasn't too anxious, and he never did seek political office, including this time, but they asked him to. And when the two coupled together, and he was invited to go to France to become a delegate, and he heard that by the grapevine he's being looked for, so he decided he'd go. And then his friend, he said he'll go back to his flat and pick up his gear. And his friend said, no, I hear they're looking for you now. You better not even go back. You better just go right now. And he got him convinced, which is fortunate, because he got on the boat at Dover for Calais 6 hours before the gendarmes arrived for him. And the British did hold a trial in absentia for the treason of Thomas Paine. And if he had ever been caught by the British, he would have been stretched this time a head taller. The French mode of execution was to chop the head, and you become a head shorter. The British stretch the neck, and you become a head taller. In any event, the fact is that Paine never did go back to England. This was his last trip. I mean, this was the end for England, or for as far as Paine's visitation there. As I say, they did reach. This could make a good movie drama. They were 6 hours behind him when he left England. In any event, when he arrived in France, he arrived at Calais, which is on the other side of the channel from Dover. And because Calais was one of the 4 departments of France that elected him to represent them, he chose that one, and he did represent the Department of Calais in the French National Assembly for the next few years. This was one of the big mistakes of Thomas Paine's life. I pointed out that he was not a political office seeker, including this time. He held political office this time, but he didn't seek it. But even holding it is dangerous for a man of principle to hold political office. Because to be a politician, you've got to be a compromiser. And he just didn't compromise. And when a man doesn't compromise, it is dangerous to hold political office. And he damn near got himself shortened this time by a head, by the guillotine. Now, what his specific crime was in France was that at this time, when he arrived in France, the biggest hot issue of the day was, well, we got him, what do we do with him now? That's the French king. They had the French king as a hostage, you know, and the French had already made themselves into a republic, which incidentally Thomas Paine was the chief instigator in, to depose the French king and make it a republic. And they finally did so. But they had the fellow, well, all right, well, we're a republic. We have a fellow here who thinks he's king. Well, what do we do with him? So the French Assembly was deliberating the fate of the French king, or ex-king to be more exact, and Paine got involved in politics just at this time. Well, this was his most heroic moment, also nearly his last. Thomas Paine, in the French National Assembly, he started to stand for the saving of the life of the French king. This was the most unpopular thing in the world at that time. Paine was a master at being unpopular. Always being on that side of the fence, which at that time was not yet in favor. Unlike in America, he didn't get people to see it his way. The French were agitating for the head of the French king. They figured they'd always be unsafe as long as the king remained alive, because he would still pretend to the throne, and he'd have all his henchmen and his clowns and his former court and the entire aristocracy and the nobility and the clergy and all the vested interests of the old regime, or the ancien regime as it used to be called. They were all for the restoration of the king. And what's more, all the other kingdoms in Europe, all the other nations in Europe without exception were monarchic of one form or another. Most of them were kingdoms, a few of them were duchies, but they all had some kind of a monarch. And they all felt this was a threat to them. If this thing goes through in France, well, look at where might this spread to? Well, there's a king here, and there's a king there, and an emperor here, and a tsarina there, and a duke or a duchess here. If this thing catches on in France, well, there's no telling where this will end, and the kings and queens and emperors and dukes didn't like this one bit. And so the French, realizing that the other kings not liking this, they've got to make a positive decision and get rid of this fellow once and for all. So they started deliberating whether they should execute him or not. And Paine said no. Paine said that it is wrong to kill the French king. This was probably the greatest shock the French ever heard from Thomas Paine. They immediately, the first reaction to this was that it wasn't a correct translation. Remember, Paine didn't know how to speak French, and therefore he wrote in English, and then someone like Condorcet translated into French, and it was read into the French National Assembly. And the first thing was, the translation was denounced. This was an incorrect translation. Paine couldn't have said that. Why, he's the greatest enemy of monarchy that ever lived. Look, he just wrote Rights of Man. He kicked out the King of England from America. He couldn't have said that. It's inconsistent. And then it was verified, and they presented it to Thomas Paine, and he said, yes, that is what he wrote. It was a correct translation, and he stands on it. Then he was denounced as a traitor, that he had sold out, that the kings had bought him out, or something like this. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if there's one human being in the 18th century or in the history of the world that could not be bought or bribed, that's Thomas Paine. He never did anything contrary to his own principles. Now, what is the reason he defended the King of France? Can you see the reason? Can you see the fact? Can you see the principle involved here? That he did not change his principles. He did not ever alter his position. His condemnation of the British king, his condemnation of monarchy in general, stood to the end of his days. He still defended the life of the French king. You see the consistency? His position can be summarized in one sentence. Kill the monarchy, but not the king, not the man. He was opposed to the principle of monarchy. One man has no right to rule another man. Thomas Paine's position was very clear and very simple. Monarchy is a wrong concept. It is wrong for one man to rule another. But murder is also a wrong concept. Thomas Paine never advocated the killing of even the English king. He didn't advocate the murder of any human being. To kill the French king, just because a man was unfortunate enough to be born king, he couldn't help it. That's the way he was born. I mean, he happened to be unfortunate enough to be born the son of the previous king. And so that put him in the tradition of hereditary monarchy into line of succession, and he could no more help being king than he could help being male or 5 feet 8 or whatever he was. It was not within his power to change this. This happened to be his own misfortune to be king, and he should not be king, and he should be deposed as king, but not murdered. That is a principle Thomas Paine stood on. This showed the clarity of this great man's thinking. He did not confuse assassination with principle. Monarchy is wrong. Murder is also wrong. Don't get the two mixed up. And he said, well, what do you do with the French king? He had an ideal solution, a perfect solution. And it was, send him to America. Put him on a boat headed for America. In America, the man has no chance whatsoever to get into mischief. The Americans don't want any king, least of all a Frenchman. There's no chance whatsoever that he'd become king of America. Therefore, he'd be perfectly harmless in America, and there he could learn the way of freedom. And he said, this man, as a matter of fact, Paine didn't have any animosity towards the French king at all, contrasted with his attitude towards the British king, whom he loathed. He actually had a rather friendly feeling towards the French king as a man, because this is the same French king that helped America in its war for independence, and he pointed that out to the French people. And he said, send him to America and let him learn the ways of freedom. And then then everyone is happy. Then he's out of the way, he's out of mischief, and he hasn't been killed. Needless to remark, when the vote was taken, not one vote was registered in favor of Thomas Paine's position to exile the French king to the United States. After that, Thomas Paine's own position in France became one of increasing jeopardy, and not too much longer thereafter, about a year thereafter, he himself was arrested and transported to the Luxembourg prison in Paris, where he nearly became guillotined in the charming reign of terror that followed the assassination or the execution. Assassination is a legal execution is a legal assassination. Following the execution of the French king, a reign of terror set in, and Thomas Paine became a near victim of it, and I will discuss something about that later. I would like to say, ladies and gentlemen, that the position of Thomas Paine in the French Revolution was just as consistent as it was in the American Revolution, but whereas in the American Revolution he was eminently successful, in the French Revolution it turned against him. There's a reason for it, which I shall be pursuing in the second half this evening. There's a reason for it, and it has great significance. And it isn't because he couldn't speak French, because his works were quite well translated. It's something else, and he was quite well respected in France to begin with, but the so-called revolution really wasn't. That is what got in the way. And I'll continue after an intermission. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have a few more things to say about Paine's participation in the French Revolution. Wasn't quite finished. His development of his American Revolution's principles as applied to extending these ideas to the world is the subject matter of his work in France. Paine envisaged that France was the opening gun in a worldwide revolution. In other words, this is a true concept of revolution, as I wish to stress this, in case anyone is... I realize the word revolution is fully misemployed these days, and I already mentioned it, but I want to stress it again. Revolution means turning around. And his was not a violent or military concept. It is not one that involves assassination or murder, as you can see from his attitude on the French king's life. He meant by this a movement to turn the world around to a position of freedom, which from his standpoint meant the abolition of monarchic social structure. In America, it was gradually being demonstrated as the years passed by that there is no need for a king. The Europeans at first were questioning what happened in America. Well, those crazy men in that wild country with Indians, they'll soon learn they need a king, and it'll all fall apart, this crazy experiment. But it didn't. it didn't fall apart. And the Europeans took a second look. And France was the first place where the second look registered. And the attempt was to bring the non-monarchic republican principles to Europe. Republican here is, of course, with a small r. This is not the party. This is the philosophy. This was the belief of the Frenchmen who started the French Revolution. There were only a few people. As always, a revolution begins with a few men. And it was those few men in France who had direct knowledge of and experience with the American Revolution that inspired them to start this thing in France. It, however, was not the same thing, as they found out to their chagrin. Almost all of them came to an unhappy end. Almost all of the original revolutionists in France, and here I'm referring to the people who intellectually led this philosophy, not the mob, almost all of them came to a sorry end. Most of them were guillotined, the ones who started the revolution. The few who were not guillotined either had to escape from France or they were imprisoned and damn near guillotined, of which Paine was in this number. As a matter of fact, Paine was one of the very few survivors of the original revolutionists in France. The vast majority of them succumbed to the guillotine. Paine almost did too, but it was a happy coincidence and accident that saved his life. When the habit was at the Luxembourg prison, it was that the next day when they come with the squad to take out the people to be executed the next day and take him in the tumbrils to the one-way trip to the guillotine in the public square, the guillotine being the device for slicing heads, and the jailer would come around the night before and with a chalk mark an X on the door of the intended victims of the next morning. Well, actually, Paine was on that list one day, and there was a chalk X mark on his door, except fortunately, there was a double accident. One was that the door was open at the time. He couldn't run out because he was too sick to go any place. He was very sick in the prison, and B, there was no place to go to because that was just the inside cell. The outside doors were still guarded. So his door was open at the time. They put the X on his door. That was one accident. The other is that the jailer was an idiot. When they closed the door, the X was inside. So he escaped the guillotine. He did escape the guillotine, but it was temporary. But what made it permanent was the fact that in the time that this was happening, the chief instigator of this bloodbath was, as you probably have read in history, Maximilien Robespierre. Now, this butcher, who goes down in history as a refined and creative individual, a lawyer, a man of refined tastes and high integrity, this is the way so help me, this is the way history records this joker. And you read in the encyclopedia, I'm not making this up, he's called a man of integrity, a man who wouldn't hurt a fly. As a matter of fact, Robespierre claimed that killing people bothered him, except it was necessary in the greater interest of the revolution. Have you heard that before? No, you haven't. You've heard it since then. Well, you mean you've heard it before. But this came from that period. In the greater interest of the cause, the revolution, we don't like to kill people, but unhappily, we have to do it in the public good. Anyhow, this was the Robespierre philosophy, if you can call it that. He was the head of a French group. This National Assembly got very unwieldy. Very, very unwieldy. Too many people to make decisions. The committee was too large. So they cut it down to a smaller committee. They still had the National Assembly, but the members were slowly being guillotined. The one that was actually running the country was a smaller group from amongst the Assembly, and this one called itself the Committee of Public Safety. Now, from the sound of that, you'd think that's just a traffic advisory body. And that's a harmless little organization. You could have one of those in your own hometown. As a matter of fact, it was a traffic advisory committee. It advised which people go on their one-way trip to the guillotine. That was the capacity they served in. This was the chief function of the Committee of Public Safety. Their job was to ensure the public safety of France, which means to determine who are the enemies of France. What was wrong in this so-called revolution? Why was it not a real revolution? I'll get to that in just a moment. Let me just say that Robespierre was the head of this committee for a year, or for most of a year. And ultimately, some of the members of the committee found themselves on the same trip. The stronger members of the committee sent the weaker members of the committee to the one-way trip. One day, in a nice, hot summer July day, Robespierre got his. He was the dictator of France one day, and then that night he was arrested, denounced, and the next morning he was shorter by a head also. That was the end of the reign of terror in France, not because there weren't other criminals around, but France had had its orgy of blood, and a stabler structure re-emerged in the form of Napoleon Bonaparte gradually. I'd like to say two things about that remark. Number one, about Robespierre's death. Fortunately for Paine, Robespierre got his'n, because on his desk, at the time of his death, there was a note to himself. Take care of the Thomas Paine matter once and for all in the interests of America as well as France. So that means that was on his agenda. Fortunately, he didn't come back to read it. The other thing is that crack I made that the reemergence of stability through Napoleon Bonaparte. What was Napoleon Bonaparte? He was an adventurer and a soldier. At first, this man was enthusiastic about the principles of the French Revolution. He was one of the strongest revolutionists. When the revolution resembled a revolution, when it resembled the American principles, before it became a terror. But then, when all of Europe allied itself against France, France needed defending badly, and it had already liquidated most of the generals, because, you see, the generals of the French army before were all under the tutelage and they were loyal to the French king. And when the French king went, the old generals went too. So a new generalship had to emerge. They came from the ranks. And this corporal became a lieutenant and then a higher officer, and gradually he emerged as a competent military officer, Napoleon Bonaparte. As a young officer, he was enthusiastic about the French Revolution's principles, its libertarian ideals, when he was merely an officer serving the French Revolution's cause. He even had occasion to meet Thomas Paine. And Thomas Paine, he revered at first, believe it or not. This incongruity is a historical fact. He revered Paine. He's the one who remarked about Thomas Paine, Thomas Paine, a statue of gold ought to be raised to you in every city in the world. I agree with him, but not the way he meant it. He meant steal taxes from everybody to raise the statues. But Napoleon quickly became sick. He acquired a disease which I have come to call Acton's disease. It is named after the British statesman, which means politician, Lord Acton, who, though a politician himself, diagnosed the major disease of politicians. He said, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. He put the word tends in that sentence. I took it out. I took the liberty of taking it out because it weakens the statement. It tends to corrupt. Well, forget that. The point is that, like all men who acquire any position of coercive dominance, Napoleon Bonaparte acquired Acton's disease, a disease from which most people never recover once they get it. The rest is history. This young officer became, ultimately, the head of the triumvirate, a three-man rule of France, and as you know, committee rule never works. And that three-man rule became, ultimately, one-man rule, and he became the first consul of France, but that wasn't enough. He then wanted to rule France on a permanent, hereditary basis. That's where we stepped in. That's where we just got off the boat. Except the image of king wasn't favorable. They just got rid of one. So he took the next higher step up. He called himself emperor. Before then, France had kings. Now it had an emperor, which is monarchy with a capital M. I've always said, a duke is simply a king who isn't strong enough to dare call himself king. An emperor is a king with megalomania. Well, Napoleon Bonaparte became the French emperor. He still had to observe some of the forms of the French so-called revolution, And the first French coins that bore his countenance as emperor actually said the most ridiculous slogan. Napoleon I, Emperor of the French Republic. This is one of the curiosities of history. But it shows how well entrenched the French Revolution was as a statement of principles, but it didn't work. Now, why didn't it work in France? Why do you have to go back to a king or an emperor, which is worse yet? You don't. But in France, the conditions were not the same as in America. Thomas Paine, unfortunately, failed to recognize this. His opponent, Edmund Burke, his former friend and later opponent, Edmund Burke, in one sense, was right. He was totally wrong in admiring monarchy and being a flatterer and idolater and sycophant of monarchy, but he was right on one point, Burke. He called the French Revolution a mob rule, and he recognized it to be a mob rule before it became one. So in that sense, we have to give some credit to Edmund Burke for having some sense. He was wrong on the monarchy part, and I'm fully in sympathy with Paine's attitude on the monarchy part, but Paine, apparently in his zealous hope to make a world revolution, he was so anxious to bring these principles to the whole world, he tended voluntarily to blind himself to certain facts that were staring him right in the face, but because he wished things to be right, he said they are right, and they aren't right. They weren't right. He said that France is ripe for what America just had, and it wasn't. France was a nation with 1,000 years old tradition of monarchy, and the French people were downtrodden, poor, ground into the dust, and the vast majority of them were actually frenzied into a mob effect. As a matter of fact, most of the French Revolution was anchored right in Paris itself, as you probably know. The rural provinces just went along for the ride. The main thrust of the French so-called revolution occurred right in Paris itself. And it was mainly a palace revolution, which is not a real revolution. It did not change the superficial... it was superficial and did not change the structure of France deeply. It merely swept aside the old regime in a bloodbath. When the king went, everybody went. Everybody fell prey to the danger of the guillotine. It went step by step, but inevitably. As soon as the king was assassinated by the guillotine, the reason being that we must get rid of this man, because if we don't get rid of him, he's a pretender to the throne. He might come back. He's still dangerous. All right, so you got rid of the king. Now what? Well, he has relatives. He has brothers and cousins. The Bourbon family is fantastically large. All monarchic families are. They have nothing else to do but conjugate. On taxpayers' expense. All monarchic families are immense. They got cousins by the ton. Well, if you get rid of this king, you got a brother, a cousin, 16 other cousins on this branch of the family, that branch of the family. Moreover, all these monarchies were all interrelated by marriage. The French king's wife was Marie Antoinette, and she was Habsburg princess prior to her marriage. That brings into the Holy Roman Emperor as a blood relative, or rather a marriage relative. The Swedish monarchy, the Prussian monarchy, the Russian monarchy, directly or indirectly, they're all interrelated. It's all one kettle of fish. And even if they're not relatives by marriage, then they're relatives by ideological kinship. If one king's head rolls, the other one feels jeopardized, and he has good reason to feel jeopardized. So therefore, the French people couldn't rest. Once their stupid politicians enacted the fatal decree of killing the king, they couldn't stop. It was like pulling out the brake on a vehicle that then goes into a downhill momentum with greater and greater speed until it crashes at the bottom. Because when you kill the king, you then have to kill everyone else who is his relative, his generals. You have to kill the clergy, because who were the clergy anyhow in the Ancien regime? They were the younger brothers of the dukes and the princes. When a nobleman had 2 or more sons, only one of them could get the title, the oldest one. What do you do with the younger son? Just kick him out or make serfs out of them? No, they have to have some position of dignity too. But the Duke, when he dies, only one of his sons can be the next Duke, so his younger brothers became bishops. And so the whole clergy was tied into this scheme. And so they chopped up the entire superficial structure of the nation. And then it gets deeper. When you get run out of noblemen and kings and noblemen and princes and ultimately bishops, and you have to start working on the non-aristocratic but politically oriented characters who were sympathetic to the king, the so-called royalists, those who had previously been on the payroll, in the court, in the service of the king. All of these were subject to scrutiny and suspicion. All of them, but you only killed the pretenders to the throne in France, but there are thousands of them across the border in England, in Prussia, in Austria, in Russia, in Sweden, in the Netherlands. The relatives of these noblemen and clergy were there waiting for a comeback. So, who's going to help them? The royalists, the friends of the king, within France. So they started being executed. And then when you got through all the known royalists, then the rumor campaign starts. Did you know that so-and-so said something sympathetic to the king? And then it became a matter of denunciation. If one person denounces someone else to the Committee of Public Safety, the next day that fellow's heading for the guillotine. Because just a mere suspicion that someone may have uttered a pro-monarchic, pro-royalist statement is a suspicion. So everybody became suspicious of everyone else. It was very reminiscent of an earlier version of what happened in Nazi Germany and Communist Russia later, where no one was safe, where everyone could be denounced by everyone else, and if you weren't denounced by your neighbor first, then you would rush to denounce your neighbor in your own protection. And that the greatest virtue was to serve the state. Then you're a real patriot. If you denounce your own brother, or your wife, or your mother, or your father, or your son, or your best friend, then you have shown your real loyalty to the state, because that takes character. That takes character to get your mother guillotined. This is the totalitarian philosophy which is carried forth into the 20th century, that to serve the state is the highest possible ideal, even to do it at the sacrifice of your own friends and your own family. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this reign of terror is as inevitable as that night follows day and that day follows night, once you started with one assassination of the top figure, the king. Paine's solution would have spared the whole thing from starting off. The whole reign of terror wouldn't have happened. Well, of course, he became one of its main victims, not in the total sense that he was guillotined, but in the near guillotine sense. He was imprisoned, and his life was in jeopardy. And he did get out of this prison a broken man in health, but not in spirit. He continued to write, and he was pretty darn tough after that too, but his health was never restored. He was never a healthy man after that. He got permanently ill in the prison. I might add, well, in the interests of justice, I want to say who saved his life. It was James Monroe, who was minister to France, and when he found out what Paine's plight was, he immediately got him released. James Monroe's antecedent in his job was a wretch by the name of Gouverneur Morris, who was one of the American conservatives, if you'll pardon the expression, of the period, and they were conserving not so much the freedom that Paine had promoted, but rather the more monarchic and Tory-like philosophy, and he hated Paine with a purple passion. As a matter of that's Gouverneur Morris. And when he was the minister to France, Gouverneur Morris made it very, very hard for Paine to survive. Because as an American citizen, his job was to get him out. Instead, he not only let him rot in prison, he kept this information from the then President of the United States, George Washington, who probably would have done something had he known. But he didn't know that Paine was in prison. And unfortunately, this produced one of the greatest misunderstandings in history, for which Paine has paid a great price. Paine did not know that Washington didn't know that he was in prison. And he acted understandably angry. When he came out of prison, he was under the impression that Washington as president had left him to die. And he was thoroughly boiling with rage, because he knew he had founded the United States, and that Washington wouldn't have a country to be president of if he hadn't done what he did, and he was furious with Washington for having left him to die. If Washington had known that he was in prison, Washington would have deserved this, but it is very probable, most historical evidence is that Washington didn't even know he was in prison. But be that as it may, Paine didn't know that Washington didn't know, and he wrote a very angry and long denunciation of George Washington's character, for which Thomas Paine has paid a historical price, in that many historians have taken that out against Paine for his denunciation of Washington, who, as you know, is the world-renowned hero of the United States. And this hurt Paine's reputation. But it was not without justification on the part of Paine to have written this, except that it was a tragedy on both sides. Paine didn't know, Washington didn't know he was in prison. When, however, Monroe succeeded this wretch, Morris, he got him out and saved his life, and he and Mrs. Monroe nursed him back to health until he was as healthy as he ever got to be. In other words, he never fully recovered his health, but he got as healthy as he ever got again at the Monroe household. The other thing I want to say about this situation, at the time that Paine was in this condition, in prison, while he was in prison, it's very interesting, his cellmate was a British general who, ironically, is the one who surrendered at Yorktown. To speak of coincidences of world history. His cellmate was a British general who was General Cornwallis's aide-de-camp. And Cornwallis was sick the day of the surrender. You can see why. And he just didn't feel up to it to surrender. So he got his junior officer, also a junior general, to do the actual surrendering. The guy who actually surrendered at Yorktown, which is the last battle of the American War for Independence, which terminated the war, this general was Paine's cellmate while he was in prison, and they got to be good friends. Moreover, and this is interesting and illustrative of Thomas Paine's character, the British general, was released as a British subject and allowed to go home with one condition. He had to finance his own fare back. And he didn't have the money. Paine supplied it to him. This man who was always in the depths of poverty somehow managed to save some money, a fairly large number of British pounds, and he had stuffed it into the keyhole in the cell in which he was lodged, and he was able to manage to salvage it, and figuring he's going to be killed anyhow, he pulled it out of the keyhole and gave this man the money to go back to England with. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the fact is that Paine's life was mainly a tragic one. When he finally got out of prison, he stayed a few more years in France. He didn't dare come back to the United States, but there's a war going on between England and France. And if he got on a boat, the British, who had the supremacy of the sea, and could have stopped any ship flying the French or American flag. As you know, the British did do this, which is what caused the War of 1812. They used to stop even American vessels while America was neutral and take off people. Well, if Paine had been on one of those boats, well, he was not going to risk that with the British. So he stayed in France till the war against France, between France and England, ended. And at that time, in 1802, he came back to America. And he found, much to his horror, he was a hated and denounced man. And he was even denied the right to vote in the country he founded by some local little wretch in the town he lived in, New Rochelle. Remember, that's where he had a farm. He was even denied the right to vote in the country that he founded, on the grounds that he wasn't an American citizen. But that wasn't the real reason. That was just a pretext that was sought. The reason he was denounced, the reason he was unpopular, the reason he was hated, is because while in France he had also written a book on religion, which made him exceedingly unpopular. The book is Age of Reason. It is, in my opinion, one of the greatest books ever written in the history of the world. It will probably last to the day that the last human being breathes. I don't wish to go into the subject matter of the book, the reason he wrote it, or what he said. Let it suffice to say that what he said was sufficiently unpopular. He was always unpopular. But this time he really hit the panic button. On this one, what he said about the king just offended monarchists. But this one affected everyone. Everyone who believed in the Bible. See, he didn't much care for the Bible. And he wrote this book on religion, and he got denounced as an atheist in a world where atheists are not highly regarded. And as a matter of fact, it happens that he is not an atheist. As a matter of fact, I would like to prove to you that he is not an atheist and show you how ignorant the average human being is. Because the average human being calls Thomas Paine an atheist for having written this book, and it says, and you have to go very deep into the book, up to page 1. On page one, it says, in simple, clear, unequivocal English, I believe in one God and no more. It says many other things, but that's on page 1. It so happens he didn't believe in God the way other people believed in God. He believed in God in a different way. And I'm not going into the details of that. That would be a course in its own right. All I want to say is, because it was an unpopular way of believing, it was an unorthodox position, he got denounced as an atheist, as the agent of the devil, as Satan on earth, and he was soundly hated and thoroughly denounced. A couple of libelous biographies appeared, one during his life and one right after it, by James Cheatham, in which he was denounced as a filthy, dirty, sexually promiscuous, intemperate, drunkard, a lout. All of these things are historically untrue. The man I mentioned before, Moncure D. Conway, spent a substantial effort in investigating the historical background of Paine and his times, and none of these charges are true. These were merely conjured up for the purpose of denouncing a great man. This is always the situation when you cannot argue with a man's ideas. You insult him and you denounce his personality and you attack him on grounds of personal slander and vituperation and scurrilous attacks on his character. Thomas Paine, as a matter of fact, was probably never seen drunk. He did drink. Most people did in those days and even today. But to drink and to be drunk are two different things. He was never seen drunk. He was probably one of the cleanest personal individuals, according to Conway's research. Do you think he would have been the house guest of Thomas Jefferson in the White House if he had been a pig? Well, the only man who didn't desert Thomas Paine in his last sad years in America was Thomas Jefferson, his old friend, who as president invited him as his personal guest to the White House, where they talked over old times for a few weeks. I might add one more thing about Paine, about his book on religion, without going into any further details or depth about it. As I say, an unpopular view is always one which meets with denunciation. The view that Thomas Paine had on religion is called deism. It's the religion of all the major thinkers of the 18th and 17th and 18th, or for that matter, the 19th and 20th centuries. Most of the great scientists of history had the same religious view. It also happens that the then President of the United States, Thomas Jefferson, had the same identical religious view that Paine had, but was not denounced for it because the difference was he was a politician and he didn't choose to write a book about it. He held these views in the privacy of his own mind, but didn't bother to write it up. That's too unpopular an ideology. It is historically accurate, and every major historian has reported it, that amongst the deists of the period were, besides Jefferson, also Madison, Monroe, Benjamin Franklin, and although Washington was officially a member of the, I believe, Episcopalian, or I think it was the Episcopalian Church, although he held church membership, he was in his mind and in his practical attitude a deist. John Adams was a Unitarian, or rather John Adams was a deist, and John Quincy Adams, his son, was a Unitarian, which is the closest organized religion to deism. And so practically all of the major political figures of the period were deists, but they didn't make a noise about it. The only difference between Paine and the rest of them was that he wrote a book. So much for that. The fact of the matter is that Thomas Paine's authorship of the Declaration of Independence merits the title Founder of the United States for him. I frankly think even if he had not authored it, just writing common sense would merit that title. But let me just, since I have said it so much, prove to you that he did write the Declaration of Independence, and I'll try to do it as quickly as I can. I am not the founder of the idea that he wrote the Declaration of Independence. Most of the things in this course are my own views, especially the next session, which will relate it to the 20th century ideology. And I want to make it clear that the next few remarks are not my innovation. I did not discover the fact that Paine wrote the Declaration of Independence. I merely suspected it as a child, 19 years of age. That's when I first heard of Thomas Paine, when I was 19, and I was incarcerated in the army. And while I was serving my sentence in the army, in World War II, I ran across Thomas Paine, and I read as a soldier slave the works of Thomas Paine, and that's when I found out that the philosophy of Thomas Paine is so much like the philosophy of the Declaration of Independence. I suspected that he might be the author, but I didn't know this. Then I ran across a pamphlet by a man called Philip van der Weyde, who proved it in a few conclusive steps that he is, and that convinced me. And then when I came out of servitude in the army, I found right after World War II a book was published and advertised in the New York Times, of which at that time I was a subscriber, a full-page ad advertising this book, Thomas Paine, author of the Declaration of Independence, by Joseph Lewis. And this originally came out in 1947. By this time I knew he was the author through the earlier pamphlet of Philip van der Weyde. I was so excited to see that a whole book had been written on this great topic. I immediately bought it, and well, I've never changed my view. I'm certain that he is the author. And the views that I'm going to give you here are partly those of Joseph Lewis, or rather, mainly those of Joseph Lewis, and a little bit from the earlier writings of Philip van der Weyde, and a few of my own remarks will be interspersed in here. I wish to say that although this part of the course is due to Joseph Lewis, I wish to, for his protection as well as my own, say that the rest of the views in this course are not Joseph Lewis's, and in other words, just the part on proving Paine is the author, because I cannot say that Mr. Lewis would endorse this course, and I in turn don't endorse everything he stands for. I do not think Mr. Lewis is a capitalist. I don't think he understands what Thomas Paine's major importance in history was. I don't think the book that he wrote is particularly a good piece of literature in terms of how he wrote it. In other words, he's not an eloquent writer. He thinks he is, but I don't. And I saw some of the arguments are very rational and some are not. So you have to take some good with the bad in this book. But basically there are enough arguments that some do not convince, frankly, but some are very convincing. And the totality of these views is such that it is, in my mind, incontrovertible that Paine is the author of the Declaration of Independence. The quotations I read you in the first session of this course about the sentiments prior to the movement for independence, which I said I would identify in the second session, came from this book, Thomas Paine, author of the Declaration of Independence. Now, the fact is that there is no single proof in my mind, but one, that conclusively, no, I shouldn't even say that. There is no single proof, there is no single fact that proves that Thomas Paine is the author of the Declaration of Independence. But there are a large number of clues, the totality of which conclusively prove that Paine is the author. No one of them by itself does it. It's very similar to a detective story converted to a finding. It's a whodunit, except that in this case it's not whodunit in the sense of a murder, but whodunit in the sense of who wrote the Declaration. You look for clues. Maybe no one clue is conclusive, but the totality of them is such that it does prove it. Why? Well, first of all, each clue says, well, only a few people could have done this. And then you name them. Thomas Paine, Patrick Henry, and Joe Zilch. Another one, who could have done this? Another clue. Samuel Adams, Thomas Paine, and John Doe. And name another clue. And you find that in all instances, Paine is in there. In some of them, Samuel Adams is. In some of them, Patrick Henry is. In some of them, someone else is. In some of them, maybe 5 or 10 or 20 people fill the bill. But Thomas Paine is the only one who fits all the clues without exception. The others are weeded out by, they fit one clue, but they don't fit another clue. Thomas Paine fits every last one of them. It's on that process of elimination that I'm going to say that Paine is the author. In my own mind, I cannot say that he is the author of the Declaration of Independence with 100% certainty, because the only way I could really say that is if I were an eyewitness to it, and contrary to the opinion of some people, I was not there, and I did not see him actually write it. On the other hand, I also was not present at the time that Napoleon Bonaparte crowned himself Emperor of France, but I rather think that there's substantial historical evidence for it, so I take it as proven. And I was not there at other historical events, but there are enough clues to prove this. I can say that I am not 99% convinced, but 100% convinced that Jefferson is not the author of the Declaration of Independence. That is, in my mind, 100% established. Whether Paine is obviously it has an author. He didn't write itself. If Jefferson isn't, then somebody else must be. And then of the many people who are eligible possibilities, only Paine fits all the clues now. So I should say that the chances are overwhelming that it is most likely that Paine is it. And I personally would evaluate the percentages higher than 99% sure. And that's as close as I think we can get. Unless we find something still better. And that's the original draft in Paine's handwriting, which I think doesn't exist. I think it was deliberately destroyed for the reason to conceal the authorship. The reason for the concealment of the authorship, if it was concealed, and I think it was deliberately concealed, is for the same reason that Thomas Paine couldn't at first admit he wrote Common Sense, and he said he published it anonymously because his image just wasn't that great at that time. For the same reason he couldn't be proclaimed as the author of this document. What position did he have? You know, in the 18th century world, position and social status and prestige counted for a very great deal. Same is true today, except that the emphasis has shifted from, let's say, aristocracy and nobility. It has shifted to political offices and perhaps scholastic and academic titles. But it's a class society where people are judged not by what they are, but what they are, not by what they think, but what they are in terms of what position they hold. Paine had no position. He was a wandering immigrant into America, which became the United States. He was not a member of the Continental Congress. If the Declaration of Independence was to be recognized world over by France, by Spain, by Russia, by Austria, by other nations, after all, the United States was seeking public recognition as an independent nation. It had to be recognized by these other countries. France especially, because France ultimately came to war against England on behalf of the colonies, the United States. Therefore, to gain stature, an official body had to put this document out, not just some individual person who happened to live in the colony and say, I wrote this, we're now free. So it had to come out from what is called an official body, the Continental Congress. Paine was not a member of the Continental Congress. He was not the caliber that ever would be. He was not a committee man. Jefferson was. The authorship had to be attributed to one of the members. And so Jefferson was the chairman of the committee to draft the Declaration of Independence. What they probably did was they hired Thomas Paine to actually do the writing, and then they said it came out of this committee, and Jefferson was the chairman of the committee, and he was well known as a good writer, so that it was unofficially attributed to him. I wish to emphasize that, unofficially. It was never officially attributed. He never was written into the records of any state or any other so-called official body as the author. There is no claim by Thomas Jefferson personally, ever, in his life, except at the end, to be the author. Thomas Jefferson, that is incidentally one of the proofs right there. One of the many proofs. Thomas Jefferson never claimed to be the author except at the end of his life. He wrote his own epitaph a year or two prior to his death, and his death, by the way, occurred on July 4th, 1826. Exactly 50 years to the day of the Declaration of Independence's official dating. And another historical coincidence, John Adams died the same day. He was also on the committee to draft the Declaration of Independence. Thomas Jefferson and John Adams died on the same day, exactly 50 years to the day after the Declaration of Independence. Never, except about a year or two prior to his death, when he wrote his epitaph, did he ever claim to be the author. When he wrote his epitaph, he said he's the author of the Declaration of Independence. And the author of the Virginia bill on religious freedom or something, and the founder of the university in Virginia. Something like that. That's the only place he claimed it. Now you may say, well, why did he claim it then if he didn't write it? That's easy. That is easy to explain. First of all, nobody was around to really remind him by this time. Paine had died over a decade and a half earlier. He died in 1809. The only man who really knew who wrote it was dead. Am I calling Jefferson a crook? No. He forgot. Now you may say that's ridiculous. How could he forget that? Very easily. Very easily. Thomas Jefferson, when he died, was 84 years old. Very few men at that age are not senile. I happen to have known a few in my life who were in full possession of their minds at that age. One of them is Mr. Hoyles. Another was Mr. Heath. I knew a few others. But most men of that age are senile. And they don't remember well. The great Michael Faraday, at an earlier age, the great experimental physicist, at a much younger age, had to quit experimenting because he couldn't remember anything. He would do an experiment, and the next day he would do the same experiment, and he'd suddenly remember, gee, I did that yesterday. And he forgot all about it. Most men's memories fail them at their late years. Secondly, even apart from his age, it is also true that memory dims even for people who are not senile. Let me ask you something. Supposing you find something that you wrote 20 or 30 years ago as a school child, for instance, and you run across it maybe 20 or 30 years later. Can you positively remember where it came from, whether that was composed by you or whether you copied it from somewhere else? In general, you cannot. Moreover, Thomas Jefferson had heard for 50 long years everyone referred to him as the author of the Declaration of Independence, and he finally believed it. After all, he did chairman the committee to draft it. He was present, and he saw the thing being argued about all the time, and he had it in his hands all this time, And there is a document in his own handwriting called the Rough Draft of the Declaration of Independence, which is the one I referred to before as the original. That is in his handwriting. This last one is not. That's in the handwriting of Timothy Matlock. But I think it's called Timothy Matlock, the fellow who actually was he had the penmanship, but not the authorship. But there is one in his handwriting, in Jefferson's handwriting. He did write one, so it might have slipped his mind that they hired someone to ghostwrite it. And as I say, with all these years, and all that evidence of time, all that weight of time, and all the evidence of people calling him the author, it's quite possible it just slipped his mind that he had it ghostwritten. I think it's more significant that in his earlier years, when he was a young man, a middle-aged man, when he was President of the United States, he did not claim authorship. That's more significant. And if he were the author, you might think that the man who ran for President of the United States, a tough campaign, I might add, because he nearly got licked by Aaron Burr, you know. When he was running, that would have been an excellent campaign issue if it were true. I'm the author of the Declaration of Independence. I think that would have been a hell of a good thing for him to say if he were. And he didn't claim it when he was at the height of his mental powers. And he didn't claim it. And that would have been the best campaign speech he could have made, that he wrote the country's birth certificate. He didn't claim it. That's only one point, and a relatively minor one at that. Then there's another one. The word hath appears in there. Remember I called your attention to it? And I called your attention to it in Paine's writings. It appears all the time in Paine's writings. And it appears right there in the Declaration of Independence. All experience hath shown. 7th line in the penmanship version. Jefferson didn't use that word. He was a very prolific author. He actually wrote more words for publication in his lifetime than Paine did. Paine wrote less, just more deeply. Jefferson was a very prolific author. Nowhere in his writings does the word hath appear, except when he's quoting somebody else. Well, that's what he's doing here. He's quoting somebody else. If that was not part of his vocabulary. Why? It's an archaic word. He wrote in modern English. Why didn't Paine? He was a Quaker. Or more accurately, he was a Quaker in his youth. He became a deist later. He was a Quaker by upbringing. Quakers are taught to speak in old-fashioned English. They're very conservative in their linguistic styles. They still talk in these and thous. And they have old-fashioned writing styles. And Paine had it. And that was his writing style. Now, is Paine the only one who used the word hath? No. Some others did. Patrick Henry used the word hath. So this clue, if this were the only clue, this slips in Patrick Henry. It slips in quite a few other people. Paine was not the only one who used hath. But Jefferson is not one who did. There were some who did besides Paine. So this only says Paine could be the author. And so could Patrick Henry. And so could anyone who used the word hath. How about the next point? Declaration of Independence uses the word unalienable. If you look at the rough draft of the Declaration of Independence, which, by the way, the Joseph Lewis book I just referred to has the entire rough draft in it, and it goes on from the facsimile of the handwriting. It goes on for many pages, and so on. This Declaration of Independence, the original rough draft, in Jefferson's handwriting says, inalienable, not unalienable. What does that mean? Somebody made a transcription error, if that's what it is. Well, I'll come back to this. It is not a transcription error. It means that they're not written by the same person. But I'll come back to it a little later. The next proof that Paine is that Jefferson is not and Paine might be the author is the tirade against the British king, which occupies about two-thirds of the Declaration of Independence. That is perfectly in keeping with Paine's attitude towards the royal brood of Britain. It is not in keeping with the refined, urbane manners of a polished gentleman, Thomas Jefferson, who, though he didn't particularly enjoy the British king's manners, he wouldn't talk about them with the words, the vigor, the venom of Thomas Paine. Remember what I read you before in connection with slavery? He has prostituted his negative. Another place, he has waged cruel war against human nature itself. This piratical warfare, the opprobrium of infidel powers, is the warfare of the Christian king of Great Britain. Thomas Jefferson would not be violently opposing the king in terms like these. He'd just say, "Tut, tut, old man, be a little bit nicer fellow." Paine was a fiery man. He was fiery from the inside out. There was nothing about him that weasel-worded. He never cut anything in strength. He never compromised. He didn't politic. Jefferson was a politician. He was interested in pleasing other people so they would agree with him. Paine didn't give a damn. The next point. The same Thomas Paine that launched a tirade against the British king also didn't like slavery. The original draft of the Declaration of Independence, I already read you what it said. Do you suppose Thomas Jefferson will put that in when he's a slaveholder? The only way you could imagine that, ladies and gentlemen, is if you say that Thomas Jefferson is a hypocrite. I am not prepared to call him a hypocrite, because I have too much of a respect for Jefferson himself. Not as much as for Paine, but I have enough of a respect for Jefferson not to call him a hypocrite. And a man would have to be the world's worst hypocrite to write this about slavery into the rough draft and then hold slaves himself. Now you may say, but it was cut out. Of course it was cut out. That couldn't slip through in a million years. Not with the Continental Congress having a load full of southern plantation owners. It was cut out. It's the first thing to go. Why would Thomas Jefferson put something like that in, as controversial as that, when he knows damn well it'll be cut out? Why should he even invoke their anger when he's trying to get along with them, trying to be their friends? After all, these are the men he had to live with every day of his life. He had to see them every day. Why should he invoke such a criticism and such a controversy? Whereas Paine, to him everything was a mathematical model of precision, like his bridge. It's either right or it's wrong. And if it's wrong, he doesn't give a damn who likes it. He put it in because he figured if there's only one chance in a million, they might not notice it. It might slip through. And even if they cross it out, that's their doing, not mine. I put it in. At least his conscience was clear. But Jefferson wouldn't have put it in. Moreover, if you say all this isn't enough, then if he did put it in, if Jefferson did write it and did put it in, and it was crossed out, then I ask you this. Why didn't he free his own slaves? He could have freed his own slaves, even if the others weren't freed, but he didn't. He's freed no slaves in his lifetime. Not a one. In his will, he provided for the emancipation of his three most advanced slaves, advanced in culture and intellectual advancement. Jefferson's views on slavery are pretty well known. He wrote about it. His views on slavery were such that he believed in a gradual emancipation of slavery, but he felt that the Negro people would have to first advance into a position of more responsibility before they would be ripe for emancipation. Paine took the more radical and more violent, radical not in the communist, but in the fundamental and original sense. He took the more fundamental and more original and more moral position. Slavery cannot be justified on the grounds that we think these people are too primitive. What if they are primitive? That's their problem. They'll learn. When they're put into the marketplace, they'll learn. And they would if you leave them alone. And so he said, you cannot justify such an evil. Well, then there are things in the Declaration of Independence of such universal significance. The tirade against the King of England is not universal. But the first third of the Declaration of Independence, which I stressed in the first session, this is the most universal document of individual sovereignty ever penned until the 20th century. Nothing beats it in the 18th, nothing beats it in the 19th, nothing beats it in most of the 20th. That's of universal significance. The principles of the Declaration of Independence will stand the test of time, will be right in 10,000 years. This is the same man who said this is the cause of all mankind. This is the one who recognized that this is for posterity. Jefferson was a provincial man. He was not a man of universal perspective. He was a provincial individual. To him, his country was Virginia, not the United States. He was first a Virginian and second an American, as most Southerners felt. They didn't say this led to the Civil War. Robert E. Lee had the same attitude. Robert E. Lee, for example, did not believe in slavery, did not wish secession, did not want civil war, and he was offered the Union command by Abraham Lincoln, and he reluctantly refused it, because he had to make the decision. Is he first a Virginian or is he first an American? And he decided he's first a Virginian. So did Jefferson think this way. That's a local and provincial position. Paine was not first an American. He was not first a Virginian or a Pennsylvanian or an Englishman or a Frenchman. He was a man of the world. He was a citizen of the world, the first one. And he called himself that in those specific words. He said, my own mind is my own church. My religion is to do good. And my country is the world. He had a universal attitude, embracing all continents and all centuries. The Declaration of Independence was not written by a provincial mind, but by a man of universal caliber. Next point on the Declaration of Independence, by the way, that point is not Joseph Lewis's, that's mine. The others are Joseph Lewis's. The next point on the Declaration of Independence that you can show, there are many others, I'll cut this brief to a short form. For example, here's a point, for example. This is from the rough draft of the Declaration. I'm quoting. At this very time too, they are permitting their chief, that means the king, their chief, to send over not only soldiers of our common blood, but Scotch and foreign mercenaries to invade and deluge us in blood. Scotch and foreign mercenaries. Thomas Jefferson lived in a part of Virginia where most of his friends and neighbors were Scotsmen. The Randolphs of Virginia. He personally was partially of Scotch descent himself, probably. A Scotsman does not refer to Scotchmen or Scotsmen as Scotch and foreign, as lumping Scotchmen with foreigners. But Thomas Paine, was an Englishman, not a Scotsman. And as you probably know from history, the Scotch and British or English people are not only not the same people, they don't even like each other. They are forcibly joined in a union of political coercion. There used to be two separate kingdoms. And then James VI of Scotland became James I of England. And the two countries were merged under the regime of James I, whose last name was Stuart, and he was a Scotch king. He became the English king. And it's only through a political coercive union that the two countries are the same. But to this day, the English and the Scotch don't look upon each other as the same people, no more than the Germans and the Italians look upon each other as the same people. They're two different people. The fellow who wrote this looked upon Scotsmen as foreigners. Jefferson couldn't have. Not where he lived, not with his ancestry. That's a rather subtle point, but it did not escape the attention of Joseph Lewis. Another subtle point, even more subtle perhaps. In the Declaration of Independence, there is the expression false fact. That doesn't make sense. All facts are true. There are no false facts. That's a poetic way of speaking. Jefferson on this point was more of a purist than Paine. Jefferson never would have tolerated such an error in precision. This is one of the few places where Paine was sloppy. But he did it for poetic license. It sounded better. Another point is the resemblance of the phraseology of the Declaration of Independence with things that are known to be of Paine's authorship, and Joseph Lewis makes some arguments, some strong, some weak, in this book by running parallel columns between writings that are known to be Jefferson's, known to be Paine's, and corresponding passages from the Declaration. He shows that the phraseology or the forceful terminology is quite similar. He quotes from the Maritime Compact, which was written by Paine. He quotes from the Pennsylvania Preamble to the Constitution, which is known to have been written by Paine. He quotes from Common Sense, which of course was written by Paine. And he shows that many of the, not only the ideas, but the phraseologies are similar. Some of these points by Lewis are stronger than others. Some of these comparisons are stronger than others. And finally, and most powerfully, is a very interesting proof that Paine is the author, involving the most effective work. At the same time, it is the most conclusive proof, except for the slavery one. I think the single most conclusive one is the business on slavery. But the second most conclusive one is also the most subtle. Joseph Lewis, I believe, is the one who should get the credit for having discovered publicly stated that there is another rough draft of the Declaration of Independence in existence besides the one in Jefferson's handwriting. Everyone knows about the one in Jefferson's handwriting because it's kept in the same place in the National Archives or Library of Congress or wherever it's kept. It's kept in Washington in the same place where the final declaration is kept, the rough draft in Jefferson's handwriting. But there's also a less known and very less visited rough draft in the handwriting of John Adams, who was also on the committee. This one originally was retained by the John Adams family and later got into the Massachusetts Historical Association, where it is now. And Joseph Lewis got permission to reproduce it. This one I'm holding aloft now is the rough draft in Adams's handwriting. This also goes on for a number of pages. This one is not mutilated the way the Jefferson one is, because it's the Jefferson one that was the working copy from which this one was made. That's the one that got mutilated and the slavery passage was cut out and all the things I showed you a few minutes ago. The Jefferson rough draft, you see all the ink blots and all the crossings out. The Adams copy doesn't have it. Now this one's in Adams' handwriting. The reason that this proves that Paine wrote it, or more accurately is one of the clues, is that this is almost the same as the one in Jefferson's handwriting prior to the scratchings out. But there are a few significant differences. And it's in those differences that the importance arises. The differences are quite significant. One is the John Adams one says unalienable, the same as the final version. The Jefferson one says inalienable. So you say, so what? Well, obviously, if neither is the original, then they both must have gotten it from somewhere else, and one transcribed it the way it was written, and the other one transcribed it the way he prefers the word. That was Jefferson's preferred version, inalienable. He was a man of strong character, and he changed it to fit his own style. John Adams was a man of more passive nature. Remember, he's the one who said, I could not have written in so strong and manly a style. He said that himself about Common Sense. He copied it just the way he saw it. This may or may not be his style, but he copied it the way he saw it. Jefferson changed it. And apparently, in their final draft, they got it changed back to unalienable. But there's something more interesting yet about the John Adams version. There are several somethings in there besides that. One of them is, well, I won't go into all of them because it would take too long, and we're running out of time. I just want to take the main point that is different. And this is the blockbuster. In the John Adams version, and you will find that many of the nouns, common nouns, are written with capital letters. I'll just read you the first sentence, and I'll indicate which are capital, which letters are which nouns have an initial capital letter. When in the course of human events, course is written with a capital C, events with a capital E, it becomes necessary for a people, capital P, to advance from that subordination, capital S, in which they have hitherto remained, and to assume among the powers of the earth, capital P on powers, capital E on earth, the equal and independent station, capital S, to which the laws, capital L, of nature, capital N, and of nature's God, capital N on nature's and capital G on God, etc., etc. I don't want to go on. But this is the way the whole thing is written. Every important noun is capitalized. Not every noun, but every important noun. Why? That isn't the way John Adams normally wrote. And that isn't the way most people write. And that isn't the way Thomas Jefferson wrote. Now let's look at the Jefferson version. Not the final version in Timothy Matlock's handwriting, the one in Jefferson's handwriting. I'll tell you which ones are capitalized. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them, etc., etc. I didn't stop once. Not a single capital letter on any one of these nouns, including God, which practically everyone capitalizes these days. They're all small letters. So you say, so what? So this. There are only 4 possibilities, ladies and gentlemen, and that's a logically full course of possibilities. Either John Adams is the author of the Declaration of Independence and Thomas Jefferson copied his version. That's one possibility. Or Thomas Jefferson is the author of the Declaration of Independence and John Adams copied his version. Or neither is the author of the Declaration of Independence, they both copied it from somebody else. Or they composed it independently. The latter possibility you can discount totally, because the probability of 2 human beings writing the same thing without knowledge of each other, which are this close but yet not exactly the same, but which have the same words and are a document this long with nearly identical phraseology, that 2 human beings should write verbatim the same thing, is almost one chance that it's incalculably small. As a matter of fact, I don't think it's incalculable, but it would take a while to figure it out. It would probably take longer for this possibility to happen than the age of the universe. So we'll skip that one. That leaves 3 possibilities. Thomas Jefferson is the author, and Adams copied it. John Adams authored it, and Jefferson copied it. Neither wrote it, and they both copied it. Let's exclude the first 2, and that leaves only the last. John Adams cannot be the author, so that Jefferson should copy it for a number of reasons. Number 1, these sentiments are not his. His whole life is a living refutation of what in the case of Thomas Jefferson, there are only a couple of minor refutations, like Scotch and foreign mercenaries and the slavery business, and he wasn't as powerful a writer, and he wouldn't have said used such a strong language. But basically, these are his sentiments, too. Jefferson mainly felt this way, too. Not Adams. These are totally alien to his thinking. He and Jefferson were lifetime political foes. This is totally contrary to John Adams' philosophy. Moreover, this is not in his writing style. He admitted it himself, referring to common sense, when people thought he wrote it. I could not have written in such a manly style. This is even more so. He also didn't capitalize nouns. Why would he suddenly go berserk and start capitalizing nouns on this one document? So we exclude that possibility. Let's take the other possibility. Jefferson is the author and Adams copied it. This is what everybody believes, that Jefferson is the author. Well, if Jefferson is the author, why should John Adams, in copying this from Jefferson, change all these things? Why should he capitalize every letter that he normally wouldn't do anyhow? The only letter that I think John Adams might have capitalized would be God. All the others, course of human events, why should he capitalize C in course? What would make him do it? If it didn't read that way in the original. Why should he change inalienable to unalienable? So the possibility of his making these changes is ruled out by the fact that this is not in his writings, not in his own writing style, and it's certainly not in that of the one that Jefferson wrote. And therefore, it was not copied from Jefferson. It was copied from somewhere else. That leaves the final and last possibility. Someone else wrote it. Well, now you can guess who. Because all the other clues, this doesn't tell you that Paine was the other author, but it does tell you there was another author. And all the other clues show that it was Paine. There are probably at least 50 others I could give you reasons, but time does not permit. I think this suffices. You can read this book yourself. There are other things interesting in this book. And even if you're not convinced, the fact of the matter is, he did write Common Sense, and it would be no great genius to figure out that the Declaration of Independence is inspired by common sense. But with these additional proofs, you can assume that the possibility is incontrovertibly in favor of having been written by Paine. There's one last thing I wish to do this evening and give you the best biography of Thomas Paine possible, better than what I said in the last few hours. I want to read you a few quotations from Thomas Paine. Because if you read some quotations from a man's own writings, you get a better picture of this man's thinking, his life, his way of achieving things than if you merely read about him in a biography or listen to others. Because those are all, when you hear about a man from someone else, a biographer, a lecturer, those are the opinions of the biographer or the lecturer. The best biography of any man is his intellectual biography, to see how he thought. And that you get from his own writings, where he is not misquoted or perhaps calumniated or perhaps whitewashed, but he's saying what was his. And I wish to read you some sample quotations. They are in no particular order. They are not from the same writing. They are merely extracted from a collection of his quotations, which Joseph Lewis, the same Joseph Lewis I just mentioned, put out. These are, it's called Inspiration and Wisdom from the Writings of Thomas Paine. He just collected a lot of nice quotations, and I in turn boiled down a few of those, and they are in no particular order except that they are all typical of his thinking. Independence is my happiness, and I view things as they are, without regard to place or person. My country is the world, and my religion is to do good. It is necessary to the happiness of man that he be mentally faithful to himself. It is easy to tell a lie, but it is difficult to support the lie after it is told. My own mind is my own church. This is one of the reasons he wasn't liked too well. They prefer the other kind. I believe that religion consists not in believing or disbelieving, but in doing justice, loving mercy, and endeavoring to make our fellow creatures happy. Those who expect to reap the blessings of freedom must, like men, undergo the fatigues of supporting it. Some of these quotations are quite famous, except most people don't know where they come from. This is one very famous quotation, except I dare say most people don't know where it came from. Of course, there's the famous one I don't have here. These are the times that try men's souls. That's an even more famous one. The next one is one of my favorites. Actually, they all are. I love the man that can smile in trouble, that can gather strength from distress, and grow brave by reflection. 'Tis the business of little minds to shrink, but he whose heart is firm and whose conscience approves his conduct will pursue his principles unto death. See, he lived this. The mere guillotining of him proves it. He does not compromise even when the guillotine stares him in the face. The beautiful thing about Thomas Paine is he was not a hypocrite. He believed what he wrote. And he lived his life accordingly. The next one is even better as far as being one of my favorites. To argue with a man who has renounced the use and authority of reason and whose philosophy consists in holding humanity in contempt is like administering medicine to the dead. Certain as I am that when opinions are free, either in matters of government or religion, truth will finally and powerfully prevail. An army of principles will penetrate where an army of soldiers cannot. It will succeed where diplomatic management would fail. It is neither the Rhine, the Channel, nor the ocean that can arrest its progress. It will march on the horizon of the world and it will conquer. That's the army of principles. The mind, once enlightened, cannot again become dark. That, incidentally, is one of the key points to ideological strategy for the future. The mind once enlightened cannot again become dark. It ought not be that because we cannot do everything that we ought not do what we can. Morality is injured by prescribing to it duties that are impossible to be performed. A long habit of not thinking a thing wrong gives it a superficial appearance of being right. The cause of America is in a great measure the cause of all mankind. The more men have to lose, the less willing are they to venture. That, by the way, explains why in the 20th century there are so many rich New Dealers and rich socialists. The more men have to lose, the less willing are they to venture. They have a vested interest in what they've got, and they are unwilling to take risks. I do not permit the whole of my mind, nor ever did, to be engaged or absorbed by one object only. A law not repealed continues in force not because it cannot be repealed, but because it is not repealed, and the non-repealing passes for consent. The next one is one of the most fundamental points ever written in the history of freedom. A casual discontinuance of the practice of despotism is not a discontinuance of its principles. The former depends on the virtue of the individual who is in immediate possession of power. The latter on the virtue and fortitude of the nation. That, if properly interpreted, leads to a free society in the 20th century. That's the last quotation. Paine is actually the antecedent of many of the modern concepts that can be used in the 20th century. Society is the guardian, but not the giver. The government of a free country, properly speaking, is not in the persons, but in the laws. You have to interpret laws as natural laws to make this mean something. And Paine did mean natural laws, incidentally, if you take this in context. If a government requires the support of oaths, it is a sign that it is not worth supporting and ought not to be supported. Make a government what it ought to be, and it will support itself. The present-day conservatives are very strong for loyalty oaths. I'll read this again. If a government requires the support of oaths, it is a sign that it is not worth supporting and ought not to be supported. Make a government what it ought to be, and it will support itself. It is cheaper to corrupt than to conquer. We talk of religion. Let us talk of truth. For that which is not truth is not worthy of the name of religion. The Bible is a book that has been read more and examined less than any book ever existed. Who can say by what exceedingly fine action of fine matter it is that a thought has produced in what we call the mind? And yet that thought, when produced, as I now produce the thought I am writing, is capable of becoming immortal, and is the only production of man that has that capacity. That is a rudimentary acknowledgement of the principles upon which Course V201, the most advanced course of the Free Enterprise Institute, is founded. The nature and protection of primary property. Primary property is property in thinking, or in thoughts. In other words, that's the most durable product. A good thought. Nothing is more easy to find. Sorry, I misquoted that. Nothing is more easy than to find abusive words. And finally, one doubtful thing cannot be admitted as proof that another doubtful thing is true. That is a universal mind I have just quoted from, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I have one last thing to say, and that is, what is the application of all this stuff on Thomas Paine and the Declaration of Independence to the 20th century's supreme crisis, the one we are immersed in, which if we don't handle it properly, will cost every last one of us our lives and every last one of us our freedom. I don't know in which order. Well, either our freedom first and then our lives, or our lives and our freedom together. Every last one of us will be wiped out as far as free individuals in the near foreseeable future due to the demonstrably corrupt and degenerate forces that have produced a decay of a culture not yet 200 years old. We have the supreme crisis of world history. And I maintain that what Thomas Paine started is the beginning of a much larger concept of freedom, a much larger American Revolution, a much larger concept which is anchored still to the Newtonian principles of rational scientific thinking from which you can develop a much higher level social structure. And what I wish to say in the next session and the last session of this course is how this relates to your freedom and your life and your survival in the 20th century.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In the session that was last week, it occurred to me afterwards there was one point I didn't complete, which I had better return to before proceeding with the main topic. When I was giving as one of the proofs that the Declaration of Independence's true author is Thomas Paine, the last and one of the more significant proofs was the existence of the Adams copy of the Declaration of Independence, the Adams copy of the rough draft, or the original draft rather, before it got mutilated in the committee of the Continental Congress, and the strongest points were chopped out on slavery and so forth. And I made the point that the letters of certain nouns, of many of the more prominent nouns, common nouns, were capitalized. It occurred to me after the lecture was over that I forgot to connect that up as to why that indicates that Paine is the author. I already mentioned why it couldn't be either Jefferson or Adams. This I did cover last session, but what I omitted mentioning is that this clue also, as all the others, points to Thomas Paine, because that was his style. That was his definite style of writing if you look at everything else he ever wrote. He always capitalized prominent common nouns, the ones that were of significance, as he saw them in the sentence. And the reason for that is also connected with his Quaker upbringing, which also influenced his writing the word hath, H-A-T-H, the archaic and obsolete form of the word has, which is very prominent in Paine's writings. He used it many, many times, frequently in all of his writings, whereas Jefferson, in something like several millions of published words, never used it once, except when he was quoting someone else, which he was doing here. This usage of hath is part of Paine's Quaker heritage. So is the use of the capitalized letters. This, you see, comes from Old English, and the Quakers are very conservative in changing their styles of not just writing, but mode of dress and mode of communication, and the way they talk, thee and thou, to this day, or at least till more recently than others. I'd like to emphasize that they have a more conservative trend in their mannerisms, and Paine had this in his upbringing. The reason that it was prominent in his writings, as I say, is because of his mode of early education. Old English is related to German, and those of you who know German know that in German all nouns, without exception, are capitalized. All common nouns, not merely proper nouns, but common nouns are capitalized. And Old English was a transition between the more modern English and the Anglo-Saxon tongues, which were Germanic. The transition was that only the more prominent nouns were capitalized. And Paine, as I say, inherited this style, and this is quite characteristic of his style. And there's a last point to be made on this single point of the authorship of the Declaration of Independence. It is important to point out that whereas several of the clues completely exclude the possibility that Jefferson could be the author, the slavery clause is a 100% certainty that Jefferson is not the author, and also this business about the capitalized letters and the existence of the Adams copy, which differs from the Jefferson copy. These are all 100% certainties that each of them represents a proof that Jefferson could not be the author. None of these proves that Paine is the author with 100% certainty, but every single clue as to who the true author is has several candidates as to who could possibly be the author. The word hath includes Thomas Paine as a possible candidate for authorship. It would also include, in this case, not Jefferson, but Patrick Henry, among others. The attitude on slavery would include Thomas Paine, would exclude Jefferson, but would also include Samuel Adams, for instance. But the only possible historic figure of the 18th century who fills all the clues without exception is Thomas Paine. And also, although there were a few other people such as Adams who did not believe in slavery, Samuel Adams that is, no one had the vigor and the vehemence on the subject that Paine had. And of course the entire style of the Declaration of Independence practically has his fingerprint on it. He had a very unique style of writing, which probably no one has successfully emulated.
Now let's go on with the main topic of the evening, the final session of this short 3-session course. Let's analyze, first of all, what the purpose of having this course is in the first place. The first 2 sessions were mainly confined to the history of the period around the time of the American and French Revolutions and the biographical material that concerns Paine and the connection of Thomas Paine with the Declaration of Independence, the American Revolution, and the general philosophical movement for freedom of the 18th century. So, as you can see, the first two-thirds of this course is a historical analysis of what the significance and meaning of the 18th century movement called the American Revolution is. And I think you will agree, without too much effort, that what was given here is not given in the usual analyses or treatments of American history, which I claim are total distortions of what really happened. And I have given you the reasons for this. However, be that as it may, this is interesting to me, and probably, I hope, to you, what the significance of the American Revolution for the 18th century was, and what a correct historical approach to understanding that period is. Although this is interesting in its own right, as a student of history, if any of you consider yourselves such, there is something far more pressing in terms of urgency and importance that this material has to offer for us today who are living in the 20th century, and for that matter, for those who will succeed us in the 21st and 22nd and so on into the future centuries, because I can maintain even stronger a statement than that. If we don't learn this lesson properly as to what the significance of the American Revolution is, and go on from there and recognize where we can go beyond that and what we can do with it, there may not be a 21st or a 22nd or a 23rd century for the human race. And this I'm saying in complete earnestness, without the slightest bit of hesitancy. There is absolutely no question in my mind that we have the most important, most deep, and the supreme crisis of the human race confronting us at this moment. As a matter of fact, in our more advanced courses, especially in our very most advanced course thus far, V201, I emphasize that this is more than a supreme crisis to the human race. This is even one step higher. This is what I call the critical period in the existence of this particular species to which we belong, which is usually called Homo sapiens, but is more accurately described as Homo sap at this moment, and represents an attempt on the part of man to emerge from his period of idiocy, which has preceded our present time in history. Our whole past history is anchored on idiocy and the rule of the irrational and the rule of the immoral. I'm going to back all these things up in a little while. We have reached a stage in the culture that will come to any volitional species, anywhere in the universe at any time. It's the period of criticality, which determines whether that species lives or dies, whether it dies out totally and becomes extinct. If we don't survive this particular crisis, there shan't be a human race. Why is this so? And why am I bold enough to make such a statement? And why should this not be regarded as just another crackpot comment? And why should you not just relegate this into the same category of doom criers that people have had to contend with since the dawn of time? There have always been people who are claiming that things are going to hell and that this is a heck of a lousy generation and that this is a period of great crisis. What makes this crisis so much different from every other crisis in history? We have had an event occur exactly 301 years ago which changed the history of the human race. And that event is the integration of the physical sciences into a comprehensive single package of knowledge which has improved the ability of man to cope with the laws of nature in the physical universe, and also has enabled him to master physical forces beyond any concept of earlier man. The human species at this time is capable, through physical science knowledge, and to a lesser extent through biological science knowledge, of developing technologies and products of technologies which have energy potentials and releases comparable to what takes place in the center of the sun. And we are capable of generating energy densities which equal or exceed the energy densities available in the sun. That is a mighty large amount of energy available to the human species at this time. Now the question is, what do we do with that energy? Do we use it for purposeful and constructive reasons which will improve ourselves, or will we use these energies haphazardly, without thinking, and irrationally? In which case, these same abilities to develop energies of this high order are capable of killing every human being. And if it doesn't happen through such a thing as a blast, you obviously realize I'm referring to nuclear energy, and as a matter of fact, the things which are in the offing which are even more potent than what are now called hydrogen bombs, these will be sometime in the near future probably as impotent compared with future devices as the firecracker is compared with the hydrogen bomb. Now, when we're getting that smart in technology, in physical technology, it behooves us to learn a little bit about how to behave ourselves. Because this is getting to the point where it looks very much as though we were a bunch of infants in a room full of dynamite and then given a couple of boxes of matches to play with and then wonder what happens. We have got no ability to behave ourselves in such a way that these energies are used for constructive rather than destructive purposes. Why? For one single, solitary, identifiable reason which is pinpointed as follows. What happened in 1665 and the following year, 1666, which is 301 years ago and 300 years ago respectively, Isaac Newton, as a lone individual, working by himself in solitude, with no research team or federal aid to help him, he developed certain ideas which have changed the entire face of the human universe, or the universe accessible to human undertaking. It has changed the destiny of man. It has given us the present world of technology out of which these energy devices have become available to us. No corresponding development occurred in the field of human behavior, human action, volitional experience. Volition, of course, means the ability to choose. And I call a science which has to be developed volitional science. Just as there is a physical science and a biological science, physical science deals with matter and energy on a cosmic scale. Biological science deals with that branch of the physical universe which possesses what is called life. Biologists haven't done quite so well as the physicists yet. They have a somewhat more difficult science. They haven't even properly identified exactly what is meant by life, but we're getting there. I already know what the purpose of life is, by the way, but I got it through physics and not through biology. I got it through the first and second laws of thermodynamics. And the Free Enterprise Institute will offer a course in the hopefully near future on the purpose of life, which is developed from physical science. Subtitle of that course would be Capitalism from a Cosmic Point of View. If anybody thinks that capitalism is merely an economic subject, disabuse your minds of the subject, because it isn't true. Capitalism is a universal concept which deals with the behavior of volitional beings, which brings me to the third subject. The first was physics, the second was biology, and the third is volition. Volition is the act of choosing. Those biological organisms which are capable of exercising choice, or volition, are capable of making distinctions between various courses of action and deciding which of numerous alternatives to follow. This is not true, for example, of a stone. Once you know what forces are acting on a stone, you know exactly what's going to happen to it. Once you know its initial position, its initial velocity, and the forces acting on it, you can predict where that stone will be at all future times. That is something you cannot do with a human being. If you know what motivational influences are acting on a human being, you don't know how he will react to them. You can put a man under a given set of conditions, state what the conditions are, and you don't know what he will do, which of the many courses available to him he will choose. If you don't believe me, let me ask you a simple question. Where do you expect to be on April 22nd, 4:30 p.m., 1978? Is there anyone here who thinks he can answer that intelligently and predictably? Obviously not. I could ask you this an hour before it happens. I could ask you right now, where will you be an hour from now? And you won't know. There will be exceedingly large probability you'll still be here. But it's not a certainty. There may be any number of things that could happen. For example, a hydrogen bomb may drop on us and our atoms might be scattered. Or you might get sick, either of the lecture or physically, and walk out. Or I might drop dead. I don't expect to, I don't plan it that way, but these are all things that could happen. So the point is that every human act is capable of being altered, not only by external influences which are not predictable, but even internally, the individual cannot predict his own future actions with certainty. This makes for a very difficult science, but difficult does not mean impossible. There's a very strong technical distinction between impossible and difficult. What is this distinction? Most people don't observe this distinction, and most people say impossible when they don't mean it. And I would like to admonish you and warn you that never use the word impossible unless you are absolutely certain that it is a meaningful statement and that you really can back it up. Otherwise, what you say is impossible might make you look very foolish a little later. For example, if you were to have a canvass of the population in the year 1900 and ask people, tell me, do you believe that man can fly and that man shall be flying? The average person in 1900 would have certainly said, no, man cannot fly. And quite a large number, I don't know how large, but I would venture to say, judging from my experience with knowing people even in the present era, most people, or at least many people, would have gladly volunteered, oh no, man cannot fly, that's impossible, you know. And if you were to pin them down and say, why is it impossible for man to fly, their only reason would be one of perhaps two variations of essentially the same reason. Either it would be something like this. Many men have tried to fly over the past ages. Man has dreamed about flying for thousands of years. And some people have tried it. Some have written about it. Some have actually tried it. And it didn't work. And if after all these thousands of years no one has ever learned how to fly, then surely it must be impossible. Or a variation of this would be, I don't know how to fly. And then unspoken would be implied, of course, I'm the smartest person in the world, and if I don't know how to fly, obviously the other boobs can't either. The form of this argument essentially is that a person considers that to be impossible, which he doesn't know how to solve. On that basis, I wish to emphasize that you can get into a lot of embarrassment at later times, because obviously anyone who would have said in 1900, it's impossible for man to fly, he would have become converted into a monkey in 3 years, because the Wright brothers would have made a monkey out of him. They flew in 1903, and since then millions of other people have flown. In the same way that Wilbur and Orville Wright did fly in 1903, other people could have flown in 1900, but they didn't. Now let's analyze why not. They didn't fly for a very simple reason. They didn't know how. Now we're getting to the point. There's a difference between not knowing how to do something and calling it impossible. Once you learn how, then you have educated yourself to the point where you're capable of mastering forces or mastering natural principles which will enable you to develop forces which will make it possible to do what earlier people couldn't do, or more accurately, didn't do because they didn't know how. The situation then is as follows. In 1900, it could have been said properly that it is difficult to fly, but not that it is impossible. That means that it is not known and it is requiring a certain amount of effort to develop the knowledge to know how to fly. On that basis, we have an improvement factor available. Difficulty can be reduced to simplicity. Today, it is not proper for man to say it is difficult to fly. In 1900, it would have been proper for man to say it is difficult to fly because at that time they didn't know how. No one did yet. The Wright brothers were already trying and learning, but they didn't quite master the job yet. Today, it is not proper to say it is difficult to fly. It is more proper to say it's very simple to fly. Anyone can do it. All you have to do is buy a ticket. Anyone in the world can fly today. The stupidest person in the world can fly today. He just hires someone to take him up. The point is, it has become easy because the technology for it has become widespread, and today there are many people who know how to design airplanes, not just two, Wilbur and Orville Wright, but there are thousands of people who know how to design airplanes, and probably several million who know how to fly them, which isn't the same as knowing how to build them. And then anyone who cannot either build them or fly them can hire someone to do it for him, and then anyone can fly, even if they don't know how to build them, the airplanes, and if they don't know how to fly them. They can hire someone to do this. And so consequently, it has become very simple. It has never been impossible to fly. Does this mean that I have just ruled out the concept of impossibility and that nothing is really impossible? It's merely waiting until we learn how to do something? No. There is such a thing as impossible. And it's very important to recognize this, that there are things which are impossible and there are things which are not impossible, but which are simply difficult, which can then phase into easy later. The things which are impossible, which will never be done, are things which are involving actions which require a violation of natural principles or natural laws. It is not possible to develop something which is operating contrary to natural law. It is not possible, for example, to develop a perpetual motion machine. As a matter of fact, in physics, 3 different kinds of perpetual machine have been intellectually devised. None of them have ever been built to operate. Models have been built, and they've failed. And they will always fail. Now, that's a pretty bold statement, and I don't hesitate to make it, and I don't worry that in 2 years some new Wright brothers type will come along and make a monkey out of me. I'm not worried that 2 or 3 years from now somebody will build a perpetual motion machine, or that in 300 years someone will do it, or in 3,000 years, or in 3 million years. That's quite a long time ahead, and I'm going quite a bit out on a limb. But I don't think that there will ever be a perpetual motion machine for a very good reason. We are in possession of knowledge today which involves a comprehension of the physical universe which we call laws of nature, which I might add are man-made. And I don't wish to go into that in great detail because that would take us far afield from this course's material. But natural laws are man-made laws in the sense that man discovers them. There are no natural laws except in the minds of volitional beings, and those are contrived by those minds. But the question is, do those minds comprehend natural principles so that there's a one-to-one correspondence between events as they occur and events as they're predicted? And if you have a working experience which is long enough and consistent enough to justify the prediction, you venture forth, you go out on a limb and say, this is an eternal, universal law of nature. And that is man's opinion that this is the way the universe is built. Our present conception of the universe involves various kinds of understandings or comprehensions of various forms of natural phenomena. Among these are, for example, the first and second laws of thermodynamics. Perpetual motion machine of the first kind is one that would violate the first law of thermodynamics, or otherwise known as the conservation of energy. Second kind of perpetual motion machine would violate the second law of thermodynamics. There's also a third kind which would be a frictionless device. All 3 of these would involve a violation of a natural law, and we can safely predict that there will never be a perpetual motion machine. The only possibility of this statement being an error, and I'm taking that risk, is that our comprehension of the laws of nature are inadequate, and what is now called the first law of thermodynamics or the second law of thermodynamics will not be later regarded as correct or valid and will be discarded. In that case, then there could be perpetual motion machines, but we have sufficient evidence to take this extremely strong and uncompromised position on the laws of thermodynamics. Now, why was all this necessary, all this discussion? And what has this got to do with Thomas Paine and the American Revolution and freedom? It has everything to do with it. Because I said the reason we have this supreme crisis is because our physical science has gone ahead, forged ahead so far that we are divergent in our respective capabilities. We have extremely large capabilities to organize the energies available in the physical universe and put them at our own disposal. And we are very much under-knowledged on the other subject of what to do with this ability. We have the ability to harness the energies available in nature, and we don't have the ability to harness our own actions, so we don't put these energies to destructive use, which means we don't use them to commit species suicide. Now, why has this not been done? This is the relevancy of the difficult versus impossible argument. Is it because it is impossible to develop evolutional science wherein you can develop comprehension of how human beings ought to behave and how they can act so that they don't destroy each other? Or is it because it's only difficult and we haven't learned how yet? Is it impossible or is it difficult? And upon that, the answer to that question hinges the fate of man. Because if it is impossible to develop evolutional science, then my prediction is man's remaining period in existence as a species is less than a century more to go. That's a pretty horrendous thought, and I hope it upsets your sleep for a few days. I really mean that. Not because I'm wishing you hard luck, but I'd like to interfere with your sleep for the next few days so that you can have a more comfortable sleep and a more likely ability to exist in 30 or 50 years. It would be a good investment of your time to worry about it now to see what can be done about it. Is it impossible to develop evolutional science? If the answer to this is yes, it is impossible, then man has no way of developing knowledge which is capable of remedial action so that he can personally use these tremendous physical energies constructively instead of destructively. Then he will always act haphazardly, and always people who are not competent to understand principles will ultimately get control of these energies and use them for destructive purposes. If, on the other hand, it's only difficult, then we've got a real chance. Because if it's only difficult and not impossible, well, then that means if we learn how, and pretty soon we'll be on top of the world. Because when it becomes important to us to find out how to solve a difficult but very critical and crucial problem, then we will learn how to overcome the problems that are besetting us, surmount the crisis, survive, and win, and have a solution. And later on, what is now called difficult will become so childish that children will be growing up and grade school will be learning these principles that now PhDs don't understand. That's not unusual, by the way. I can cite you a simple argument which a 5-year-old could answer correctly. Any normal child over the age of 5, and some even younger, they'll correctly answer these questions. Tell me, Sonny, is it possible to eat a loaf of bread that has never been baked? You suppose any normal child would not recognize that the answer to that is it is not possible to eat a loaf of bread that has never been baked. Tell me, my boy, is it possible to ride in an automobile that has never been built? Can you live in a house that has never been built? Can you wear a suit of clothes that has never been made? Then generalize it. Can you consume something that has never been produced? The answer to these questions is uniformly negative. No, it is not possible to consume anything that has not been produced. Is there anyone here who thinks that any child could not answer that question? Yet, the PhD economists who are running this country's economy don't understand this. The President of the United States does not understand this, and I'm not referring to any particular president. I don't wish to have any partisan arguments here. This has nothing to do with the incumbent president. The present one doesn't know it. The previous one didn't know the answer. The one before that didn't know the answer, nor the one before that, nor the one before that, and so on. So I think you have to go back probably to Grover Cleveland or maybe McKinley before they might have a smattering of an idea that the answer is no. You can't consume something that hasn't been produced. And even they would be a little fuzzy on it. Now you say this is ridiculous. Of course they would know that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you may say that obviously I am foolish and that anybody, a PhD in economics included, a politician included, would know that the answer to that is no. But not in a formal question, probably, yes. If you put it to them as simply as that, they probably would say, no, you can't eat something that hasn't been produced. But the way they operate their policies, the way they run the country, the way they make the decisions that affects your life, your property, your liberty, your actions, everything about your life is decided by people who act as though the answer to these questions were yes. It is possible to consume something which has never been produced. They are talking about distributing wealth that doesn't exist. They're talking about paying for things without first producing the requisite materials or requisite wealth that is necessary to make the purchases. They're talking about feeding the world with no one working. Everybody should work less, be paid more. Ultimately, they want a work week of 0 hours with a minimum wage of $1,000 an hour, and nobody doing any work. This is ultimately what this is heading towards. This is impossible. That's not difficult. That's impossible. The point is that we have the ability to develop a volitional science. I'll go farther. It exists now. It doesn't have to be developed. It exists at this moment, except it is not widely known. The purpose of the Free Enterprise Institute, which is the organization that is putting this course before you, is to disseminate this knowledge while there is time to disseminate it and while you can still hope to survive. The main course of this institute, the basic course I should say, is numbered V50. And that one, which is a much longer course than this, V50 develops this science of volition, and it shows where it leads. It shows the kind of world you can build which will be capable of surmounting the crisis that I'm going to talk about for part of this evening. It also shows not only what the kind of world is, or what the kind of world will be, rather, that will emerge, but more importantly, or let's say equally importantly, it shows how to get from here to there. How do we transform our present position of near collapse as a social structure, of near termination as a species, into one that is capable not only of temporary, but of permanent survival? Since I'm predicting and working towards the state, or rather the condition of man, wherein when he survives the present critical stage, or supreme crisis, that he will be capable of surviving as a species, not until the next war, or the next generation, or the next century, but forever. Or for the human species to survive as long as the physical universe is capable of supporting volitional beings. Man does not have to have continuing, recurring, predictable crises which have happened in all past civilizations, and all past civilizations have ultimately collapsed, but none of these were fatal to the species. The previous collapses of civilization only resulted in that particular culture or civilization disintegrating. And then, in the same geographical location where that culture once existed, well, there were still people there, except that there was a reduced capability of producing, destitution. People were dying of hunger, malnutrition. There were epidemics. They were subject to looting. There was anarchy or internal small-scale violence, wherein everyone was plundering everyone else, a situation of unpredictable looting on a small scale rather than on a large scale from a major state. And then, in the ruins of this previous civilization, ultimately some strong fellow, some big, strong-armed man would come along and say, "Now look here, you people are in a bad mess here, and you just trust to me. I'm pretty smart and I'm pretty strong. You just leave it to me, and I'll see to it that nobody will start bothering you, and we will have law and order here. All you have to do is to do as I say. Trust me, follow me, and of course you have to help me support myself. I'm too busy to work. I haven't got time to grow food. I haven't got time to make clothing. I haven't got time to build houses. I'm busy protecting you. And so you have to give me some of what you make, and then I'll see to it that you'll be well off." Entrance, the new king, or tribal chief, duke, prince, count, baron. If he's strong enough, he calls himself king. So I've already pointed out, these are all the same thing, duke, king, and emperor. It's just simply a duke is a little king who hasn't got much confidence in his ability to command. And when he gets to be real tough, he calls himself king. And when he gets really tough, he calls himself emperor. But these are all the same type of generic concept. They're all the same. These are monarchs, single rulers. They command. Others obey. In exchange, he provides them protection, or at least that's what he claims. And so long as they believe him, everything is fine and hunky-dory. This is the situation of the human race for thousands of years of recorded history, plus many, many thousands of years more of unrecorded history before we have formal records, this is undoubtedly, as we can learn from archaeological and anthropological findings, the way earlier people ran their lives. They were simply following leaders. In a more lengthy exposure to these ideas, I would go on and demonstrate that the leaders are really the followers, but I don't think I'd better go into that here. Now, for these many thousands of years, many cultures arose in many parts of the world, and they ultimately all successively disintegrated. And wherever these cultures disintegrated, on the ruins of past civilizations, new ones would arise, patterned on the same fallacies, the same leadership concepts. There was no improvement. The next culture the new strong-armed man would build himself up, and a new society would emerge there, a new culture would arise, and then after a while, the commands would get too oppressive to the point where people stopped working, and a new round of destitution and collapse occurred. And these were the many crises. All these rulers always needed a crisis to keep themselves in power. Because after all, remember, if there was no crisis afoot, after a while these people, after they're no longer being harassed by their neighbors and when they're no longer having to get into scuffles with everybody that comes along because the king or the baron or whoever he happens to be has kept law and order in the neighborhood, after a while he says, it's nice and peaceful now. All I have to do is fork over part of what I make every year to this fellow and keeps it nice and peaceful. As a matter of fact, after a while people take it for granted. And I say, gee, maybe we don't need this fellow after all. It's so nice and peaceful and quiet now. And so, therefore, the king or the baron cannot afford this harmony and peace. To make sure that no one ever loses track of the fact that he's necessary to be there as ruler, as chief. Tribal chief is a good way of referring to him, because you see that tribal chief is associated with a primitive culture, and that's exactly what I'm trying to convey, that this is a primitive mode of social organization. And under these circumstances, the tribal chief, which is the generic name I will use for dukes and barons and kings and emperors, the tribal chief, after a while, has to stir up some trouble and provoke some problems. Because if there weren't a war going on or some other major crisis, or at least a riot, he has to have at least a riot going on so he can quell that. Something has to happen which is of violent nature so he can show that he's still important to keep the peace, preserve law and order. And so consequently, crisismanship is a way of life. You have to generate crises to make sure that the tribal chief is appreciated. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that's the way man lived always for thousands and thousands of years. Except now something new has happened, and I already mentioned what it is. We now have a physical science which has completely gone beyond the bounds of earlier men. Thanks to the efforts of Isaac Newton, his predecessors who prepared the groundwork for what he did, and all the scientists who came after him, we now have the physical technology available to us to eliminate the entire human species if we misapply these energies. Now, earlier cultures were not beset with this problem. The worst that could happen when a tribal chief started some kind of a skirmish to show how important he was, well, they'd get into a little war, and a couple of thousand people would kill each other, and of course it's very catastrophic for those individuals who got killed. To them, the world had come to an end. Any individual who got killed, to him his world ended. But to the species, looking at it from the standpoint of the entire human race, well, all right, so a few hundred, few thousand, few tens of thousands of people were dead. The rest of them survived. With spears and bows and arrows, or even with muskets and cannons. You can't wipe out the human race. I think this is almost certain. Anyhow, no tribal chief ever got us even close to disaster on a species basis, just on an individual basis. But now, with one bomb, you can wipe out millions of people. You can put it quite accurately this way. The only thing that stands between death and life for you and me, perhaps, is a bottle of vodka or an American bottle of gin. And the wrong guy drinks the wrong bottle at the wrong time and pushes the wrong button, and that's it. We have other crises, too. I don't wish to say that the only crisis we have is the physical crisis involving physical science destruction. We have some very refined techniques of biological destruction these days, too. Bacteriological weapons, nerve gases. We also have exceedingly refined financial devices to ruin the economy of a nation on a scale unheard of before. In the old days, inflation meant clipping coins. You know why coins have a serrated edge? Why they have those grooves on the edges of coins? So in the old days, people wouldn't go around filing off the edges of the coins and making little piles of gold dust or silver dust and then cheating the state, as the state would like to put it. That would be inflationary. So they worried about a few grams of metal in those days. I call that inflation. We print tons of paper these days. The printing press makes this obsolete. I don't even know why they bother serrating the useless coins that we've got today. They're not even silver anymore. They go through the same image developments. You've seen these phony quarters that have come out in the last year, haven't you? These counterfeit quarters. I don't know if here's one. Well, it's still a serrated edge, but it wouldn't be worth your trouble to file it off. The physical effort it would take you to file off the metal wouldn't compensate you for the energy you would put out. You can earn a living much better by getting a job filling grocery bags at a supermarket. It pays better than filing off these coins. The point is, today we have better forms of inflation. We use a printing press. Gutenberg, who was quite a smart fellow, he invented a printing press which has now been misapplied for financial destruction purposes. And as a matter of fact, that's too slow. That had to suffice for the German inflation of 1923 and the other inflations of Europe and Asia after World War I and also after World War II. Today we have even better ways of inflating the currency. We just invent money. Literally. You know how inflation is carried on today? The state wants to pay a bill of so many billions of dollars for some boondoggle they invent. And they say to a bank, not a bank, to all the organizations that are called banks, as a group. They're commanded by a piece of legislation called the Federal Reserve Act. And they're commanded to open bank accounts for the state. Just open an account. Now, how do you open a bank account, ladies and gentlemen? You have to work and earn some money, and then you have to deposit the money, and then the bank will open an account for you. Is this correct? How does the state open a bank account? It just tells the bank, open a bank account for us, and here's the security. I give you another piece of paper. I owe you from the federal state. It's called a bond. So they print a piece of paper, one piece of paper, not millions of tons of paper, say $1 each. They print some big pieces of paper, a $10 million bond or something like that. That's a $10 million bank account. Collateral, empty hogwash. A promise to pay. From where? From nowhere. They don't have it. Someday they figure they'll steal enough from you in taxes to pay it back. But it never works out that way because they have more projects. And they invent the projects faster than they can tax you. So that's why they have to invent money like this. Incidentally, they do this with your money too. When you borrow money from a bank, when you personally borrow money from a bank, do you think they're lending you money? They just created it on empty paper. There's nothing behind it. Absolutely nothing. They just issue you a credit account with nothing behind it. Well, I don't want to go into this because that would take us far afield, and I don't want to give a whole lecture on this fiasco, financial fiasco. I just want to point out that the national debt structure of this country is so fantastic that you wouldn't believe it if I told you. So I'll tell you just a few hints. You know what the federal national debt is at this time? It claimed to be around $300 billion, give or take a few tens of billions. I forgot. I've been looking at the newspaper the last few weeks, and therefore I don't remember how many tens of billions it has fluctuated. That's what they claim is the national debt. That's actually a fraud because they don't want to tell you how much it really is. It's over $1 trillion. They have various concealed forms of debt like Social Security, trust funds which are not solvent, and therefore they have contingent liabilities which are unfunded, and any insurance company that would operate on that basis, the management will go to jail for grand larceny and misrepresentation of the public, to the public. But, they have a few hundred billions of dollars there, in addition to the formal national debt, and then they have Railroad Retirement Act and civil service pensions and military pensions, road building trust funds. I like the word trust in all this. When you add all this up, it comes to way over $1 trillion. That's what the federal national debt is. Add to this what the county debts are, the city debts, the municipal water districts, the metropolitan water districts, the bridge authorities, tunnel authorities, and of course the 50 local states, Alabama through Wyoming. All of these states have debts, and so added up, and it comes to, I would guess, it comes to somewhere between $2.5 and $3 trillion, give a few hundred billion, give or take a few hundred billion. I mean, that's how ridiculous it has got. Now you say, well, these are just numbers. Do you know how big a trillion is? Is there anybody in this room who has the slightest comprehension of what a trillion is? Let me give you a slight idea. This is really not going to do it for you, but just to give you an order of magnitude. A trillion is 1,000 billion. And you know what a billion is? That's easier to handle. How long would it take you to earn $1 billion if you earned $1 a second? That's a little higher pay than I think most of you are accustomed to making. That's a little bit higher than the minimum wage even. If you earned $1 a second, you would earn $60 a minute. I think you could comfortably live on that. You would earn $3,600 an hour. You would earn $86,400 a day. You would earn $1 million in about 12 days. Now, assuming you earned at that rate $1 a second every day of your life, from the moment you were born, most embryos and most infants don't earn money, but assuming from the moment you were born, you earned at the rate of $1 a second, while you slept, while you ate, while you went to the movies, while you were bowling, while you were attending courses, while you were doing anything else. You're earning $1 a second. You'd have to be a third of a century old before you had $1 billion at that rate. And you need 1,000 of those to have $1 trillion. Well, I don't think that conveys the idea too well, but it's better than nothing at all. Anyhow, it's an amount of money that the bureaucrats and the politicians cannot fathom, because it takes even an astronomer, a mathematician, and a physicist a long time to ponder the size of those numbers, and these people are used to it. I'm an astrophysicist by profession, but I can't afford the present world, its extravagance, so I have to convert my efforts to something to make it possible for astrophysicists to exist next century, too. You might say I'm trying to make the world safe for astrophysicists. The point is that you have no concept of the magnitude of this debt. The annual interest on this national debt, that's the formal part of the national debt, that's the part that's acknowledged, about $300 billion. That's only about 10% of the real debt. The interest on that alone is about 3 times as high every year. The interest on it is 3 times as high as the entire national budget, federal national budget in 1929, which is just one generation ago. That's in the 20th century, you know. We're not talking about ancient Rome. We're not even talking about Washington's America. We're talking about the 20th century. The annual interest on the present formal part of the national debt is 3 times larger than the entire federal expenditure just one generation ago. At this rate, you don't need a hydrogen bomb, nerve gases, or bacteriological warfare to wipe out the human race. We can economically destroy a nation internally. Now, all of this type of catastrophe emerged out of only one thing. That you don't have to look for 1,000 different causes. It all came out of one single cause. Our inability to match volitional knowledge about volitional science and applications to human practice or technology, to match this with our abilities in physics and biology. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in the 18th century, there was a minor, I'm afraid I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings, but I have to put it this way, there was a minor attempt to do this, to develop a volitional science. This is called the American Revolution. And that's the relevance of the earlier 2 sessions of this course to what I've been driving up to in this 3rd session. What is now called the American Revolution in history, the real significance of it is that Thomas Paine, the central figure of the American Revolution, was attempting to develop a rational structure for human existence. When I say minor, I should actually explain that. It is not minor in importance, it is minor in success. The American Revolution did not succeed in being permanent. However, the principles developed there were of stupendous importance, and the fact that this was the first attempt in the entire history of the human species to have a rational picture of human behavior, an attempt to form a social structure patterned on natural law, this is the real significance of the American Revolution, which will transcend the 18th century and which makes the discussion of the past 2 sessions on the Declaration of Independence and Thomas Paine more than of passing historical significance. The Declaration of Independence is not just another document. Thomas Paine is not just another historical figure. Thomas Paine was the most successful and most competent technologist of the 18th century in attempting to develop a science and technology of human behavior based upon the Newtonian principles of the century before. The same Newton that made it possible to develop a physical science of such tremendous potential as has changed the entire face of the earth and the whole lot and destiny of man, that same integration of knowledge in the physical sciences can be duplicated in the volitional domain, which is admittedly more difficult because it is a field where you cannot predict future events as simply as in physics. As I said, you can tell where a stone will be if you specify its present position, its present velocity, and the forces acting on it at all times. You can predict where it's going to be. With human beings, rather volitional beings, you cannot make equally certain predictions. Despite this immense handicap, it is possible to develop a science of volition. What does that mean? What is a science anyhow? A science is organized knowledge. It is the ability of man to make predictions which are capable of being corroborated by observation. Despite the uncertainties of volition, it is nevertheless possible to develop a science here, and this is what is taught in course V50. That is the subject of that course. It is the development of the science of volition and demonstrating how it can lead to a different kind of a world wherein human beings are capable of harnessing the forces and energies of nature to their benefit and not to their detriment, and where there is no possibility of this being abused, misused, and leading to species suicide. That is the concept of volitional science. It was not developed in the 18th century, but there was an attempt to do so by a rather large number of illustrious thinkers, of whom Paine was one, not the only one by any means. But he was the one who reduced it to practice. There were many in the chain between Isaac Newton at the one end and Thomas Paine at the other end. Isaac Newton was the integrator of knowledge in physics. He did not develop anything in the volitional domain to my knowledge. At least he disclosed nothing. But his immediate friend, John Locke, did. And from John Locke on, and also an independent channel through Baruch Spinoza in continental Europe, two streams of liberal thinking developed. I'd better explain the word liberal here, because I know that this word is abused in the present vocabulary, and it is useful to point out that I do not mean by this word what is used in contemporary usage, applying the word liberal to all kinds of statist activities and state handout programs and state coercive programs. The word liberal comes from the word liber in Latin, which means free. And liberal is an adjective, means pertains to free, or pertaining to freedom more loosely. And as a matter of fact, I would suggest that you might read something that I wrote some time ago. I might as well read that into the course, since it pertains to what's in course V76. Why does an individual who practices and promotes capitalism call himself liberal? Because the word liberal originally came into popular use to describe the ideological content of the American Revolution. CCI, which is an abbreviation I use to stand for Constitutionalism, Capitalism, Individualism. Liberal means liber equals free plus al equals pertaining to, hence pertaining to free or pertaining to freedom. Liberal produces a favorable image in the minds of most people. Whoever wears the hat of liberalism has the scales tipped in his favor. Today, the anti-liberal socialists wear this hat. Is it any wonder they are popular and winning? The founders of this republic established a capitalistic nation. They are rightfully called liberals. Historically, that's what the word liberal was coined for in the English language. It's a contrived word based upon a Latin root. It came into usage in the 19th century, and it was originally coined to describe the movement that occurred in the American Revolution as a liberating one from human oppression. By calling ourselves liberals, we reestablish our ideological kinship with these great men and do not let this advantage accrue to the socialists. Recovery of this word for freedom is a worthy goal and a major weapon against socialist ideas. If you value your freedom and survival and realize their dependence upon CCI, then join with us in calling yourself a liberal. Regain the rightful ownership of the word. Regain your lost reputation and intellectual ancestry. The word belongs to you and not to the socialists. True liberalism is capitalism. Capitalism is the key to survival. This is a one-sheet publication called Thrust for Freedom number 1. There are 5 others published in this series at this time, rather 4 others. The other 4 are on property, freedom, capitalism, and progressive. And there are actually 12 written, but only so far 5 have been published. The 12 will be published as a booklet. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the American Revolution, which is the subject of this course, is a genuine, bona fide revolution. It's a turning around of human structure from a position of slavery to a different kind of structure. It did not make the complete turn, but it was a start in this direction. A total revolution is a turning around of man from a position of enslavement to a position of freedom. It cannot be done by violence. It cannot be done by overthrowing a tyrant. It cannot be done by agitation against this or that politician, this or that party, or this or that social structure. It cannot be done at all by fighting against anything. It can only be done by the achievement of a comprehension of the laws of nature and how they pertain to human volitional behavior. And when you know how to act, then those who don't know how to act will not be capable of exercising any control over you. Why? Because those who are rational are superior in their potential to those who are irrational. I am aware of the fact that I have not defined in this course the word rational, and I apologize to you for this because this is beyond the scope of a short course. It takes several hours to identify the concept of rationality precisely and accurately. This is done in V50 at the very early part of the course. Those of you who have not taken our main course, I'm pointing out that what the American Revolution represents is in fact a historical initial attempt to create a volitional science. It did not make it all the way, but it has 2 significant and lasting values. Number 1, a great discovery was made in the latter part of the 17th and all through the 18th and even through the early part of the 19th century, a cumulative great discovery, and that is man can develop rationality in human behavior. They didn't fully learn how, but the mere identification of this possibility, the transformation of the concept of impossible to difficult, the fact that it was recognized that this could be done if we try, this is a great achievement. This is to the everlasting, eternal credit of all those that succeeded Isaac Newton in this great achievement. John Locke, Spinoza, actually Spinoza was a contemporary of Newton rather than a successor, and the many disciples of these 2 streams of thought, Spinoza and John Locke. They include, among others, the great French philosopher Voltaire, who was a great Newtonian. I might add, every 18th century libertarian, or let's be more precise, liberal, and I'm using this word in the correct sense, to eliminate state tyranny. That's the correct, original, and permanent meaning of the word, not to be confused with the current political distortions. Every 18th century liberal was a disciple of Isaac Newton. Not one of these people who added to the stream of events in America, in England, and in France. These are the 3 bulwarks of freedom. These are the 3 countries in which it developed. Not one of the great thinkers who are associated with 18th century liberalism was ignorant of Isaac Newton's achievement, and every last one of them was either a scientist, such as Benjamin Franklin. I've already pointed out, if he hadn't been involved in the political episodes of the American historical era at that time, then he would be remembered even better as a physicist. It is true of the lesser figures, such as Jefferson and Madison. It is true of the great Voltaire, whom I just mentioned, who was actually acquainted with Newton, I believe personally, and certainly his philosophy. He spent time in England. I think he met Newton. I know that he understood Newton. He translated and popularized Newton into French. The French physiocrats who are the antecedents of what are now called the laissez-faire capitalist philosophers. As a matter of fact, the expression laissez-faire originated in France. Obviously, it's a French term, and it was coined by the physiocrats. And what did that mean? Let alone. And where did it come from? It was an answer to a question. What can the King of France do to make things better for the people of France? And the answer was, leave them alone. Or less politely, but even more bluntly, butt out. Butt out of their lives. Leave them alone. The state should abdicate and get out of the picture of annoying people. Let them live their lives and leave them alone. And this has been denounced today by collectivists and socialists of various ilks as a terrible philosophy. Well, it happens to have been the first step along a very big, or a very long road to freedom. All of the people of the 18th century that developed it, whether in England, whether in France, or whether in America, who developed freedom in any sense, were disciples of Isaac Newton, and this was the age of rationality, or as Paine called it, the age of reason, the age of enlightenment, the belief that natural law governs the universe and governs man. Let me read you again the first sentence of the Declaration of Independence, and let me show you how this flavors the entire spirit of it. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them, etc., etc. The whole thing is anchored on the principle of natural law. The formation of the United States as a nation, as a separate country, was patterned on the concept that it is possible to structure a nation on principles of natural law rather than coercive hand-me-downs from a tribal chief. The great revolution that occurred in America was the achievement of one man, Thomas Paine, who better than any person in America understood Isaac Newton's work. I already pointed out, as a non-incidental biographical reference to Paine's life, his greatest strength was not in the study of the classics of Latin or Greek or of history, as many of the other cultured individuals of that period were well acquainted with Latin, Greek, history, and so forth. That was actually his weakest area. His strongest area was physics, mathematics, and astronomy. When he wasn't busy with the American and later the French revolutions, he was building bridges, and he did other things too. He is the inventor of the modern iron bridge. That in itself would entitle him to immortality in the annals of human memory. Anytime you step on or drive on a metal bridge, you are on a descendant, an intellectual descendant of Thomas Paine's achievement. Who knows this? Who today has even bothered to remember this? He invented, among other things, smokeless candles. That's very little importance today because we don't use candles. We have a higher technology. But you leave it to the state. You better get some candles. You know, you've heard of these blackouts, and with the state running this show, you might carry some candles. Not to go backward, but to prevent you from being totally submerged in darkness. He wrote an essay investigating the cause of yellow fever. In the light of present biological and medical knowledge, his answer doesn't turn out to be right. But he, at least a century before anyone else bothered, tried to find a cause for yellow fever. When it was just a black mystery to other people, he was already thinking about it. He was consulted by Fitch, and I believe also by Fulton on the steamboat. He almost invented one himself, but he got busy with France, and that distracted his attention. Whereas Fitch and Fulton had no ambitions to straighten out the world in Europe, so they had more time to devote to the steamboat. Otherwise, you might remember Paine as the inventor of the steamboat, since he was also working on it. And they, at least Fitch and I believe also Fulton, consulted with him. And they almost went into partnership, I believe, with Fitch. He also, to show you how characteristic his scientific mind was, he once invented, on paper that is, he didn't have time to build it, but he invented, by writing down the specifications for an engine which operates on gunpowder. And he gave us his reason for this, that God must have given man the ability to make gunpowder for a better use than to murder human beings with. And that's characteristic of Thomas Paine. He was always trying to find useful, productive things to do and convert man from a destructive to a constructive being. And so he wanted to find a constructive use for gunpowder, and the actual engine he described probably would work, although we have better engines today, but it was sort of a composite between a reaction turbine and a rocket. And it was quite an interesting development. It's among his scientific papers. The point I'm making is, here's a man whose whole life was anchored on rational thinking. That is the source of it, the knowledge of physical science. I can go farther. I don't know of any single major development in the history of freedom, even after the 18th century, that has occurred through people who knew nothing about physical science. Because without understanding natural law, you won't get anywhere. The only people who have ever developed anything of any value which adds to human knowledge are those people who first mastered a comprehension of the physical universe they live in, because after all, we're volitional beings and we're part of the physical universe. We're not independent of it. We are somewhat different from stones in that we can choose, but that doesn't mean that we still don't have atoms and molecules in our bodies, and we still have to live in a physical universe, which means that we are in and under laws of nature, and the only time we can hope to survive is if and when we comprehend the principles of the universe. And if we go against these principles, we can only expect destruction. Please note that no great invention or discovery has ever been made in the history of the world by a man whose principal occupation was leading soldiers into battle or ruling people like kings. What king ever invented a machine, an engine? They merely use them after someone else has developed them. And then they enslave everyone with the device that is now at their disposal, including the inventor. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what Thomas Paine was, in terms of physical science, is in fact a characteristic of all of the major developers of freedom at all times. I don't think anybody can develop anything in the volitional domain of any novel, or rather of any innovative value, unless he first familiarizes himself with the laws of nature where we understand them and go into areas where we still don't understand them. The only other thing you can do in the area of freedom is to study the works of those who have and get a historical perspective with respect to what other people who are more creative have done, and then just compile them. If you're not a compiler, but an innovator, then you have to start with physical science to get into freedom. And freedom does not come through politicians or through political activists. That is the significance of the American Revolution. That is the significance of Thomas Paine, who is the ideological spearhead and central figure of the American Revolution. He was not a politician. He never worked successfully in politics. I could almost say he never worked in politics at all, but there are two exceptions to this. Both of them ended in disaster for him. He was made the first Secretary of Foreign Affairs, which I guess corresponds with Secretary of State in the earlier provisional government. And he didn't ask for this. This was not an elective job. He was appointed by the Continental Congress. I omitted mentioning this, by the way. This is another proof that, not a proof, but this is another hint that he might have been the author of the Declaration of Independence. The others are stronger proofs. This is merely a hint. The Continental Congress made him the first Secretary of Foreign Affairs. Why should they do this? Who was he? A penniless immigrant from Great Britain who had previously to this been employed as a corset maker, a tutor, an excise man, and various other useless activities in Great Britain. He came to America, was here 1 year, wrote a couple of fiery pamphlets. Why should they make him first Secretary of Foreign Affairs? He was not a plantation owner. He was not a businessman in New England. Why should they pick him, of all people? The suggestion is that Joseph Lewis, who wrote that book on the Declaration of Independence, is being written by Paine. The suggestion is, and I have to agree with him, the Continental Congress, those people knew he wrote it, except it was being deliberately concealed, and this was their way of rewarding him. And foolishly, he accepted. And he got into a lot of political trouble. I won't take time in this course, because I think it's rather trivial. If you are really interested, read a biography of Thomas Paine, and it's in the chapter that's called the Silas Deane Affair. He got into a skirmish with a character called Silas Deane, and before long he had to resign in disgrace. And the point is, his one activity in politics in America ended in personal problems and unhappiness for himself, and he accomplished nothing. The other thing is When he got to France, as you know, this I did mention, he was made the delegate to the French National Assembly to represent the Department of Calais. And again, foolishly, he accepted. He didn't ask for this, but foolishly he accepted. This nearly cost him his life. We went through that last session. This nearly shortened him by a head. And it did permanently impair his health, because the prison he was in for 11 months injured his health for the rest of his life. Nothing good came out of it. And the significant thing I'm emphasizing is that everything that Thomas Paine is remembered for is what he did outside of his two political jobs. It's what he wrote, what he thought, and how he influenced the other men, such as Jefferson and Washington and the Frenchmen, Lafayette and Condorcet, how he influenced these men, and through them, and through his writings, the masses. He worked in what I call ideology. He worked with ideas. He was not a coercer. He never was a politician. He didn't run for president. I don't think he wanted the job. And if he had been it, president, he would have flopped like everybody else. He wouldn't have been a bit better. That is not the area he excelled in. And the Declaration of Independence, finally, on this point, the Declaration of Independence itself is not, I repeat, is not a political document. It is an ideological document. There is nothing in here about setting up a legislature or electing a president or a king. There is nothing in here about how to run the country, how to tell people how to live, how much taxes they ought to pay. There's nothing in here about that. It's a statement of principles. It has two kinds of principles in it, great ones and little ones. The little ones are, it's a critique of the bad things the British king did and why he has no right to continue his business as king in America. And the big principles, they're in the early part of the Declaration of Independence. They are the permanent universal principles about individual freedom and individual sovereignty over what is called the government. That government rules by consent of the governed, that the individual is higher and the government is a servant. Those are my words, but the principles are in the Declaration. I might also add, to Paine's credit and to the discredit of the final Declaration, which is not Paine's mangling, I might add that the expression mangled version of the Declaration is not my terminology, nor even that of Joseph Lewis. It's Charles Henry Lee of the Revolutionary period who wondered why the Declaration was so mangled between the original version and the final one. The original version is much superior to the way it was finally published, and that's the way Paine wrote it. And that is a much stronger declaration of individual freedom and subservience of what he called government. I personally make a distinction between government and state, I'd like to point out. I don't want you to go into that in great detail here, but the usage of the word government by Thomas Paine in the Declaration of Independence is compatible with freedom. But what I call state is not compatible with it. As I say, in this course, we don't have time to pursue that too far. That is a major point to be made in V50. I'd like to emphasize that this Declaration of Independence is, in effect, an ideological statement of principles and not a political program of how to rule. And from this point on, we have many further things to learn. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the subject of the American Revolution brings us into direct contact with the present. What I have called the American Revolution is in fact not over. We shouldn't talk about it exclusively in the past tense. We should also include it in the present tense. The American Revolution is still on. We can call the American Revolution the social application, or the volitional application, let's say, of the liberal revolution. The liberal revolution is a larger concept. It is a liberating one that frees man from the previous concepts of tyranny. There are two basic manifestations of this liberal revolution. The first manifestation is applied to social structure. The American Revolution was an attempt to create a social structure based upon natural laws rather than human coercion. Coercion is the ability of one man to impose his volition, his choices upon another man's behavior. A king, for example, imposes his will on his subjects. You will do this, you will do that, you will pay me this, and you will be drafted in my army to fight my wars, to protect you, and pay for it. Because we need it. These are coercive impositions of will of one man upon another. The American Revolution was an attempt in the early days of 1776 on the part of Paine, his colleagues, his antecedents, and his, not so much his successors, but, his immediate successors for a short time, to try to reduce this to practice so that you can develop a social structure based on natural principles rather than upon human imposition of will upon other human beings. As I pointed out, it was not completely successful. It was temporarily successful, to the extent that the king was dethroned. Not merely King George III, as one obnoxious individual who was imposing his will on many other people, but all kings were deposed. It wasn't that George III was followed by Paul IX, or by Frederick II, or by John the Second, or whatever it is. He was not followed by any king at all. That is a concept which is new. It was Thomas Paine's concept that man ought not be ruled by single leaders or monarchs. At that time, it was a completely novel idea. It was revolutionary in the truest sense of the word. Today you might tend to shrug your shoulders and say, well, what's new about that? I mean, you've been used to not having a king. You've grown up to believe that we don't have a king in this country because the propaganda says we don't. We call him president. We changed the name and we changed how long he reigns. We have to resuscitate him every 4 years and give him his license back to continue. I don't want to go into that with so much facetious intent at the moment. Let's just put it on this basis. The idea that there should not be a single ruler or monarch. The idea that no man need bow before another one and say, Your Majesty, and be afraid to rise until he is given the command, you may rise. The idea that a man has to submit and bend and bow before another man. To Thomas Paine, this was an abhorrent concept. It became abhorrent to his colleagues and successors. It now is natural. In this country, you don't think of kings. And so you've grown acclimatized to it, and you fail to see how revolutionary it was. But put yourself back in the 18th century, and you'd realize that this was unheard of at the time. People just didn't think in terms of no kings. Well, somebody's got to make the rules. Somebody's got to maintain law and order. Well, if we don't have a man setting the rules, well, the whole country will go to pot. Well, there'll be disorder. There'll be rioting in the streets. We'll have wars. We'll be invaded. Who's going to see to it that none of these things happen? Somebody's got to be above petty bickering and trivial factional disputes and partisanship. Somebody's got to rise above party and be a figurehead, a symbol for the solidarity and integrity and unity of a nation. He's got to be a man at the top. It was unheard of that no one should rule. Well, the American Revolution began as a deposition of rulership. It got off the track, as you realize. We've got a far worse rulership than the American colonists ever had. Our taxes are so high, are so vastly higher than the colonists suffered, that it just makes me wonder what kind of human beings live today that they put up with these types of interferences with their property, which the colonists wouldn't hear of. Why, if you just pricked them with a pin, they would scream and howl, I've been stabbed. Today you can chop a man's life out. You can cut his heart out. You can chop his legs off. But if it's done in the interest of the public welfare, and because it's necessary for the national defense and for the good of the country, he'll let you do all these things. Chop his legs off, shoot him, kill him. Now how did we change? What happened? How did the home of the brave become the home of the gutless? How did the land of the free become the land of the slave? What happened? What happened was that America had a hell of a good thing going for a while, and a heck of a lot of property got developed, because there was a very major change after the American Revolution began in 1776 with the Declaration of Independence. I want to point out the liberal revolution began much earlier. But the American Revolution is its volitional manifestation. It had one other manifestation in the physical technological realm, that's the Industrial Revolution. They both are branches of the same liberal revolution. The Industrial Revolution is liberating man from the chores of manual labor, so he can produce more through machinery, and he can have a higher standard of living and have more property to enjoy. The Industrial Revolution couldn't have happened unless there was a similar social development at the same time, which is called the American Revolution. The American Revolution is not geographically isolated to America either. It influenced all of Europe later. The whole of Europe became influenced, or at least Western Europe. This doesn't include certain feudal countries like Tsarist Russia, the Balkans, and a few other backward areas. Spain remained an absolute monarchy until the 20th century. Serbia, which is in the Balkans, was a backward primitive nation and started World War I, as you know. Not coincidentally, I might add. There was quite a correlation between their backwardness and their pulling the trigger for World War I. The point is, most of the nations of Western Europe became completely influenced by the American Revolution. This American Revolution created a tremendous social and physical change in all the countries that it affected. Among the things that happened was nobody knew what the new rules were. Nobody knew who to go to for top decision-making as to how to run your life. People had to be on their own. What a terrible thing. If they wanted to decide to open a business, they didn't have to go get a permit from the king. If they wanted to do something, they just did it. And all of a sudden, this country blossomed from a primitive, backward country, which today is called underdeveloped. The United States at that time was an underdeveloped country. It developed from an underdeveloped country to the most developed nation in the world. Why? Because the American Revolution changed the rules of coercion. Now please note, I didn't say it eliminated coercion, I said it changed the rules of it. The intention was, by Paine and others, to eliminate coercion. The technology for doing this, however, was not fully developed. It was started then, and I give full credit to them in the sense that we have a much higher technology to do this now, and that's what is taught in Course V50 of the Free Enterprise Institute. And this is a new concept, completely different, and completely beyond anything that has ever happened anywhere in the world to this date, what is taught at the Free Enterprise Institute. It's a completely revolutionary concept. But its only historical antecedent, which I can freely and happily acknowledge, is the American Revolution, which is anchored in the liberal revolution and in the Newtonian development of physical science. The point is that this whole development, which started in the 18th century in America, led to a changed system. It did not change things completely to the point where coercion was eliminated. This is what should have happened, but it didn't. And there's no point in saying, well, it might have been, or it could have been, or it should have been. It wasn't. Coercion was not eliminated. We have got still a form of social structure, a so-called government, which retained coercion and ultimately became a grander wielder of coercion than even the ancient monarchies. But in the short run, and by that I mean immediately following 1776 and the next century thereafter, that's short run when you think in terms of thousands of years of human history. 100 years is short run. In the next 100 years, things were so confused as far as coercion is concerned in this country, nobody knew who the king was. See, anybody wanted to be king couldn't. The word was discredited. Nobody dared call himself king because nobody wanted one anymore, thanks to Thomas Paine. At first it was considered a dangerous idea. Well, how can a country be without a king? And then this country showed how it could be without a king. And it prospered better. Why, in Europe you might say they were taking bets as to how soon the United States would collapse because it had no king. Like those barbarians, those savages across the ocean. Well, look at the crazy people. They threw the king out. How long do you think this can go on? Oh, they'll learn. They're going to get another king pretty soon. They can't last this way. But the ones who learned were in Europe. When the United States went through several decades of no king, and instead of collapsing, it grew, and from an underdeveloped and poverty-stricken country, it became a wealthy and huge industrial nation. Europeans took a second look, and then they started getting rid of their kings. As a matter of fact, this started very early in France. That's what Thomas Paine was busy doing, getting rid of the monarchy in France, as I pointed out last time in the second session of this course. And Paine, unlike the hotheads in France, Paine made a supreme distinction between getting rid of the monarchy and getting rid of the king. He had nothing to do with the assassination of the French king, the guillotining of the French king, and the beginning of the Reign of Terror. Quite the contrary. He tried to defend the French king from assassination and from guillotine, and it almost cost him his head. But the way it developed in France was a different way than in America. This would be a course in its own right as to how the American Revolution came to France. The word French Revolution is actually a misnomer. That was a revolution turned sour, and it was not really, in the long run, a revolution. It was a bloodbath. It did not turn France around to freedom. It merely changed one form of tyranny into a slightly modified, but essentially similar form of tyranny with another king, except this time he called himself emperor, Napoleon Bonaparte. But it was not without total permanent effect, except it took longer. Ultimately, the Bonaparte regime, the Bourbon regime which replaced that, finally disintegrated, and France became very much similar to the United States in political republican structure. Great Britain, the ancient home of monarchy. The British love kings to this day. They can't seem to live without kings in England, or in Holland, or in Belgium, or in Norway, or in Sweden. They can't get rid of this. They can't shake the habit. But they did. These countries are also republics today, except in name. They still call themselves monarchies. They still have a British king, except this time it's a female, so it's called queen. But they still have a king in England. They still have a king in Holland, it's also a queen. They have a king in Norway. They have a king in Sweden. But this is just a name. That's a title. These characters are totally impotent. They don't run the show anymore. These are not really monarchies any longer. They are republics in all but name. They are more republics, for example, than, let's say, China, which calls itself a republic but is really a monarchy. Because Mao Zedong is as much of a king as any country ever had, except he doesn't have the title. Things are a little topsy-turvy these days. That isn't the only thing that went upside down. Today we call most things which are immoral moral. Most things which are moral are called immoral. Things which are liberal are called conservative. Things which are conservative are called liberal. Things which are reactionary are called liberal. Things which are progressive are called reactionary. And things which are reactionary are called progressive. Everything is upside down. The whole semantics of our society has become turned upside down. Why, even the men begin to look like women these days. If you look at these beatniks with long hair, I mean, everything is upside down these days. And this is part of our degeneracy. But the point I'm driving at is the American Revolution hit Europe very hard. It took about 50 years longer than in America. And what is called liberalism spread through Europe. And in Europe, the word liberal is still a little bit less distorted than in America. The word liberal is still regarded more in connection with the original concept there than here. But there is a problem. This did not happen without a cloud. This silver lining has a cloud. The great expansion of wealth, which happened in America and later in Europe through the American Revolution's influence. And what is the American Revolution? Pure and simple. The elimination of the concept that man is ruled by another man. The elimination of kingship. This, in principle, says there shouldn't be any rulers. But we know better. We have rulers. And yet, I seem to be contradicting myself here, but I'm not. It just seems to be a confusion here. The American Revolution eliminates monarchy in principle, and yet we've got rulers which are tougher than the old kings. What happened? In the early days of the American Republic, by which I mean the first century, there were coercive rules. The Declaration of Independence was scrapped. Not officially. I mean, it's still enshrined. I mean, they keep it in a frame, like we keep it in a frame, except they got they have the original one as a captive of those who don't believe in it. And I got to settle for the facsimile print copies. The original is a prisoner of those who have opposed it. The point is, the Declaration of Independence is enshrined, but it's disregarded. The Declaration of Independence clearly says, now read this again. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. I don't remember ever being consulted on whether I wish to pay an income tax. I have never given my consent to this, you know. I don't know about you. If you did, that's your problem. But I have never given my consent to this. I have never given my consent to any tax while we're on the subject. I've never given my consent to the antitrust laws. I have never given my consent to the Federal Reserve Act. I have never given my consent to business license laws. I have never given my consent to the people who tell me how to drive my automobile and whether or not I may drive it at all. I might add that the people who give permission to drive are not the ones who invented the automobile. The only one who really should have the authority to give that permission is the fellow who invented the thing. Things are so bad, ladies and gentlemen, that if I invented a particular device, pretty soon I'd have to get a permit from the state to use my own product. You realize that? I know that when I, as an astrophysicist, before I made my own Declaration of Independence, when I still worked for a company which derived its livelihood from state contracts, which I disapprove of, I remember that everything I worked on was classified either confidential or secret. I haven't got access to my own work unless they give me permission. If I write something, they can withhold permission for me to see my own writing. It's that bad. Now the point is, I don't recall any time giving consent to any of the things that are happening. So the Declaration of Independence has been completely perverted. But wait till the next sentence. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to effect their safety and happiness. That's called treason these days, to advocate a new government. I don't mean a new administration. I don't mean just throw this rascal out and put the new one in. I mean a new concept of government. Now, let's get it clear. We can't have it both ways. We either eat our cake or we have our cake. We can't have it both ways. We either believe the Declaration of Independence is valid or we don't. The Declaration of Independence clearly states the principle that man is above government. And if the government doesn't please the man, he can get to change it, alter or abolish it. Now, of course, most people think this is treason. Why? They say, well, you want to overthrow the government. Did I use the word overthrow? No. And I don't plan to. What did I say before? Earlier this evening. I said, you cannot get rid of a tyranny by fighting tyrants. That's strange. That's a paradox, apparently, on the surface. But if you go into this more deeply, the science of volition, which is taught in V50, you will see that this is a very easily explained and very logical concept. You cannot get rid of tyranny by fighting tyrants, for a very good reason. Tyranny doesn't exist independently of something else, which is more important. There is something else which has to be defined before you know what tyranny is. What's that? Its opposite, freedom. They are not independent of each other. These are not two different things which are at opposite ends of the pole. They are one thing of which the one is a negation of the other. There is only one thing in this world, and that's called freedom in terms of human volition. You either have it or you don't have it. If you have freedom, you don't have tyranny. If you don't have freedom, you have tyranny by default. Now that's a key point. This is an exact reversal of what everyone in the world, to speak of, believes in today. Most people believe the exact opposite of what I just said. I'm going to repeat this. This is that important. Most people believe that if you want freedom, you must get rid of tyranny. Because they think tyranny is a real thing, and you must eliminate it and fight it and get rid of it in order to have the other thing called freedom. Whereas in fact, it's exactly the opposite. The real thing which exists, which has positive existence and reality in the world, is freedom. And if you eliminate that, then you have tyranny by default. And if you look upon freedom as the goal, and not merely what you have left if you get tyranny, if you get rid of tyranny, if you reverse your position, and reverse your perspective, and reverse your mechanism, and put it into a different orientation, you will go in a different direction than mankind has ever gone before, and you'll find the destination you can't locate the other way. Please remember that this is a very bad analogy, and I confess this in advance, but one way to go east is sail west, as Columbus and Leif Erikson and Magellan demonstrated. The earth is round. If you sail west, you'll reach the eastern part of the world. I'd like to say something which is a better analogy, a far better one. It's from thermodynamics. Hot and cold are not two different things. In science, there's only one. Heat. There is such a thing as heat. There's no such thing as cold. Cold is the absence of heat. There's no physical entity called cold. Cold is merely a physiological sensation that you feel as a living being when you don't have enough of the thing called heat. Heat is a form of energy. It involves a form of energy which manifests itself through molecular movements, for example. And the larger amount of this energy exists, you in general measure it in terms of another physical measurable called temperature. And then when you have less of this form of energy called heat or internal energy, then the temperature falls, and you call that cold. Cold doesn't have an independent existence of heat. Tyranny has not got an independent existence of freedom. You don't get freedom by fighting tyranny. You get freedom by building it, and when you're successful, you know how. You can't have tyranny because tyranny has to exist only by thriving on the absence of freedom. Now, what is freedom? This is the thing that eluded the 18th century people. This is why the American Revolution is only partially complete. The rest of it is now. I'm calling this the continuation of, or the succession of, or the second phase of the American Revolution. I maintain that the original American Revolution failed for only one reason. They were on the right track. Paine and his colleagues were on the right track, but they didn't eliminate the state. They only eliminated one aspect or one manifestation of the state called king. And they invented another one, which is worse, which is anchored on a different form of coercion, a different form of attacking human beings, attacking their volition, getting people to obey without their own choices being consulted. Understand this. There are two ways to get a human being to act according to your will, both of which are coercive. Then there's a third way to get a person to act, which is not coercive. If you want a man to do something, like, for example, just give you an illustration. You want a man to walk across the room. Forget the reason, doesn't matter. But you want him to do something, like walk across the room from here to there. You pull out a gun on him, and you say, now march. I want you going from here to there. If you don't, I'll pull the trigger. The man will do it. Why? He's afraid of being shot. The alternative is death, but he doesn't choose that. He doesn't really want to go to the other side of the room, but he likes being shot even less. This is called physical coercion. That's called force. Kings practice this. It doesn't have to be a gun. It could be a spear, or it could be just simply a man with a tougher set of muscles, or it could be a guy with a bomb. Anyhow, you exercise enough physical brute force to scare him with the reprisal of injury or death, and then he will march across the room. Because he's afraid of the consequences, which would involve physical injury or death to him if he didn't. That's one way to get him to act. There's another way to get him to act. Tell him to go from here to there across the room. You can tell him, you want to go to the other side of the room and pick up a pot of gold which is waiting for you there. Now, there's no pot of gold there. As a matter of fact, there's a trap door and he'll fall into a well and die. But you don't tell him that. You want to go there. You want to actually get him to drop into the hole. But you don't tell him this. You tell him, you go over there, there's a pot of gold for you. This is called deception. It's fraud. It's intentional deception. You convince him to do this, that it's in his own interest, but it's not in his own interest. He's going to be really unhappy. He's going to suffer for it. But you don't tell him, go to the other side of the room and you'll drop into a well and die. Instead, you say, go to the other side of the room and pick up your fortune. And then you trap him into falling into the well. I mean, these are a little far-fetched analogies. I'm just saying that there are two ways to get him to go. They're both of which are coercive. This is deception. You convince him that it's in his interest when actually it is not in his interest. There's also a third way to get him to go to the other side of the room. Tell him that if he goes to the other side of the room, then you in turn will do something for him that he wants you to do. And you'll exchange services. That's called mutual profit. That's not coercive. A free society is based upon the third. The American Revolution, in its first form, fell into the trap of the second. They recognized the physical coercion is wrong to have a man pull out a gun and say, now march. I'm your boss, I'm your king, I'm your tribal chief. Do as I say or I'll shoot you. So they set up an elaborate system of social structure involving laws and who makes this and who does that. One group of people make laws. This is called a legislature, and they make it a big committee because they figured a lot of these dodos in a big committee are going to make a lot less destructive rules than if you have just one fellow like a king making all the rules. Well, if you have a big committee, you know, committees are ineffective, and usually every committee is as strong as its weakest member, and if that's strong. And so if you figure you keep the rules dilute. And that's the purpose of the original American Revolution, to make the rules of coercion as dilute and as weak as possible. This is what led to the presently used concept and widely circulated concept, which is called limited government. You limit the government. You don't let it get out of hand. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this won't work. But they didn't realize that at that time. And that's a little beyond the scope of this short course as to why it won't work. That's fully developed in the science of volition. But I want to point out at this level, at this juncture, that in the early times of the American Republic and the ensuing imitations of the American Republic that occurred in Europe, where the various monarchies yielded to imitations of what happened in America, what happened was that the rules were spread around so that you have a big committee making the rules. In England it's called Parliament. In America it's called Congress. In some countries it's called an assembly or a national assembly or a federal assembly. In Switzerland it's called the Federal Assembly. In Germany it was called the Reichstag. You give it a different name in each country. It's a big bunch of people that operate in a committee fashion, and none of them are really able to be the big cheese alone. They're all sort of watering each other down. And then, of course, one fellow who is not a part of this, he is going to enforce the rules that this organization makes. And he's the executive. And you can call him president, or you can call him chancellor, or premier, or prime minister, or generalissimo, or whatever you want to call him. But he's the fellow, he takes the key place of the king ultimately. But this doesn't emerge until, that's getting ahead of the act. And actually, in the early days, he doesn't really know what he's going to do. The way it was set up in America, the president didn't know what he was going to do, really. Now, if you really want to investigate American history deeply, you will know that in the early days, the American president didn't have much to do, and he was quite confused, actually, as to just what he could do. The Constitution doesn't specify too clearly. The Constitution doesn't even say who his assistants are. It just says he has department heads, but doesn't name one department. What is now called a cabinet was arrived at by act of Congress, item by item. There's not one department or branch of the federal state that is specified in the Constitution. The Department of State, the Department of the Treasury, the Department of Commerce, the Department of Agriculture, the Department of War, the Department of Navy, which has been united under the Department of Defense. These are not specified in the Constitution. They have to be individually enacted into law and prescribed to exist. There's no mention of the Securities Exchange Commission. There's no mention of the Federal Communications Commission. There's no mention of this Public Works Administration or Works Project Administration or Peace Corps or Department of Health, Education, and Welfare. None of these are specified. All of these were added item by item, one by one, and in the early days, they had to figure out what to add, when, how, and who does it. And there was all kinds of bickering, and there was great jealousies. In the early days, we had some pretty smart people in the act. I mean, Jefferson, for example, was a pretty smart fellow in his own right. I mean, he's no Thomas Paine, but that's why he was president. But in any event, he was, as far as politicians are concerned, let me say that he was a grand fellow, and he meant no harm. That's a heck of a lot more than I can say for anybody today. He meant no injury to the nation. He said, bind men down from mischief by the chains of a constitution. Don't trust anyone in power. And he applied that to himself. Well, in the early days, the rules were pretty tenuous. Hard to find out what they were. The rules were changed. New game we were playing. The old game was scrapped. King rules, everybody obeys. Well, in this interregnum, that's the period between kings. In this interregnum, it so happened that since nobody really knew who to turn to, of course, the laws had to be interpreted. I forgot the judiciary. Then you set up a set of courts to interpret what the laws mean, since nobody knew it anyhow. They still don't, but in those days they admitted it. They didn't know what the laws meant. In any event, the point is, while the rules were so confused, and the taxes couldn't be levied on a high scale. First of all, what are now called income taxes were directly outlawed in the Constitution. And that had to be changed by constitutional amendment later. And so consequently, the seizure of property by the state was relatively small. The incentive was very large to build. After all, a person wanted to do something useful. A huge country. Boy, 3 million square miles and just a couple of people in the whole country. When it started with only 3 million people to 3 million, well, it wasn't really 3 million square miles yet because this was, at that time, the United States only extended as far as the Mississippi. But 3 million people in 1 million square miles, which later became 3 million square miles, that's only 3 people to the square mile. And that isn't a fair count, because most of those 3 million people were huddled on the eastern seaboard. They were in towns like Philadelphia and Boston and New York, and there were other colonies in Virginia, Georgia, and so forth, Maryland. They were all there. There was hardly anybody out in the wilderness in Ohio and Kentucky and in Tennessee. Well, this was as empty as today, Nevada after an atomic bomb blast. Well, I'm not referring to Las Vegas now. I'm referring to other parts of Nevada, which are not heavily populated. The point is, people had a place to go to and build. And if anyone found the state oppressive in the 19th century, and believe me, there were some people who found it oppressive even then. Notably, Henry David Thoreau, who will be remembered, in my judgment, indefinitely, as a man who recognized tyranny even when it was so small that most people wouldn't even notice it. He thought it was terribly great, the tyranny. He wrote a pamphlet called Civil Disobedience. How do you suppose he'd react today? In any event, as the 20th century economist Ludwig von Mises says, well, even if you found the state oppressive in America at that time, all you had to do is move 5 miles further west, and you're out of the clutches of the state. But then the bureaucrats came after you and settled down and started making rules for you, so you moved still further 5 miles west until we got to the west coast. And now we have to continue moving 5 miles further west and build an aquatic civilization, maybe. That's a possibility, too, through superior technology. The point is, in the early years, namely the first century of the American Republic, the rules were confused. But then they got firmed up, and pretty soon people got to realize, I can do this and I can go so far. But this guy's standing in my way. In the next door department, there's a fellow who's obstructing me. So finally, the chicanery and political shenanigans started developing, and the lines of strength and coercion were firmed up until all the powers were concentrated again. And today we're now living in a very highly bureaucratized society, far worse than the original monarchy. Does this mean there was something wrong with the American Revolution in its original form? Yes and no. It was not complete. It was wrong. It was something wrong with it to the extent that it was not a full development. Were its principles wrong? No. That's to the everlasting credit of the 18th century liberals, Paine, his antecedents, and some of his colleagues. They realized that a society should be based on natural law, but they didn't fully know how to do it. And they missed a couple of very important ingredients. Now, this should not be construed as a criticism of them, because I don't intend it that way. If I know more than they do, it's because I'm standing on their shoulders. And I probably would have made the same mistakes in the 18th century. But today, I'm not in the 18th century. I have the benefit of the experience which is at my disposal in terms of what they did and what happened afterwards. And I'm able to profit from it. And I don't act like the ordinary person who calls himself a conservative in America, which means he wishes to conserve the revolution and the Constitution, and say, well, that's the greatest thing that ever happened. We can never hope to improve on this. We just got to restore the old republic, the old Constitution, and we can kick out the present socialists, and we've got it made. No, we can't be that comfortable and smug. If we only restore the old Constitution and the old republic in its original form, we won't be farther ahead. Because if it were perfect, it couldn't have gone wrong. A perfect system can't go haywire. There was something wrong. What is wrong is that they didn't have the full knowledge, the full science of volition developed. They tried. What is the key point in the science of volition? I'll say that much even this evening in this introductory lecture. The key point is the definition of freedom. I said freedom is a positive concept which you obtain through a certain means, and then if you do this, there is no way in or no way back for tyranny. Well, what does this consist of? I can't go into the explanation of how you develop it. That's in the main V50 course. But what I can say is what the concept of freedom itself is in its modern, full-fledged terminology rather. What it really means and how it differs from the 18th century approximation at it. It was on the right track, though. Freedom is intrinsically connected with property. Man is a sovereign being. This is implicit in the Declaration of Independence. Man is his own ruler, not a subservient to a king. So far, so good. Now, how are you your own ruler? How do you control your own life? You control your own life in only one possible way, and that is by controlling in full everything that is derived from your existence. That is how I define property. I define property as man's life, individual man's life, and all non-procreative derivatives of his life. Please note, this is not a definition which means chairs and houses and television sets and furniture and clothing and things like that. These are all property, to be sure, but they're not the only kinds of property. Property is a broader and deeper concept. Everything that is derived from a man's life is his property. If it's derived through his own volition, without external interference and without external coercion. Now, if a man is able to control his own property, by the way, control means the ability to make decisions without interference from others. Self-volition, in other words. Then he is personally, individually free. If, on the other hand, this becomes not a single unique characteristic of one man, but it becomes characteristic of all human beings in a society, that all human beings are personally in full control over everything that is derived from their own lives, then that is a condition of freedom. If all men are 100% in full control over their own property at all times, then that is a free society. Now, on that basis, the American Revolution probed towards this. This was an intended goal. But they didn't have this full definition. The closest that was arrived at, as you might have guessed, was stated by Thomas Paine. I think several other people independently of Paine also thought of it, but Paine directly is known to have said, liberty is the right to do anything you want so long as it does not interfere with the similar rights of others. That's very close to what I define freedom, but it's not as precise. It's in that lack of precision. It's in that small problem, the lack of precision, that our whole world has collapsed. Paine said, liberty is the right to do everything you please so long as it does not interfere with the similar rights of others. That's not a verbatim quote, but that's the gist of it. Well, how do you know what rights are? What are rights? What is meant by similar rights? Where does one man's right begin and another one's end? Where's the boundary? That's not precise. But the way I defined it, it's the same concept, but it's far more precise. Man's life and all non-procreative voluntary derivatives of his life are his property. Freedom is the societal condition wherein every individual is 100% in control over his own property. That implies that he is not in control over anybody else's property to any extent, because if he were, then that other person couldn't have his control over his property. If one man controls someone else's property, then the one who has property control doesn't enjoy self-control. So a universal condition of self-control of property is freedom. The definition of freedom. Well, you may say, well, that has never existed. Go to the head of the class. That's right. It has never existed. That's why we've never had freedom. But that's a concept which is within the possible world to achieve. This is not impossible. Quite the contrary. When the technology is widely known, it will not only not be impossible, it will pass from the difficult to the simple as soon as it's known how to do it. Now, this is taught in V50 as to how to do it, what it means and how to do it. It's actually quite a simple concept. It does not produce anarchy, as you might at first blush think. If everybody does as he pleases, well, everything will go to pot. Oh, no. It cannot. Because he cannot do as he pleases with someone else's property, only with his own. If he wants to touch someone else's property, he has to get that person's consent. That means for a contractual relationship between them. And they will work in each other's interest, and they will work for each other's mutual profit. If you want a man to go to the other end of the room for you, you don't threaten to shoot him. You don't promise him a pot of gold and he falls in a pot of gold and then he falls into a well. Instead, you say, if you go to the other side of the room as I'd like you to, I'll do something that you'd like me to do, and we'll exchange. And it's mutually profitable. Well, this concept leads to a completely voluntary society. You don't need any coercion, any rules made by any big cheese, whether you call him tribal chief, duke, king, baron, president, chancellor, general, senator, dog catcher, or vulture. It leads to no political control over man. It not only eliminates tribal chiefs, it eliminates witch doctors. That's the second step of the American Revolution. The elimination of fraud, wherein a man convinces you that it's in your interest to commit suicide. You know, there's a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, except that you forget telling him that he's going to fall into the well. These are all, of course, just simple and not factual illustrations. You don't really promise a man a pot of gold and he falls into the well. Instead, you tell him it's in his own interest to pay income taxes. It's in his own interest to go fight in Asia to defend people who didn't ask to be defended and who we don't even know and don't care about and who would like us to leave and for us to die there. It's to convince a man that it's in his own interest to be robbed of his own property so that that property can be converted into wheat to be sent to our own enemies, who can then eat heartily and build guns to shoot us with. It's to tell a man that it's in his own interest to pay a farmer not to grow wheat so that the price of wheat will go up and we'll have to pay more for the bread we buy and have to pay the farmer not to grow the wheat to cause our bread price to rise. These are tremendous concepts. As a matter of fact, I might also say that if anybody really wanted to design a society for collapse, this is the one they would have picked. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the American Revolution is a present-day concept. It is a living thing. The American Revolution is no different today than in the 18th century, except that it's farther along. Now we have the technique to eliminate not only force but fraud. Not only the tribal chief but the witch doctor. And by eliminate, I don't mean shoot. We leave that to the John Wilkes Booth and Lee Harvey Oswald. They can do the shooting. They deserve each other. These murderers and their victims deserve each other. It's only a question of who kills who. The point is, the way to achieve freedom is not by fighting tyranny, but to realize that freedom consists of a major intellectual accomplishment which has to have a physical, tangible application to reality. The accomplishment is this: learn a method by which you're capable of protecting your property fully. And that method cannot exist independently of the property of other people. My property isn't secure unless yours is secure. Yours isn't secure unless mine is secure. We have a mutual profit in seeing to it that neither you nor I are plundered. And we can find profitable exchanges to make whereby we can increase the protection of our respective properties. If we learn how to do this competently, then anyone who wants to come around and say, your money or your life, you laugh in his face and say, what do you mean your money or your life? How can you threaten me? You got a pea shooter. I got nuclear energy at my disposal, except that I don't plan to use it against you. I'm planning to build a spaceship to Arcturus. But of course, if you get in my way and point that pea shooter in my face, I might just have to let you have just a little bit of my rocket vehicle's exhaust. I might turn in your direction. This is all a figurative way of talking. But the point is, those who wield coercion, namely tribal chiefs and witch doctors, they're not very bright, you know. They're not the Newtons. They're not the Thomas Paines. They don't build iron bridges. They don't build engines. They coerce. They command people who do. Well, those who can do these things, if they can become successful at protecting their own achievements, they don't have to take guff from those who can build nothing except hot air. The state, the wielder of coercion, the perpetrator of tyranny, has no independent existence other than that we sanction it. How do we sanction it? By abdicating our personal responsibility in our own property. if we learn how to increase our ability to make property, produce property on a higher plane with greater effectiveness, it'll be valuable to us to see to it that it isn't plundered. If you have $1 million, I think it's worth $1,000 or so to make sure that the other $999,000 isn't stolen. You might spare $1,000 to see to it that you hire someone to protect it from a thief. The more property you have, the more you'll cherish it. Now, there's one thing else that was wrong in the not wrong, defective is the better word, incomplete in the original American Revolution. The definition of property which I gave you was not in full swing. To them, property meant tangibles. It meant the physical things you can touch. Houses are property, chairs are property, clothing is property, food is property, horse carriage is property. That's what they had in those days. These are property. Ideas are also property, ladies and gentlemen. Moreover, they're the strongest and highest form of property. Now, a few people like James Madison and Thomas Paine both knew that. They both indicated that this is true. But they didn't have any effective mechanism to treat this in the market. Instead of merely talking about it, they had no way of reducing it to an operational reality. And so as a result, we have built a whole world on trying to protect lives and property in the secondary or tangible sense, without having any ability to protect property in the primary sense, which means the property in ideas. That's the original property of man. That's why I call it primary. If a man who develops ideas can be plundered, then all the things that are built through the use of those ideas can also be plundered. You cannot have an automobile till someone conceives of one first. You cannot have an electric toaster till someone thinks of it first. It's pretty easy to defend the toaster from being stolen if the fellow who invented it hasn't been robbed first. But that's the way it happens. People who invent toasters usually make $1,000, and the people who put them on the market make millions. That's not a moral society, where the man who creates the greatest wealth gets the least compensation. Where a man who discovers a law of gravitation, such as Albert Einstein, he had a higher and more advanced law of gravitation than the earlier one of Newton. When a man such as Albert Einstein can't make as much money as a tap dancer, are you surprised that Albert Einstein was a socialist? I'm not. I think it's the most natural thing in the world. If in the world of money, his services with his giant mind are valued at a lower compensation than a tap dancer or a salesman who sells ladies' underwear or a bugle player or a baseball player, if these people can make more money than the greatest minds in physics of the 20th century, well, it's surprising that he doesn't think that money is a proper standard of value, and that chases him into the socialist camp. Now, when you can integrate the property in the mind, the property in ideas, with the property of tangible things which come out of ideas, then you have the American Revolution in full swing in high gear, and it will be irreversible. That, incidentally, is hinted at in our basic course V50 quite deeply, I might, not just hinted. It's developed fairly deeply there, but then it's fully developed in much greater scope in the successor course, V201, the nature and protection of primary property. When you can protect primary property and ideas, the American Revolution is irreversible and it becomes complete. And the revolution will then become final. What that means is the society will then finally be turned completely around to freedom. And you never have to fight a tyrant in all this process. You never have to shoot a king or a president. You never have to vote against a dog catcher or any other kind of a fellow in office. You never have to do a thing to oppose, to fight. As the 20th century philosopher Spencer Heath said, he referred to the people who are always opposed as the againsters. Those who are against this and against that. You don't have to be against anything. You have to be for a creative, positive achievement of man. Freedom. The self-control of property. When you can do that, who can attack you? Tyranny only can come into existence when people can attack your property successfully. And in the attack on property, you lose your freedom. It's not the attack on tyranny that produces freedom, it's the attack on freedom that produces tyranny. And if you can reconcile your mind to that single revolutionary concept, The second phase of the American Revolution is here. And that carries it even one step higher. And I might add, I predict it's the final and last and supreme step, which will make tyranny completely a thing of the past. And I'd like to not leave you without restoring an earlier point tonight. It was too far ago in the evening's lecture. I don't want you to forget it. I want you to lose some sleep over the crisis you're in. Don't forget that. I want you to lose some sleep over this. This is not a matter of indifference. Well, I can take it or leave it. This is not a course on basket weaving, which you can take or leave. You will not have a physical existence, probably, before the end of this century. Or your children will not have a physical existence by the end of this century, in all probability, if the present trend continues. We are now smart enough through physical and biological technology to wipe out every human being on this planet. This is not a joke.